the same time, your state, I believe, and a number of other states have engaged in censors of people in the body. Yet we were not afforded the process. We were not afforded the opportunity to respond. We weren't even noticing that. I read about it.
This is your notice.
On social media. Excuse me, I have.
No, I'm raising my hand, that's all I'm
Thank
doing.
you. So, while you're certainly entitled to your opinion, you're not entitled to your own set of facts. Two, if you're going to embrace libertarianism, then it's mutual consent. So the next time you go on a multi-state objection spree or admonishing people and rather hateful about it, I would suggest you afford those people the opportunity to respond. Thank you.
Well, this is your chance to respond.
No, Mr.
No, it's
Malcolm,
not.
I think it is.
this is completely.
This is out of order, yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. The fact that Ms. Alejandro Smith wasted her time and money to be here today does not entitle her to waste our time and money. So I call the question.
Okay, questions, Ms. Mr. Malcolm?
Yes.
Okay. So, we're gonna vote on whether or not we're calling. All those in favor of calling the question, please raise your hand. All those opposed? All right. Now we're gonna go to vote on the main motion. Are we extending time for Ms. Alejandro? All those in favor of extending time, please raise your hand. All those opposed? All right. Time is now going to be extended. Thank you very much. Do we have anyone else here who is to give public comment? A member of the public? After. Certainly. Okay, go ahead, Madam Secretary.
Okay, I have no idea what Ms. Smith had to say, but there was some factually incorrect information given. No states have censored anybody. They have no, I mean, actually, they do have the right to. They recommended that the LNC do so. I can say that a state asked me about it, and I said, those are, don't add that in there, just add your opinion, but states can do what they want. I think it's a very poor practice for a governing body. We have 12 states that signed a resolution, whether we like it or not, that represent probably 35 to 40% of the national members of this body. And to be so disdainful for them, to them, whether I agree with it or not, is just not good practice. And the fact that some of us may have traveled farther, were elected. Ms. Alejandra Smith was not elected to come here. And I think we've shown her great disrespect. And I can't speak on behalf of this body, but I'm sorry you were not given that additional information.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. If there's no other public comment, we are going to move on to our next agenda. Yes. We are in the process. Is Drew in?
I'll take my PowerPoint. Actually,
Are we streaming?
I'm recording it.
Recording? But
Yeah.
we don't
And I'm
have
gonna
The one.
Got it.
All right, I'll take my PowerPoint.
All right. If there's nothing else, we're gonna go to attendance and roll call. And it's been requested that we actually go around the room and introduce ourselves. I think this is our first in-person meeting for a handful of individuals. Madam Secretary, is that all right with you? Oh, that's fine. Okay, my name is Angela McCardle. I'm the chair. Actually, and we have a guest here with us as well.
Good morning, my name is Debbie Mason. I'm a strategist speak, and I'll be working with you today on board governance best practices and strategic planning. Nice to meet you all. Thank you. Card. Yes, you may have that card for sure.
Okay, no problem. I think you're probably right. Let's still continue to go around the room.
Secretary.
Okay, Marinette Colomos, the secretary.
Greg Hirsch, I'm the 33 North alternate.
I'm Bill Redpath. I'm treasurer and National Ballot Access Coordinator and member of the Ballot Access Committee.
I'm Mark Rutherford, Vice Chair, and from Indianapolis, Indiana.
Paul Dar, Region 3 South Representative from San Antonio, Texas.
Stephen Akela, Director at Large, been on the board since 2016, and I'm from Key West.
Paul Bracco, I'm the Region 5 alternate and from Virginia.
Andrew Watkins, at large member, also from Virginia.
Matt Johnson, Region 2 alternate from the great state of Florida.
Andrew Chatterton, Region 1 alternate from Michigan.
Ramon Garcia, Region 1 representative from Arizona.
Kathy Dennis Cabbage, at-large representative from Arizona. I'm the executive committee and chair of the Improvement Policy Compensation Committee.
I am Adam Hammond, Region 1 rep, along with Ramon Garcia from Las Vegas, Nevada.
Mary Kate, Region 4 rep from the Bay Area, California.
Adrian Malagon, the Region 4 alternate from Bay Area, California.
Travis Boss at large, Vice Chair, Libertarian Party of West Virginia.
Jonathan McGee, Region 2 rep, great state of Alabama. Pat Ward, Region 6 rep, from birthplace of the American Revolution.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. I believe we are missing Mr. Dassing.
We're missing Mr. Dassing. Is Mr. Benson here? Did I miss you?
It's flight affiliated.
We will.
He said, I think around noon.
Okay, when he gets here, I will change that. And it looks like we missed Mr. Sean. Is that correct?
I believe so.
And then Mr. Thompson, Mr. Weir, and Mr. Dassing. Is our assistant treasurer present? Mr. Mitchell?
Mr. Mitchell is not present.
Okay. Madam Chair, what I put on was to slightly corrected one that I said to fix some numbering.
I'm sorry, I didn't see that this morning.
It just fixed numbering, and there were some things that were doubled. I didn't change anything else.
Got it. All right. I don't believe anyone is absent that would affect our,
Mr. Dassing said he'll be here tomorrow, and that would cure any issues.
and Mr. Benson will be here later today. All right, let's move on to the next agenda item, which is credentials report and paperwork check. Secretary?
Yeah, that's, with the transition to Zoho, I've been assured, I believe it was Ms. Janice Scavenge on the list said that everyone's membership is current. Right now, we're kind of on the honor system because we don't have a current thing. But you want to know what? If you're unclear, go to lp.org and just re-up your membership. And then there'll be no issue at all.
Thank you. A great way to handle that also is to donate $10 a month, and that'll have you nearly caught up with us.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
There are 3 people in the room who weren't introduced. I'd like to know, I mean, I know who Anakin, but we asked people, there are 3 people here besides Ms. Alejandro's that we know who they are.
We have Drew, Rhea on staff.
Thank you.
Don't boo Drew. Ms. Hannah Kennedy, our interim executive director. We have another guest in the back as well.
Thank you very much.
Louder.
I have a weird last name.
I'll get it from you in break.
All right, I think our next agenda item is adoption of agenda, so please scroll through and take a look at it. Also, it's on the OneNote. Oh, and it's on the screen. Scroll through.
Madam Chair, I would like to ask Region 3, since they are essentially two regions,
Wait, sorry, go ahead.
if they would like 4 minutes instead of 2. Region 1, both reps represent everybody, but Region 3 is kind of different. And if we could increase Region 3 from 2 minutes to 4 minutes, if they want it.
Mr. Nan, can you speak up?
Yeah, please.
So I would move to increase the time allotted for Region 3 to 4 minutes, split between South and North.
Any objections? Okay, hearing none. Region 3 will have 4 minutes. Keep scrolling. Let me know if there's anything else
Go back to that.
we need to change. All right. At this point, I'd entertain motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
So moved. Watkins.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to adopt the agenda as amended. Any objection? Going once, going twice? Hearing none, it's adopted. All right, report of potential conflicts of interest. This is only necessary if you have something new to report. Mr. Ford?
Libertarian Mutual Aid Political Action Committee.
All right, thank you. If you could pass that to our secretary later, I would appreciate it.
What was the name of the group, please?
Libertarian Mutual Aid Political Action Committee.
And what is your role in that? Your committee. Got it.
Mr. Chatterton?
For potential conflicts of interest, I'm no longer the chair of the Wayne County LP.
Got it. Just get with our secretary later to make sure we've got that. All right, we're going to jump to our next agenda item, which is officers' reports. Beginning with the chair's report, I've got a report submitted. It is a little bit shorter than usual. Basically, it's our first LNC meeting. Welcome. I think that we are off to a rocky start. I hope that with some assistance, we can get that all sorted out and have an awesome next couple of years. This is the most exciting election season that's happened, I think, in quite a while. I'm super excited to be a part of it and to be shaping the future of the country. Really awesome. We have a fundraiser tonight for our presidential candidate, Chase Oliver, and Mike Termott, our vice presidential candidate, will also be in attendance. We will be auctioning off a chainsaw autographed by Chase Oliver. I'm calling it the Chase Saw. So you should come and please come out, check with staff on registering. We have a recommended donation of $50, but I will not turn you away if you donate a little bit less than that. But we definitely we want to get everybody in the room for that. We need a little bit more outreach to the public on the fundraising end from our LNC members. Hopefully that's something that we can talk about throughout the meeting. And we have awesome candidate support. And that's about it. Everything else is in the report. Any questions for me? Mr. Redpath.
I have read stories about pressure being brought upon our U.S. Senate candidate from Montana. Is it Daoud, I believe is how his name is pronounced, to withdraw from the race for U.S. Senate. And I'd like to know what you know about this situation and were you involved in this in any way?
I was very involved in it, and no, he was not pressured to drop out. But I did arrange for him to meet with Tim Sheehy and Donald Trump to push Defend the Guard legislation. And that was successful, and Tim Sheehy endorsed Defend the Guard just a couple days later.
I'm sorry, Tim Sheehy, is he the Republican?
Yeah, he's the GOP Senate candidate. Yep. So mission accomplished. And the Leah McCollum, who is also, I believe, on the Montana LP board, was also present and advocated as well. We were very well received. We opened a dialogue with the Montana GOP, and they are willing to work with us to advance libertarian policy. But as far as a pressure campaign, no. Any other questions? Ms. Harlows?
That's the question I was asked to ask. I didn't hear the interview personally, but yeah, I was asked to ask if we did visit Mar-a-Lago and who paid for that.
I visited Mar-a-Lago. The party did not pay for it.
Did Mr. Trump pay?
It's totally, I think, inappropriate because it's personal business, not party business. Mr. Redpath?
Just the housekeeping matter. What's the transportation plan tonight to get to the event? Is it 7 p.m. I believe, or with Mike Vermont?
It is at 7 p.m.
And are we get there on our own?
Yes.
How far is it to this place?
Ms. Kennedy, do you know how far it is?
7 minutes.
So we get together and Uber and figure it out ourselves. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Ford?
Take the opportunity to congratulate our national chair for the engagement, if you will, of the Libertarian Party in national politics, taking a role on the national stage. We have not sacrificed our principles. We are, after 53 years and countless hours of wonderful volunteers' efforts, we are at some level now relevant in the national and potential international scheme of politics. If we expect to advance our ideas beyond that of being a philosophy club, this is exactly what we need to do. Around the world, independent political parties, grassroots actions take their place, if you will, in coalition governments. In the absence of a significant financial injection, in the absence of significant growth in volunteers, active boots on the ground, I believe this is the best path forward for our party because libertarian philosophies are being discussed around the world. And I believe we have some part of that. I want to congratulate the Libertarian Party efforts and being participants in releasing Julian Assange, and more so now than ever.
Thank you so much. Ms. Harlows, and then time check for someone, please.
We have 4 seconds.
Thank you.
I don't believe question and answer times to make public comments. I congratulate libertarians over the course of 50 years, including our chair and everyone in this room for everything that has been done. And to call these simply a philosophy club isn't that an honor.
Time is expired. All right, up next on the agenda, we have Vice Chair's report, Mr. Rutherford.
Good morning, everybody. Did submit a report. The reports will be longer in the future, of course, as things get put together on this. But it has been a pleasure getting to know a lot of you much better. Thank you about that. I appreciate it. I really look forward to the training today. I think that's a great idea. Commend the chair and everybody else for putting that together. People who talked to me about that, I think it's wonderful. Just getting to talking to people. The one thing that is really kind of unique from when I was last chair is the number of people who aren't states that do not belong to a region. There's 8 of them, and that's just taking a little bit of action to do it. I have been following what a lot of them are doing and what is going on. I won't go into that, but if anybody would like to ask me about any of the states, I'd be glad to give you what I do know and what's going on with it. So I'm looking forward to doing the training, and we'll end this to let us get more time to get to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rutherford. Up next, we have treasurer's report.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. I'm Bill Redpath. I was elected treasurer at the National Convention back on Memorial Day weekend. I have been, first of all FEC reports have been filed in a timely manner. I work well with Paula Edwards, our FEC consultant. I've worked with her several times in the past. She and I have a good working relationship. I also have an excellent working relationship with Hannah Kennedy. I find her very professional and enjoy working with her. The accountant, I've had several contacts with Joseph. What's his last name? So I'm putting Hannah on the spot. It begins with an S and has 8 letters. Beyond it ends with an O, and beyond that, I can't tell you what his last name is. But in any event, Joseph with All in One Accounting, I believe is the name of the firm. My interactions with him have been good so far. The financial statements for July are out, and I have to go back here. Would you, Hannah and Kathy and Madam Chair, would you mind if I forwarded to the committee your weekly unrestricted cash report? It was sent to the 3 of us. Okay, so I'm going to do that right now. Hold on, LNC, that's business. All right, and I'm going to forward you the weekly report right now. We are the weekly cash report as of yesterday. This report was produced by Hannah Kennedy. You can see from the balance sheet that right now, that as of the end of July anyway, our current assets, basically we had.
In our bank account. Okay. And one other thing, an update on this, the email with the weekly report says that the Trump campaign had not been invoiced, and that has happened.
Okay, if I may ask, what is, with respect to the hotel bill, and that's the elephant in the room right now,
Correct.
Actually, could you give us an update on, or would you like to defer this until later?
What do you?
I mean, if we do that now, some of it's going to be addressed to the convention committee.
We can defer, that's fine.
I think that's
I just do think we should cover it sometime during this meeting.
Well, certainly.
Yeah.
But it is in the report.
I mean, the bottom line is that we have some disputes on some charges that are significant. We've met with the hotel over a month ago, and they have not gotten back to us. And the big issue is that our contract with the hotel, our contract person with the hotel that we were dealing with the entire time for the convention is no longer employed by the Hilton. So they're going back through emails and so forth.
And if at any point you'd like to step in and assist with that, we'll take the help because it's been a tremendous.
Absolutely. I have previously volunteered for that, but I'll just do it right now. Yeah, absolutely. Anything I can do.
Thank you. Madam Secretary?
I have a question on some entries in the FEC report, but it might be better addressed in the executive session. So I'm asking the chair if they have to do with payments to staff.
What's our time right now?
3.5 minutes, just under.
Okay.
There were some.
I mean, if you wanted to move to executive, to go to executive session.
Is that where it would be more appropriate?
Yeah, if you want to talk about staff salary.
It's not salary, as it is expense.
Okay.
So there were payments of about up to $6,000 for vacationing expenses.
Oh, that is staff.
But
There is an error, that's staff.
it's an error.
Mr.
There
Nero?
is an error.
Madam Chair, I would request that we move to executive session to discuss staff and expenditures.
Sure.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to go into executive session to discuss staff and expenditures.
May I just wrap up? Before
Okay. Mr. Ford has an objection. Hold that thought, Mr. Redpath.
My only objection is that surrounding this question is there is a great deal of noise about everywhere. And as the individual question is not a member of this staff contract and represents not discussion, it's conversation, but a, if you will, an accounting error, that I think it is appropriate to discuss it and clear the error on this because, you know, folks gonna do what folks do, which is to turn this into some grand conspiracy.
Grand conspiracy.
I
Thank
would
you,
draw my
Mr.
second.
Ford. I'm gonna even withdraw your second effort, sorry. Out of.
Dag nabbit.
I
You
second,
can make a friendly amendment though.
and I want to make it clear, but I don't think there's any kind of grand conspiracy. I just want to know.
Guys, I'm gonna ask everyone, including our secretary, to speak up because
Oh.
there's a recording and you're all very quiet. I am at the front of the room yelling for your benefit. Okay, so we need to just vote on this. There's an objection. Let's go to a vote because we've got about a minute left. All in favor of going into an executive session, please raise your hands. Okay, all opposed? All right. That just does not have enough votes. Okay, motion fails. All right,
Madam Chair, if I could just ask a question, if there was an accounting error, is that?
I don't think that it's
No.
necessarily accurate to characterize it as an accounting error. Sometimes things get miscategorized in the FEC.
So an error, it would be just say.
A reporting error?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Redpath?
It's not clear. I don't think the secretary made clear what her question was. I think I didn't, could you state the question again, please?
No, actually, if we're gonna talk in detail about individual names and their payment and what was and wasn't done, we need to go into executive session and that motion died. So we are moving on and I'm not gonna re-clarify it. Sorry. That's the appropriate thing to do procedurally.
I will then just move to extend time. Can we just have a discussion for once as a board?
If you'd like.
I will move to extend time for 5 minutes.
Okay, so before we address her motion and we get to Ms. Yanuskavich, some of these things can be addressed in a confidential EPCC report.
I'll do it then.
Okay. Ms. Yanuskavich.
Okay,
That's good. All right. Time has expired. Mr. Redpath.
May I go for 1 minute, please?
Uh,
Yes, I just.
Mr. Redpath would like another minute to finish his treasurer's report. Any objection?
Okay, thank you. All right. I haven't talked with Hannah Kennedy about this yet, but I've never been, going back years and years and years. This has nothing to do with Hannah Kennedy or anything else. I've thought that historically the treasurer reports have sort of been a gusher of information that I would like to tame somewhat and make more digestible. And so I intend to work with Hannah Kennedy. I would like to sort of reformat these reports. I think the balance sheet needs to come first and then the income statement. I think there needs to be a reordering of data in here to make it more digestible going forward. And I would like to work with Hannah Kennedy on that and have newly somewhat reorganized reports going forward that would just be easier for everybody to digest and understand. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Redpath.
And I'm sorry that I put Ms. Redpath. I should feel
Uh-oh. Maybe you know something I don't.
I have a very bad contact lens prescription right now. I apologize. I'm becoming a little confused.
All right, up next we have our secretary's report.
Okay, I'm going to go to the one note for that. All of the reports are in the one note. I'm obviously not going to go through it except for one item, which is at the end, that I'd like to draw everyone's attention to. because it is updated. 1 second. We have to do this every term. Oh my God, a lot of email up. I know it's tiny on the screen, but in the actual report, if you download it, it will be the time frame from here to next convention of certain deadlines we need to meet. I would just do that at the beginning of every term, so everyone is aware of deadlines. That's, unless there's any questions on my report, not going to add to it. But one thing we do need to do is approve the draft convention minutes for the 2024 convention. They were put on the list for about a month and a half. There were several corrections made by members that I did make. They were put on the website as required by the bylaws for at least 15 days. There were no further corrections, so I'm moving to approve version 2 of the draft convention minutes. Yes, that was.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to approve, which draft?
Draft 2.
Draft 2 of the convention minutes. Any discussion? Any objection? All right, hearing no objection, version 2 of the minutes are approved.
And for those who are new, woo doesn't mean like woo-hoo, it means without objection.
I think it means blue.
It can be both.
And if you ever see poo up there, I'm not insulting you, it means point of order.
It can also mean both.
Beautiful. All right, Madam Secretary, you have anything else for us?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move to the next agenda item, which is staff reports. And we're going to take just a minute to stand in ease while Ms. Kennedy passes something out, and while we see if Mr. Heiss connected with some sort of meeting.
She doesn't.
Okay, guys, Ms. Hannah Kennedy was our operations director for about a year. She graciously stepped in as an interim executive director, which is what I had been doing for a year, which I was very, very tired of doing because it was very tiring. And so she has taken the wheel. I think she's doing a fantastic job. But I want to hear from her personally about how things are going. We're going to hear from her, and then she's going to pass it over to another staffer. Please hold your questions till the end for Ms. Kennedy. I know several of us are going to have questions.
I just want to make sure I'm looking at the right agenda. Are we going to be hearing from special counsel?
He is not ready right now.
Okay.
So we're going to jump over. Sorry. All right, go right ahead.
Morning, everybody. So as you're all aware, this last quarter was all about the city to Zoho migration. I was not present in the organization when we did the last migration, but I have heard the horror stories, and it was very important to me that we did not repeat the mistakes of the past. So first and foremost, I would like to be very clear about the fact that we have confirmed that every contact and contribution that was in Civi is now in Zoho. There was no loss of our data. Now, this, well, we'll get to IT in a minute. So membership numbers. I know that I was hoping to have a membership report out for July to you all by this meeting. However, there is a membership module that has been built and has been implemented in Zoho. Now, we have API restrictions, which I'm told it means it takes a long time to process all of our data. We can pay more money for it, but right now it's not in the budget. Therefore, we can't make this module run any faster. It's been going for about 2 weeks now. And as soon as that's complete, I will be able to get you all accurate membership information. That I am told will absolutely happen by the end of the month so that we are in compliance with our policy table. Membership in June did have a decrease of 2.2%. Thankfully, we were notified by a member of the board that there was an error on our donation page that was not prompting donors to sign the pledge. This means that based on our qualification for membership, regardless of if they met the sustaining contribution, since they did not signed the pledge, we could not count them as members. So if they had, and that we have not had that error, we've actually seen a small increase in our membership data. So what we have done, thanks to our new CRM, is identified all members who qualified based on contribution, but have not qualified based on their signing the pledge. And then we have reached out to those individuals, asked them to please complete their membership by signing this pledge. And we have a recurring appeal sent to go out every couple weeks to remind them. The next, let's see, our cash reserve is negative as of July, negative about 10,000. This is despite a lot of cutbacks that we have made in staffing and admin costs, including the closure of our HQ, which ended up with a savings of about $6,500 a month. So these are sizable cutbacks. We've lost several members of staff. And I can just assure you that there's not a lot more that we can cut without ceasing to be an effective and stable organization. I hope that we, to speak about the joint fundraising agreement that Mr. Redpath referenced, we have received $61,000. As of yesterday, we did receive another amount, which I will apologize, I will verify. I believe it's $31,300 was our portion. It was $313,000. So that does help to prop us up right now. But I don't see that as a long-term solution. So hopefully with the new initiatives that we're pushing out, we would not be reliant on this agreement in order to keep us afloat financially. So I know that you are all familiar with the first migration that we did, the Google to MS365, that has been successfully completed now. Apologies that you all hate it. It does save us $1,100 a month. So if you would like to personally make a donation of $1,100 a month, we will switch it back. And I would just request flowers or a box of tissues for Kenyon, who personally manned that project.
I don't need it.
Right, that was what we thought. Okay, so the showstopper here though is the Zoho CRM. We have been very, very impressed with its capabilities. I want to stress that every function that we had in Civi has now been successfully replicated in Zoho. So we can run the reports, we can send the emails. It actually has been replicated and expanded because now we can automate a lot of those processes, which saves staff time, which is good because save staff time means we need less staff, means we spend less money. So ultimately, the ability to automate is key if we are running a lower budget operation. I have included the costs of Civi running and maintaining Civi compared to the cost of the Zoho migration. Now, the migration is significantly more expensive than Zoho maintenance will be. That is because we have had to bring in consultants for this migration in order to make sure that we do everything properly and we can do it quickly. That's really the most important. It has been a massive balancing act between how fast can we roll this out and how much money can we spend. And the answer is not a lot of money. So it has taken us longer than we anticipated, unfortunately. But I do appreciate all of your patience. You can see the numbers there. Assuming that we will not need the Zoho consultants monumentally more than we have so far, we will still come in under the cost of Zoho by about $1,500 this year. And then hopefully next year, we're looking at a maintenance cost of $10,000 a year for not just our CRM, but also our complete suite of tools, which integrates with each other. So this touches everything from marketing, it touches data analytics, it touches membership, it touches our forms, our contributions, surveys, communication, everything. It is extremely comprehensive. So it is my hope that next year we will see a significant decrease in the IT budgeting line for that reason. There are also a host of non-monetary benefits that I will not read out for the sake of time, but it is listed in the report. And I can tell you that staff sanity is a big one. Staff is thrilled with the change to Zoho. It is far easier to navigate. It is much faster and significantly without error. Mr. Korea is nodding his head, so you can just take his word for it. Now, I know there's a lot of questions about where we are in this process, because it is a very complicated process, this migration. And a lot of things I was not aware of that needed to be done. A lot of them are extremely technical, and I lack the expertise to explain all of those things. But I have tried to break it down with the graph that I handed out. I apologize. My printer ran out of color ink. So there are not enough to go around. Please share with your neighbor. So we started the process with our preparation. So this was planning of the migration, start to finish. I wanted everything mapped out before we before we said go and even started spending money on our consultants and things like that. We had to find our consultant, a good one, and then we had to determine what our minimally viable product was, which we did, which was at that time, we needed to replicate everything that was in City in Zoho. Not go beyond that, just replicate. Then we had to do our data audit. This was by far the most time consuming because our data on our contributions and contacts over decades was varied and inconsistent and extremely difficult to work out and parse. To kind of explain what needed to happen is we needed to take every field that was in City that associated with a contact or a contribution, and we had to map that correctly to Zoho. The problem is that those fields meant different things to different organizations during the life of this party. So we also had to parse out within those fields, what does this information mean during this tenure and this information mean during this tenure? Extremely complicated. After that, we had to build the infrastructure to do that. That was the actual mapping process. We had to do lots of export testing and import testing to make sure that we were pulling in the most accurate data. Eventually, we got to the point where we did one big migration, and then we did a bunch of little ones to clean up things that were those special cases where in this particular, throughout these particular years, this field meant something else entirely. So we had to go back and fix those things. We have received awesome support from the IS committee. So thank you to the IS committee for that. They have really stepped in. Right now, unfortunately, I only have Andy Vukovich for 15 hours a week. Guys, that's not a lot when you are doing a massive migration of this size, and he is the only person familiar with City really that we have up here. And so it has been a huge strain on him and staff, which is why we have to lean so heavily on our consultants. So right now we are fully migrated. Staff is using Zoho. They are not using City. And we are in the audit and bug fix phase. So we have Mr. David Akin. I know I'm going to say that wrong. What is it? Akin. Crap. Okay, sorry, Mr. David Akin, who is monitoring all of our logs religiously. And what Mr. Atkin loves most in the world is finding problems. And so he is the perfect person to have in this job, and I'm so thankful for him. Because if there's a problem, he will find it, and he will bring it to you consistently a lot, all the time. And I love that about him, and he's perfect in his role. So we have him doing that, and then we have Amy and Canyon, our other IT staff. They are running behind, trying to clean up any small issues that are popping up. We will continue this monitoring until we are 100% certain that the data that is coming in and the reports that it is spitting out are accurate. So we are in between this process, and we are simultaneously running the membership module. I explained the membership module a little bit at the beginning. Basically, this module will now tag all people that qualify for membership, which I know doesn't sound terribly impressive, but if you knew how it was being done when we were on Civi, you would be blown away by the fact that that is now possible. Before, we used a very convoluted process. Andy was the only one that could pull membership data, which is, I apologize, one of the reasons that membership reports come out a little bit late. I'd like to get them out before the middle of the month, but sometimes that's not possible because I really need Andy focused on other things. But when that is done, that means that we can actually move on to above and beyond Civi. And what does that mean? First of all, it means that we will have, for the first time, a member login portal. This will give members the ability to log in to a portal on our website under their unique email address, and it will allow them to change their information, so their phone numbers, their emails, their addresses. They can update that all themselves. They can see their membership level. They can see their membership expiration date. They will be able to change their membership level if they'd like to donate more or less, change their payment method. All of this is things that membership has been begging for a very long time. I understand. And personally, I was amazed that we didn't have that function when I came in, because I know I can log into my hairdresser, and, you know, change things, book appointments and things like that. So it was shocking to me that we couldn't do it. We are this close. Now, even more exciting than that is once we get our minimally viable membership login portal done, we would like to expand that into a membership app. And this would be an LP app that gets downloaded on your phone. In addition to being able to push, you know, nudge people, members in certain directions. So let's say that you've donated to candidate support. Are you interested in volunteering for a campaign? You have signed a pledge, but you haven't made a donation and you would otherwise qualify. Would you like to make a qualifying donation and have a membership? We also have the ability then to do digital membership cards. Membership cards are a point of massive contention among our members, sadly, and I would love to be able to deliver to them a membership card. Right now, it's not in the budget. I would love it to be. So we are trying to be very sympathetic when communicating with members who are disappointed that they have not received their card. I'm hoping that this digital card can help cut down on costs, and we will be in a better position financially to do a physical card for those that still like one. Now, marketing automation, the actual platform in Zoho is called Zoho Marketing Automation. This is phenomenal. You pick an entire campaign, you can send the entire thing out. That's emails, so you can schedule emails months in advance, recurring schedules, optimize it for that personal member. We can do text messages. We can link it up. Our call software, Kixie, now integrates completely with our CRM. And so when our Kixie callers, our fundraising callers, are making changes or want to process a payment or want to look at the contact record, everything that they do is now logged in the CRM. So when they make a call, we see on the call, on their contact record now, when the last time they were called was. So that we aren't calling the same person, you know, twice in a week or something like that. We try not to do that anyway. At least now we have a historical record of, you know, not only the call, but also the outcome, because there are notes on those things. So that's very robust and will be very helpful for reaching out in the future. The other thing that is very exciting is that once we are completely stable on Zoho, we can begin migrating states that would like to join us. This should be significantly less technically complex, and people will be far more familiar with the language and the software than they would be with City to City. There's not a lot of experts out there. It's very difficult for the states. They require a lot of support. It's extremely frustrating for them. And I would like to try to solve that problem by helping them migrate to Zoho. I would love to run a fundraiser, because right now to get, we have 22 states that are still on City. And if they would all like to migrate, we need about $2,000 a year. Because if we give them all a single login for their IT personnel, it's $44 a month. And if we do that across 22, about $2,000 a year.
How much time do you need?
I will talk faster in 5 minutes.
I wish to extend for 10 minutes.
Second.
Wait, slow down. I heard 5 and 10. 10. Okay. Any objection? All right, time is extended.
Thank you. Okay, so the Zoho tool is really cool. It is pointless unless we can use it, unless we have a reason to use it. And what we have been consistently lacking are fundraising issues. So a fundraising issue is you give someone a call and you say, hey, donate to the Libertarian Party, and they say why. And what they don't want to hear is because we need money, because we need to make our payroll, things like that. We want to give them real things that aren't just our position on it. Like, we think this, so give us money. Well, I think that. Nobody's giving me a lot of money just on the street. What are we going to do about it? And so these fundraising issues are things that we've identified that are important to membership that we could run campaigns off of, so that when our callers call, they can be like, hey, you know, and they tell us, you know, oh, let's see, gun rights is really important to me. And so our callers can pivot and say, wonderful, we have a campaign that's just for you, that's focused on, you know, 2A rights. And we are doing these things in order to try to protect your rights at the national level. And so I have listed them all out here. Once again, I will not read them for the sake of time, because I only have 5 minutes. And then the last thing I'd like to touch on is our candidate support overhaul. So this is extremely exciting, guys. I can't even express to you how exciting. We are in the process of creating a suite of tools for our candidates that are current and relevant and necessary. These are things that candidates have asked for. These are things that we have had in the past and have just fallen out of date or out of favor. We have a new candidate survey that is targeted and specific, that has actual follow-up on it. Right now, if you sign up saying you want to be a candidate, then nothing really happens. We get the form, we say thank you for submitting, and there's not a lot of help or support that they get. It does go to the candidate support committee, they may reach out, but there's nothing structurally in place. No one knows what to do. So we are trying to create a system where people know what to do and what the next step is. We have significantly expanded our training. Nathan Patel has done what I'm told, stellar 6-hour course, 6+ hour course on volunteer staffing for campaigns. We have just secured training on voter gravity. So states, affiliates, and candidates that are interested can now get priority, someone is there to help them in voter gravity and walk them through this. We have a campaign template builder, so if they're brand new and they want to run for school board, it lays out the skeleton of a campaign, what that looks like, and is significantly better when you're first starting out to have at least something in front of you. We are also trying to build relationships with other libertarian vendors, and that's things on print materials where they get discounts, that's data collection and polling, phone banking. We are exploring all of these avenues so that we can crowdfund essentially what would otherwise be very small dollar campaigns. And if we kind of can offer those discounts, we can offer real useful services at a price that they may be able to afford. I don't think I have time for workforce, so you guys can just.
You have 6.5 minutes.
I have 6.5 minutes. Oh, I thought I had 5 minutes. Okay, never mind, I'll talk about workforce. We did like to welcome Michael Heiss, this part-time contractor who has actually brought us the entirety of the candidate support overhaul. His expertise was completely invaluable. None of that would have happened. That all happened in the last 6 weeks, and I would not be excited to present it if he had not been brought on board, so I'm very thankful. He also brought on the entirety of the outreach and fundraising program. That was something that when I was asked to be interim executive director that I said is not my strength, and I need support in that area. So I'm very, very grateful that he is there. We did lose our prior fundraising director and our phone banker, who were laid off in March. However, Mr. Butts has been brought back and is now at 15 hours a week, and he is once again making calls, but with these fundraising issues, so I expect he will be significantly more successful. I would like to bring attention to the board that we do not have an excessive amount of directors in this organization. So it is myself and it is Andy Bokovich for 15 hours. That means that I am all the directors almost all the time, and it is extremely, extremely difficult. So I would love consideration when and if our financial situation improves to look at bringing on additional directors to take on some of the roles. Being operations director was absolutely a full-time job. Being operations director and executive director, while it makes me very knowledgeable about things, I also don't get to see my son very often. I want to praise staff with my last couple minutes because imagine that you are in your job and somebody hands you a brand new tool and you don't know anything about it. You don't know what to do. The answer that you're given when you say, how do I use this, is can you find a YouTube video? Because can you ask ChatGPT? Because that is what we have been asking staff to do since the beginning of the year. And they have been doing it consistently every time. They are exploding in personal growth and I'm thrilled for them. But I want everyone to recognize what a challenge that is because there is no standardization. There is no metrics. They are forced to come into work every day and they have no idea how to do the thing, and it is their job to figure it out. They do not get paid. So I respectfully request priority consideration in the budget should we come into additional funds for staffing.
Could you go through the roster of LNC employees and then LNC contractors?
Absolutely. So LNC employees would be myself, Andy Bokovich, Canyon Gargan.
Sorry, And I know Andy's IT.
Yes.
Okay, the next person is what? Can you
Oh, of
describe
course, yes.
what-
Canyon Gargan is IT also. We have Iris Poole, who is executive assistant. She works with a lot of our event planning. We have Drew Bria, who does basically everything that we want him to do. His job is side quests. He handles a lot of our appeals. He's technically our appeals manager, but he does anything that you might want. We have, so that's 5 staff members. Everyone else is a contractor. We have Matt Hudson, who does all of our graphic design and website maintenance. We have David Aiken, who is our resident problem finder. He works in IT. We have Michael Heiss, who I mentioned is in fundraising and outreach. Let's see what else. Dylan Allman does Twitter. Brian McWilliams, of course, wonderful communications director, does press releases and things like that. I don't deal a lot with Brian, sorry about that, but I do adore him, and he was instrumental at convention. It would not have gone nearly as lovely if it were not for Brian. I believe that is, oh, and now we have Mr. Matt Lutz, who is a fundraising column, and he is part-time.
Did you say David?
David, yes. I think I said his last name wrong again.
I do all the time, I know. Mr. Maladon and then
So 2 quick things, just working backward. For staff, it would be nice to see when you have time enough to add to your small group stuff, but positions that you would like to see filled in the order in which you would like to see them filled, so that there can be a short list when the time comes of people that you have obviously you can promise that you would another situation can allow for X, Y, or Z, but it would be nice to be able to have that ready to go when the time comes. Just a suggestion, but
I can tell you the top 2 that I want already, and it's not additional people. I want my high school time, and I want Amy Professional. And if I had those 2 things, his organization could move mountains.
Sorry, I missed the first part of your
Oh,
answer.
I said that my top 2 priorities would be Michael Heiss full time and Andy Vukovic full time. And if I had those 2 individuals full time, this organization would be a full year ahead of where it is right now.
And the second thing, really quickly,
Yes.
going back to Zoho, you said it would cost $2,000 additionally a year for the 22 states that are currently using Civi to use Zoho. Are we not looking at the states pitching in? Is this going to be a national expense?
It's
or-
not necessarily. I'm just kind of quantifying the cost to show that it would not be insurmountable for us to do so if we were able to fundraise off the initiative. Yes, ma'am.
Regarding Mr. Heiss and Mr. Vukovic, would you want them to continue full-time at their current roles or step into something?
Yes, that would be fine. We could certainly explore. I honestly, these are gentlemen where it doesn't matter what they're called. They're going to do phenomenal work for you all the time. And so we could call Andy Vukovic a janitor. He would be equally effective.
Or would they be in executive level positions or?
That would be up to the board. Again, I just want them. I don't care where you guys come from.
I'm gonna say a joke for Mr. Vukovic.
Yes, ma'am.
Just don't make them separate.
Okay.
Mr. Heyman?
Yeah, question. After you get over the cost for importing to Zoho, just the annual expense, that's less than we're spending on Civi, right?
Yes, sir.
And unlike Civi, Zoho actually is powerful and works. So that's like a huge win, right? I didn't hear thunderous freaking applause when I said that. That's a huge freaking win.
All right, time, did I hear a time thing?
Yeah.
All right, time is up. Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Are you going to help us get Mr. Heiss what to do?
Drew and Madam Secretary are on it.
Beautiful. What's our?
You are awesome.
Do whatever.
All right, Drew, when you are ready and our secretaries are ready. All right, let's get going. Thank you so much for waiting. Mr. Heiss, you have the floor.
All right, thank you very much. I know I've got a half hour, so I'm going to do my best to fit this in that time. But as you know, my name is Michael Heiss. I was hired to help out on strategy and outreach for the Libertarian Party. And so far in that time, I have developed 9 different campaigns that we're looking to stand up. And today I'm here to present one of those campaigns, which is our electoral strategy that I'm calling Project Decentralized Revolution. I've written a full strategic manifesto on this topic. It's about 40 pages long that you can read at the link down here. So if you just Google that, you'll find the article. I front-loaded all of the support documents. So, and I know Hannah went over that already, so we're just going to skip that.
Pardon me, I have a question.
Okay, so we're
Is this
gonna-
in OneNote? Is this in OneNote?
Not yet, but Mr. Heiss will be sending it to me and I will get it into OneNote, so right now.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Heiss.
Yep, I'll send it right over. Okay, so what is Project Decentralized Revolution? Well, it's an electoral strategy. It's a comprehensive year-over-year political strategy that builds on itself year-over-year. And it's a strategy that uses the data that we have available to us and focuses on what is determined by that data to be the 3 highest value propositions for the farmer. And when you look at the data, you find that there's 3 things that we have any consistent pattern of success with over time. And those 3 things are local level races with teeth. So with teeth meaning that they have an ability to affect liberty in real life. So I'm not talking about a quote unquote dog catcher here. I'm talking about things like city council, mayor, school board, things like that. The second thing that is a high value proposition for us is issue coalitions / legislative lobbying. Anybody who has been keeping up with the whole Defend the Guard effort, just one upstart round of effort on that issue, we were able to pass it in several state senates, state houses, state committees, come close to passing, and I think it's only a matter of time before it does pass. And then the third thing that we have a consistent pattern of success for is ballot access. So then once you understand that, the game becomes, how do we create a strategy that maximizes for these 3 highest value propositions and then synergizes our efforts between them. So I like to, before I actually get into the nuts and bolts of the strategy, I like to get into kind of the big picture of it, the why, because I think everything stems from that. You have to have a strong foundation for what you're doing and why you're doing it. So the first question is, what problem are we solving with having a strategy like Project Decentralized Revolution? And the first thing is, I'm sure all of you guys have heard the question asked by members and then, maybe even state board members and things like that. What has the National Party done lately? Being honest with ourselves, historically, that is a fair question. It's a very fair question. But I think it's equally fair to ask, in response to that, what is National supposed to be doing for the state parties? And as far as I can tell, at present, there isn't a clear answer to that question. And not only that, I don't think there can be a clear answer to that question until we have something that binds us all together and aims us all in the same direction. So a vision that binds us together, a set of strategies that binds us together, a set of goals that binds us together. Otherwise, we're just kind of left in this vagary of, we know that we're philosophically libertarian, we know that we're a political party, and political parties exist to win elections or something like that. But that is not enough to inform action. Just our principles are not enough to form tactical action for our political party. So as of now, those are the only things that we have that bind us together, and we don't have that shared vision, that shared set of goals, or a shared strategy. So the idea here is to, what can we do to set the role for the national party, set the role for the state parties that everybody agrees on, that binds us together to form a cohesive and collaborative relationship. And by agreeing to that, it sets us all on the same course. So then with that understanding, why Project Decentralized Revolution? You could come up with a number of strategies. So, why this one? Well, the LP is a political vehicle that was founded primarily to do 2 things. And the first one is to use the political system to expand the understanding of the philosophy of liberty within American culture. And then the second one is to use the political system to take our liberties back from the state wherever possible. And that wherever possible really is key word here, because we've got to be honest with ourselves about where our party is within political reality, and about what's realistic and what the data shows us is within our purview to actually achieve, with the end goal always being expanding liberty in real life. That's really what we should be here to do and what we are here to do. So we have to be honest with ourselves about where can we. I'm using a snapshot here of 2022 data, but I know from talking to people who were managing the party database going back to the 90s that the pattern that I'm about to outline is a very long pattern. But the vast majority of libertarians run for offices above the local level. So we're talking county, we're talking statewide, we're talking federal, we're talking state house, things like that. And then, again, using that snapshot in 2022, there was about 80 people that ran for county level office, and a single one of them won. Only one of them won. I think it was an attorney general in New York. And every other race was lost, and then every race above that, every single one above the county level was lost. And then, but when you get down to the local level, and again, I did not count the quote unquote dog catchers. I isolated for just the ones that can affect liberty in real life. Our candidates won those races at a 33% rate. Okay, and so this should be absolutely shocking, and it should also be it should also give us a lot of hope that we win anything at a 33% clip. So what that means is that what the most effective thing that the party can do to affect liberty in real life right now is to invert the races that are being run by libertarians. And so we can do that by creating a campaign and setting the course on a strategy that recruits people and incentivizes people to run for those local level races, and then create a robust support structure for those candidates to put them in the best position to win, or at least guide them on how to get into position to win down the line. And then also, again, it's not just about winning at the local level, it's about all three of those high value propositions. So synergizing that with you know, our ballot access efforts and our issue coalition efforts. So you might ask yourself, who cares about local? You know, we're not going to be getting all the headlines. We're not going to get national news stories from local, and that's true. However, by committing ourselves at local level, we're really doing two things here. We're maximizing our chances for success. We're maximizing our chances for actually starting to win elections. And then we're putting our positions to affect liberty in real life. And we're building up a bench of winners for future races where they start to build trust from the bottom up. You know, we talk a lot about our principles in the Libertarian Party, but we don't talk a lot about how to establish trust in the actual culture, trust within our communities, trust amongst the voters. And this is how we can start to build that trust from the bottom up as opposed to the top down. Now, this whole idea of affecting liberty in real life, these local level positions are a lot more powerful than people realize. It gives you kind of a double whammy. And the reason for that is, yes, you can affect the issues at the local spending, local taxes, local eminent domain, zoning, all of this kind of thing. But it also gives you the power to affect national level issues. Everything okay?
Yeah.
You guys hear me still?
Yes. Yeah. You cut out every now and then, but it's not
sorry. But it also gives you the power to affect national level issues for nullification. And this again gives you a double whammy to affect liberty in real life, but it also happens to just conform with the political reality of where libertarians actually are and what the data shows where we can win. So this concept of nullification, and you know, shout out to Michael Bolden and Mike Harry and the guys over at the 10th Amendment Center. They have a fantastic documentary called "The Right Nullification, the Rightful Remedy" that goes through all of the historicity of the concept of nullification and how baked into our founding it really was. But the concept of nullification is this idea that Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution explicitly outlines what authorities are delegated to the federal government. And then the 10th Amendment comes along and basically says anything that's not explicitly delegated within Article 1, Section 8 is outside their purview and therefore a usurpation of power if they were to act in that domain. And so this gives the right and the duty of the states and the localities to nullify that action. Two of the founders was not one to call your congressman and beg. It wasn't to go through the courts. It was just null and void, nullified. They have no right to do it, and we are the free people of the states. The states created the government. The government does not own the people. And this is so through nullification is how you can see things like states legalizing marijuana even though it's still federally illegal, or even towns decriminalizing marijuana even though it's federally illegal, or even illegal at the state level. So these are examples of issue coalitions, and these are something a little bit separate from the electoral strategy, but they fit in very nicely because they are one of our high-value propositions. And issue coalitions present an opportunity for libertarians to be effective at actually affecting liberty in real life in a very easy way at any point of the election cycle, and regardless of what's going on in their state or county party. It's really just as easy as getting involved in a call bomb effort to reach out to your reps or start going to your city council and lobbying for an issue. You don't need to have candidates on your ballot to do this. You don't even need to have an active county affiliate at all to do this. And so it's very effective. It allows us to work with other people who may not be libertarians, but kind of overlap with us on a particular issue. And it should probably be employed in high priority in areas where electoral victories are not likely. We're talking big cities and stuff like that. More on that in a minute. And so the states, just like we're going to get into later in the strategy, can create campaigns around identifying these high likelihood winning local level races. They can and should make campaigns out of issue coalitions, and use those as outreach items to both the left and the right. So it could be, if you have a legalized marijuana state, you could, try to move the ball forward and legalize for psychedelics while also going for, gun sanctuaries or something like this. And I see coalitions as distinct from recruiting. Ron Paul used to talk a lot about how liberty brings people together, and with coalitions, you can work with people who are not libertarians, and then nobody has to lose their principles in the process. So, I would work with a communist on peace, but I would never recruit a communist into the Libertarian Party. So it kind of gives you that leverage to expand what you're being effective at. So then you might also say, well, Mike, there are local level elections every year. So how do we maximize on a strategy that there only has 2 years where they do the races in a given state? So in most states, not all, New Jersey's not like this, but in most states, there are statewide and state house races in the years in between the local level races. Now, in those years, state parties are going to be focusing on ballot access. And what they should do is they should focus on their historical data that says what races tend to get into debates, or what races tend to get them ballot access or come close to ballot access. Because sometimes it's not the obvious races that get them ballot access. It's not their governor or the senator. Maybe it's attorney general or treasurer or something like that. And so that's what the data shows. That's what they should run. However, we are talking about a minority of candidates that fit this description. You're probably talking about 3 to 5 races. So absent that, the states should be going on a campaign to surround them with as many state house candidates as possible. And I'll get more into this, but we have to be realistic with the people that we're asking to make these sacrifices and let them know that it's extremely low likelihood that they're going to win. And I'll get more into why later. I know that might sound mean and that might sound, oh my God, we're not running to win. But it's actually incredibly important and serves us in the long run. But again, just going back to this idea that it's not just about local level races, it's about maximizing for the 3 high value propositions. So why maximize for state house races? Well, state house races within this strategy, they play 2 very important roles. One, they build a bench of candidates who have some experience to run later and win locally. And how they can do that is by ostensibly running for state house, but aiming all of the efforts of that state house race in their locality. Knocking doors on every door in that locality. Start going to the city council meetings. Get appointed to a committee or get on a local nonprofit. Start forming coalitions with people who are already elected and start trying to move on the issues. And the reason I say state house is you might say, well, you could do that with any race. Well, it goes back to this concept of trust. People, just a point of political psychology is that people tend to view federal level races as the highest stakes and local level races as the lowest stakes. So that way, by conforming to something approximating local, like state house, with how small some of these state districts are, we're still maximizing our opportunity for them to even entertain voting for us, where they might not if they view the stakes too high. And the other thing that the state house races do is that they provide an easy campaign framework for the state candidates, such that the cost of ballot access can be depraved. So what I mean by that is you can have your governor focus on going around the state into the same districts where all of these state house candidates are running and knock doors with them and get signatures with them. So that way everybody's helping each other get signatures. They can do town hall events together. They can share media contacts. They can share volunteer contacts. And I know there's some states like New York where it's just totally screwed, and you're never going to get free ballot access in a situation like that. But what I will say is in the Pennsylvania party, we utilized this strategy in 23 and was able to retain ballot access, having not spent a penny, all volunteer effort for the first time in 20 years because we maximized our state house races and ran this strategy. So then what are the role of the non-local, non-state house races? Races like governor, senator, the political goal there is ballot access, but really there's other kind of tactical goals that aren't necessarily political that they can serve, which is recruitment, getting the message out. Our candidates to be the tip of the spear of talking with issue leaders or people who are already elected to identify champions for an issue and moving those issues forward. I can skip this because I already went over the state house. That essentially the whole state house thing is about turning the state house races into a bench program for your local races and having more and more of those people moving forward in winnable areas. And this is how the program builds on itself every year. So then you might say, well, I live in a big city. In the big cities, even the local level races cost millions of dollars to get into. So now, and that is true. We're not going to be winning even city council races in the big cities. But that doesn't mean that we can't be effective there. It just means that we're going to have to take a different approach if we are trying to affect liberty in real life. So how can you win without winning in situations like this? Well, taking an issue focus is going to be our path there. And cities tend to be cultural centers, and they tend to be very blue. And because of that fact, Republicans also tend to be very demoralized. So this allows for a strategy that, again, uses the candidates as the tip of the spear on these issue coalitions. We focus a lot on candidates as billboards for the messaging and the recruiting, and that is true, and we should do that. But we don't focus as much as on their capacity to kind of use that role as a candidate to talk with other candidates, to talk with people who are already elected, and basically leverage the fact that they represent a party, they represent people doing the work to move an issue forward. And what's so good about these issue coalitions is that they allow libertarians to kind of fill the gap. Oftentimes there are, progressives on the ground who are harder for on an issue than the politicians that they've elected, and maybe have that issue of overlap with us. And so we can kind of jump in and exploit that and fill the gap and start to build that trust while moving liberty forward. Now, again, if you're in these cities and the Republicans are disaffected, well, then that could be an effective recruitment base. So maybe you can pick up some candidates that have experience or already have an established set of relationships to leverage in our favor as well, while shifting there over to the window towards libertarianism. Now, if we were to score an issue victory in a major city, that tends to be a domino effect. A perfect example of this is Colorado. In Colorado, 2019, Kevin Matthews led the effort to get a ballot initiative and decriminalize psilocybin mushrooms. The Libertarian Party there helped with that. And then fast forward to 23, all of a sudden there's a ballot initiative to decriminalize all natural psychedelics across the entire state of Colorado, and that passed. So it's a major, major thing to get those issue victories. So going back to some more of the strategy here, the idea here is to create this collaborative relationship with the state party and the national parties. And what we need to do that is kind of define the roles of each other in achieving the goal of the strategy and carrying the strategy out. So that means that national is going to have a different role than the state parties. The state parties are going to be the ones having to do a lot of the nuts and bolts. And that the role of the national party is going to be more support and facilitation, especially through the candidate support committee. So at national, what we can do is we can run a campaign to support the effort across the country, complete with our own goals, including financial goals. And then that money can be used to support candidates or support state parties in supporting their own candidates in the form of voter gravity or direct donations, paying for their filing fees, all manner of things. We can help by making trainings available on tools like voter gravity. So I know there's the first training for this with Chris Littleton. He's the Director of Operations at Voter Gravity. He's a libertarian. On the 28th of this month to train state parties and candidates on voter gravity and what all comes with that. And it also kind of sets the tone for how we work collaboratively with the affiliates. Because when you set these roles, you set the metrics for success and failure, and so we can actually hold each other accountable in a way that makes sense. To say, no, national party, you're not fulfilling your role here, or state party, you're not fulfilling your role here, or you could do this better. But it actually gives us some direction on how to define these things, which is incredibly important. Okay, so then what's that campaign? I mentioned a national level campaign for PDR, because the fact is that everything that I'm talking about by itself is not a campaign, it's a strategy. So for something to be a campaign, it needs a set of defined goals, it needs a set of defined tactics to achieve those goals, it needs a defined fundraising goal to then fuel the tactics to achieve the goals, and then it needs a marketing campaign to achieve the fundraising to fuel the tactics to achieve the goal. So in this sense, Project Decentralized Revolution is a fundraiser as well as a strategy. And this is part of a kind of a different problem that I'm trying to solve with these campaigns of moving to project-based fundraising. So no, I am not asking you guys for a vote on spending. The goal is to have our fundraisers do fundraising on this campaign, and we kind of eat what we kill. So what are the goals of that campaign? Well, it's to elect an additional of these local level candidates, 100 of them by the end of 2026. So if we're going to use that aforementioned 33% win rate, that means that we're going to need to run about 350 candidates to have a buffer in that time. Now, out of those 350, we can use the candidate support committee as a filter, more on that in a minute, to identify the high likelihood winners. We'll say 150 of them, 150 of the strongest of those candidates, and then focus our material and promotional support on them. Now, if we average just $2,000 per candidate, that puts our fundraising goal from now to the end of 26 at $300,000 to support this campaign. Again, I'm not asking for a spend. I'm not asking for an addition to the budget line. I'm asking to create an addition to our fundraising suite with this. And then those spends would then cover the cost of voter gravity, allow for direct donations, so on and so forth. So what would the role of the candidate support committee be? Well, in this project, they're going to have three tasks, three main functions here. The first one is to actually engage in the outreach and the recruitment of those 350 people. So I have actually already collected the data of every libertarian that has run in the past 4 years. And the idea is to engage in a huge outreach effort to that probably 2,000 or 3,000 people to see if we can't get 350 of them to commit to running in 25 and 26 for these local level races. The people who are most likely to run are the people who have already run, just the same way that people who are most likely to donate are the people who have already donated. So number two is to build a body, like a communications channel of our elected libertarians. I don't believe that exists at present, and provide support for them, because these local level candidates should be our faces. They should be stars in our party. They should be helping us to create more and more of our own in-house training on how to win as a libertarian. And then we also need to make sure that they understand the concept of nullification, that we are arming them with nullification legislation, and making sure that they're not just filling a seat as an elected libertarian, but that they are, again, expanding liberty in real life. And then the third task is that the committee can act as that filter that identifies the 150 strong candidates out of the 350 total candidates. So to this point, I've kind of been talking about this strategy from a bird's eye view and not really getting into the nuts and bolts of the logistics, because we still don't have enough from everything I've said to this point to inform action and to really drill down. So that's where this is about to go, is the actual logistics. So I'm going to assume a couple things before I get started. One, we're going to assume a 4-year election cycle of local level races in 25, statewide in 26, local in 27, and presidential in 28. Again, not every state is going to be like this. Jersey, for example, is going to have to use their congressional candidates as that bench program. just because of the way their cycle works. But that's my point, is that it can be tweaked to accommodate an individual state's cycle, but the pattern still holds true. And then I'm also going to be focusing on just the electoral strategy and not get into the issue coalitions. Those should be like separate campaigns run by the state parties so that we're dividing the labor up and giving everybody a chance to engage in what their passion's sake. It's not everybody wants to run for office or support candidates. Okay, so year one, the most important thing here is the data sweep portion of the strategy. So what do I mean by that? Well, we still don't know how to identify the highest likelihood. We talked a lot about local level races in the broad sense and how they're the most winnable, but we still haven't said, well, how do I actually identify and target the races that are the most likely of those local races? And so the data sweep is going to be the first step in how we answer that question. I don't know if Hannah was able to show the one-stop shop spreadsheet that I had created, but I created a spreadsheet that has the contact information for every single county elections office in the entire country. And this is where that tool comes into play. We can do outreach, or the state parties can do outreach to the county level elections office and start getting election data for the type of races that we're targeting in an effort to find what the lowest rung of races for these offices are. Lowest rung meaning what are the races, city council, mayor, school board, et cetera, that have the lowest total votes for these races consistently year after year. So again, the Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania did this, and they were able to identify over 3 dozen of these races for these types of seats where there was 50 votes or less in the entire race. So that then starts to set up the basis for a state level campaign around this strategy. And basically, if you don't have a political strategy or a set of goals, you're not really going to have a fundraising strategy, because again, the fundraising strategy is the mechanism by which we fuel the political strategy to achieve our set goals. And if you don't have a political strategy or a fundraising strategy, you almost certainly do not have a recruitment strategy. You don't have the basis to make a compelling ask of your members or your registered libertarians to get involved and aim their efforts in a viable way. But once those seats are identified, that again can be used by the state parties to create their own campaign around targeting these seats and recruiting candidates. So just for the example here, we're going to say that 10 seats were identified as the bottom rung. So then what can happen is those states find those candidates, shoot them up to the National Candidate Support Committee, get them to fill out the candidate survey that we have developed. That's very comprehensive, and the committee can help create template campaign structures or skeleton campaign structures for inexperienced affiliates. Now, I will say that this strategy will require phone banking for everybody involved. And frankly, if we're not phone banking, we're not serious. It's just where the rubber meets the road. Emails are good, mailers are good, but they're passive and they do not work the same way as phone banking. I won't harp it too hard, but basically, if we're not, the strongest thing I can say is that if we're not phone banking, we're not serious, and we shouldn't expect to get any results if we're not phone banking. So then once you have your seats identified, then you have the basis for your fundraising goal. So let's use the 10 candidates example. If you have 10 candidates who are running 6-month-long campaigns and the cost of voter gravity is $100 a month, that state party now has a $6,000 fundraising goal. And so again, now you have a strategy, it's reasonable, you have a reasonable fundraiser, you have exact metrics for what that money will be going towards. This is all the stuff that donors want to know. They want to know what their money is going towards. They want to know if there's actually a possibility for a return on their investment, so to speak. And so this gives state parties everything that they need to start engaging in actual campaign work, to do the phone banking, to do the marketing and all of that. Now, I understand that this sort of activity may be new to many states, that they might not have this level of coordination, that they might not have this level of targeting. And this is where, again, the national party can kind of create an incentive to help, get them in the habit or get them in the process of doing this. And what that might look like is once the national party is doing its fundraising and engaging in the campaign at the national level, can that state party get $3,000 or $4,000 toward that voter gravity goal, and then the party covers the other $2,000, whatever it might be, just to kind of get them in the habit. And if I didn't mention this,
Okay,
I'm on time.
You are at time. How much more do you have?
I am very close to done. 5 minutes, I think, we're covered.
Move to extend 5.
All right.
Seconded.
It's been moved and seconded to extend time by 5 minutes. Any objection? All right, go ahead.
Thank you. And if I haven't said, and I've actually already started on this process, my intention is to take this presentation to every single state party in front of their boards and in front of their members, so that we have maximum saturation of these ideas and maximum saturation of this kind of collaborative relationship. And I think that kind of effort is what it's going to take to get there. And so I've already done 4 states, and got many, many more in the pipeline. So once we have this all outlined, the state party can then start to promote these candidates, ask for funds, forward their strong candidates to the support committee, have them fill out the form, and we start doing our interviews, and while they're doing their campaigns, and all of this has also to do with the other survey that has been created to identify the campaign support staff. So, by this point, hopefully we have the beginnings, at least, of a database of our campaign managers, our fundraisers, our door knockers, and all of this stuff, so that we can start actually connecting people with the support staff that they need. So if you have 10 of these candidates and even a few of them win, which is the 33% rate that we win them at, that's most likely still going to be better than what they were doing before. And now they have members and volunteers who have experience, who themselves can go on to be leaders and candidates and all this sort of thing. Which then allows you to run the strategy back over and over again and up what that quote unquote bottom rung is, from 200 votes in this example to 300 votes, and expand the campaign. This is another way that the race or the strategy builds on itself year after year. So then year 2, we're at our statewide and state house candidates. You get your minority of candidates to be running for ballot access, running for debate access. Pairing them with these state house candidates to defray the cost of ballot access, and hopefully you have a few winners by this point who are, creating training, becoming stars of the party, expanding liberty in real life, building that trust, which then serves to increase and fuel our recruitment efforts. And so I want to get back to this point of leveling with people that they won't win these races, and why that's so important. Because again, I understand it might sound rude or crass, or like we're not trying to win, but the reality is that the strategy that I'm outlining is long-term. And that means that we need as many people involved as long as possible. And if we do not properly set their expectations, we are setting them up for failure, we're setting them up for burnout and then checkout. And that is not going to help anybody. So if we can level with them about the reality of these races, and how they can still win without not winning the race, and how it's all in service to a viable strategy, that's going to maximize their ability to not be disappointed and stay motivated. So then from there, everything kind of rinses and repeats. Year 3, we're back to local level candidates. So by this point, you should have a bench of state house candidates plus your winners from year 1, moving this forward. You up the bottom rung, and again, you can kind of see how it starts to build on itself year over year. And you should have more training from your winners. You should have that more volunteers from the state house races. And again, you can take that all into your recruitment efforts and talk about the good news of your state, the wins that you did get, and increase the efficacy of the recruitment efforts. So then by that, we're back to year 4. We're talking statewide and president. President kind of represents the best opportunity that we have to replenish the cabinet of our recruitment and just keep it going. But by this point, we'll have an actual machine in place to funnel what the president brings in, which we oftentimes lose. And it's viable, and we can kind of give them something to bite down on, having already been excited about the issues and the philosophy from the presidential candidate. And I believe that if we were to commit to this strategy, it is long-term, it will take a little time, but that in 2 or 3 years, we will have more political power than we've ever had in our 50 years, and be able to actually expand freedom and essentially create a patchwork of FU through notification across the entire country where we can never have like a mandate again, and we just pick them off one locality at a time with non-compliance.
Thank you, thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't know if there's
15 seconds.
Okay.
I don't know if there's Q&A or if that's tomorrow or what we're doing.
So here's what I'm gonna propose, since we're on a little bit of a tight schedule, we're a few minutes behind. We are gonna do, board training, which includes helping us work on a strategic plan today and tomorrow. If you could be available for Q&A tomorrow, maybe between 11 a.m. and 12 p.m., then we can make sure that everything is fully integrated.
I'm here for it.
Beautiful. All right. I think that concludes staff reports. All right, thank you so much, Mr. Heiss. I will reach out to you later today to check in, and if anybody has questions, why don't you pass them to me? I'll pass them to him so that we have everything fully prepped and ready to go for tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Mike.
Oliver, you're just on speakerphone. You can project.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I hope you had a chance to review the report that I prepared for this period. And as usual, I think it is fairly self-explanatory, although we have had an eventful period as documented in the report. A lot of what I spent time on in this period was related to the convention, either negotiating or revising contracts and approving contracts with the venues and various vendors and other related parties. And yeah, I mean, I think I'll just leave it at that. I could go through some of these bullet points are more significant than others, but like I said, I think they're self-explanatory. So why don't I just ask if there are any questions?
Any questions? Mr. Redpath?
Hi, Oliver, it's Bill Redpath. So we lost in the, in which circuit was it again in New Orleans on the Texas matter?
Hi, Bill. We have not lost there yet, and I hope we do not lose there yet. That is the Fifth Circuit, and that is the lawsuit on behalf of the Libertarian Party of Texas and other parties in Texas. I did go to New Orleans last month and had an oral argument before the Fifth Circuit. Unfortunately, as expected, the Fifth Circuit was not receptive to our arguments. In my opinion, we have winning arguments sorry, just to give some background context, this is the case in which we challenged pretty much every relevant aspect of Texas's ballot access laws because they really are some of the worst in the country, and taking them all together, it's just about impossible to become ballot qualified in Texas unless you have about $1 million or more. And we presented that evidence to the court. It was uncontested, and the district court upheld the entire statutory scheme, except insofar as it requires paper nomination petitions. The court essentially seemed to order the state to adopt electronic petitioning platforms, which in my opinion, could be a game changer, but it doesn't address the unconstitutionality of the substantive provisions like the high signature requirement and the very short petition period. In any event, the case was appealed to the Fifth Circuit, which really, from our perspective, has a terrible track record in ballot access cases. Essentially, no ballot access cases ever win in Texas or the Fifth Circuit generally. And so during oral argument, one judge was a senior judge and didn't really seem to have a firm grasp on the case, which admittedly is complex and has a very lengthy evidentiary record, which we compiled and should have helped our case. But the other two judges, I think, understood the issues, but were just not sympathetic to the arguments we were making. For example, with respect to the $1 million price tag of doing a petition drive down in Texas, they asked me, well, can't you just raise campaign contributions to pay for a petition drive? The answer, of course, is yes, but that doesn't make it any less of a financial hurdle, nor does it make that feasible for most minor parties, nor does it change the fact that new parties and independents and existing minor parties have to spend $1 million to get on the ballot, whereas Republicans and Democrats get on the ballot automatically at taxpayer expense. So that's the kind of issue that we were raising, and the Fifth Circuit just didn't seem to be receptive, unfortunately.
If we lose that, do you anticipate an appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court?
Yes. This case, we knew we faced an uphill battle in Texas and in the Fifth Circuit, and we always anticipated that we might have to take the case to the Supreme Court. As I mentioned, we have a comprehensive evidentiary record going back 50 years, demonstrating that anyone who has ever qualified for the ballot in Texas has only done so by spending large amounts of money, even going back several decades. And that the price tag now, as I said, is $1 million. And this is an issue that some courts have recognized a financial burden should contribute to the constitutional analysis. And if it costs a lot of money to get on the ballot, that helps demonstrate that the statutory requirements are unconstitutionally burdensome. But other courts, for example, I sort of anticipate that the Fifth Circuit will come out against us on this issue. So, and so did the Seventh Circuit, incidentally, in a case out of Indiana on behalf of the Libertarian Party there. So there's what we call a circuit split, different courts ruling different ways on the same issues. And that's the sort of thing that should attract the Supreme Court's attention.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. That is time. Does anybody want to move to extend? Does Mr. Hall need more time?
No, sorry, I can't sit here.
Mr. Hall, do you need more time?
I don't, unless there are further questions.
All right. Well, we are all done. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thanks very much to all of you. Thank you. Have a great one.
All right. Okay, we are done with staff reports and presentations. We'll probably hear a little bit more tomorrow. If and when we have questions, we want to hear from them when we're doing strategy work. We are at the point of a break. What time is lunch at? Ms. Kennedy, do you or Mr. Nicola know what time lunch is supposed to be at? I don't recall off the top of my head.
Okay, certainly see you. I'm gonna break out.
Days of working lunch, I believe it's noon, but I'll double check it right now.
Let's double check. I think it's. Let's take at least a 5-minute break right now. Is that good? Good, especially if we're breaking and doing for lunch. All right, we will return at 11:27.
Anna has 5 candidates, one of which already won for his town as an alderman there. Oklahoma, 5 candidates there, and I highlighted 3 of which are in 2-way races there, which very good over there. Texas has 44 candidates running, 20 of which were challenged on the ballot. Currently working that issue of seeing how many we can get back on the ballot or substitutions in. And let me see. And I highlighted 3 that are running very good campaigns over there that I wanted to highlight. Bob Keene, Kevin Hale, and Ryan Woodcraft. In addition, I threw in all the resolutions, yes, against the joint fundraising committee. from the states there. It does impact our lower level candidates being associated with Kennedy there. Let me see, as far as events, LP Texas is doing a big cleanup balloon event, outreach event. And there's a campaign election night party with the campaign that'll be in Dallas. And the Liberty International World Conference is going to be in Dallas come November. If you want to meet others in the international libertarian community and network there. It is potential for states that want to participate in that to be able to get some discounts for your states. Contact me. I know we can contact about that. Oklahoma wanted to point out the first state the certified ballot access for the Oliver Turmet campaign and all the great things they have going on. Texas, we made the immediate turn on the CRM way back and did the 180 on our fundraising there, and our fundraising was so good that our treasurer Joe Burns invited the executive committee to find opportunities to grow the party and create opportunities to expand our cash reserves. So hopefully the other states will follow as the changeovers in CRM. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Region 3?
Where was Mr. White running again?
Arkansas.
Right, okay. I heard that was a very good news.
Yes.
Yes. His opponents had to raise $100,000 for the position, which is very unusual for a state race in that area, just because he's so competitive against them right now. So.
Yes.
So he's a bad Republican versus no Democrat, correct? Is that the
That's correct.
How can people donate to his campaign?
His campaign is in I have his website and report, but it is, it's Michael White is mw4liberty.com is his website, and you can find his donation link on his website there. If you don't remember that, just click on it's one of the first links in my report there for you.
I will tell you that sending another part of the country to Canada, you would see $25 to make that candidate stay when you see people around the country notice their campaign and embrace it.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Up next, we have Region 4.
All right, I will try to keep this as quick as possible. Region 4 we have, so Region 4 again, just for everyone's education, is only California. We have enough members to be our own region, one state, one region. We do only have 5 candidates in California. However, that's actually good for us because, as you might guess, there's a bit of futility in running candidates in California that don't have Democrat next to their name. They are mostly city council or county supervisor type races. I do want to highlight Kelly Cardin and Bob Harwin, who are running for re-election actually. So they are already in those positions, which is great. Mr. Christian Cruz, a former military or current military guy actually, is also a very exciting race. Mr. Schwartz and Mr. Grant, I've not gotten a chance to connect with, but I would trust that they are great candidates as well. We are involved in 2 lawsuits actually that are pretty exciting as well. Judicial Watch is sponsoring the one against the Secretary of State for Voter Registration Act non-compliance. Basically, there's a big concern in California that the voter rolls are not kept up to date to the effect that it's allowing a lot of ineligible people to vote. I would note, just for everyone to know, when Mr. Governor Newsom was attempting to be recalled, I got the ballot informational packet in my mailbox. I never got the actual ballot in my mailbox. I took my acquiescence to a polling location and voted to remove him because that's the only vote worth making probably.
But the record shows she did not get the ballot because she's not dead.
Yes. Yes. We are also involved in another suit that was recommended to us by Mr. Richard Winger. And that one is challenging California's top 2 primary system, which is essentially that the top 2 vote getters, regardless of party status, are the
Beautiful.
There's an interesting disciplinary resolution in our report. I suggest we go through it.
We will read that on our own. Thank you very much. Oh, Mr. Nana?
Just a question about California.
Oh, do you want to move to extend time?
Because I had one too. I moved to extend for 2 minutes.
Okay, any objection? Hearing none, go ahead. Wait, yeah, go ahead.
Just a question about California.
Yeah.
Paperwork with the Secretary of State for Chase.
Yes,
After update model.
Yes, so the issue with that is, electors, and in the past, my understanding is that they simply submitted the list from convention as electors, which is not the appropriate way to do things per the law in California. So, you have to actually get people who are going to commit their vote to Chase, and also many of the people on our delegate list in California who are out of state delegates, we do allow that. So we are, I believe, we're working. Yes, Mr. Malaga, I'll have him finish because he's been talking to the.
Paperwork was submitted to the SOS as our attorney, so I got sent a letter informing the SOS of who our candidates were. I sent the certification from the LNC, and we're just waiting on the electors. The deadline for that is October 1st. The campaign has been told that because there is a lot of enthusiasm for Chase in California, that they should have no problem submitting a name of electors to me, which I will then submit to the SOS. But I cannot submit the list of delegates because California had 33 votes for Meta, 33 votes for Chase, and I cannot submit 108 names, especially because 24 of them are out of state. So they will have to help find the electors. Email blasts have already been sent out. I'm expecting one shortly.
What's the deadline?
October 1st.
So that's, thank you. Madam Secretary?
Not really a question, but a comment. Judicial Watch did the same thing in Colorado. When my husband was chair, we paired up with them and won easily. So that should be good news for California.
Yes. I'm very excited for working with them. And they're covering all the costs.
Yes.
Beautiful. All right, Region 5.
So I'm going to try to keep it short. I believe from talking to all the state chairs that all of the states in Region 5 will have ballot access. I know Virginia just submitted signatures on Friday. I think that in DC they're a write-in candidate for the presidential campaign. And I'll just say, I'll encourage everybody to check the report for everything else. And yield the rest of my time.
Thank you very much. Region 6.
Okay, keeping with the theme earlier, I'll just focus briefly on local candidates, local action. So, for example, me, you've got multiple local candidates running a hyper-local level. There's opportunity to successfully get to the council level. Additionally, just moments after a successful legislative drive, they gain as a major party status. They're going after local issues, land or use ordinances, for example, in a number of local towns. Same thing is true of New York. The local candidates who run receive anywhere in the 25 to 30% range in two-way states. Amazing given the challenge facing New York. New York will be registering, by the way, Tremont Oliver as a write-in candidate. Because only in the Soviet Republic of New York, you have to register for the right to be a write-in. Of course, New Jersey, phenomenal party. They've got a CBDC event coming up, again, focusing on the local nature of digital currency, particularly as it impacts New York and extended area financial markets. Massachusetts, as we speak right now, the Libertarian Party of Massachusetts, OMA, is on the Boston Commons fighting for your right to bear arms, your uninfringed right to bear arms. So they're out there with a number of other programs, with much goodness in our report, by the way. Rhode Island, of course, the beacon. We're about to relege this time both at the House and Senate level with 7766, which is our legislation which would reform ballot access from 5% of two offices to 2% of any statewide office. We now have a record of testimony for the Secretary of State of the state of Rhode Island to formally endorse the legislation. We're continuing to build a coalition, and we're looking for success in the December, if you will, session. So we'll be working aggressively with that. We're going to be sending out mailers. We've got a separate political action committee called River Pack, which is going to send out mailers as part of the election process right after the primaries, put people on the record. Let's see, Vermont's got multiple candidates as well as active engagement within the guard, again, by building coalitions, gets in by work groups. I think they covered it. There's much goodness in that report, I think.
What's the area coming in this report?
What's that? If you will, the cauldron of liberty. The fourth place of the American.
All right, time expired. Did you want to extend? All right, any objection? Go ahead.
Because it's such a fluid situation, do you know the up-to-date numbers on the Rhode Island signature?
I would say ballpark, the campaign has put a paid food on the ground. We got $5 signature day travel expenses, I'm proud to say. And so he's probably in the 300 range, or probably in the 700 range right now. I believe with most of the petitions that we've done personally by myself and a handful of other people, two other people. So we'll be petitioning again this weekend, and we'll go full time.
All right, thank you very much, Region 6. Well, we are at 11:47, so lunch is gonna start soon. So here's sort of how it's gonna go. Lunch is in the room next door. We have a working lunch, and we are gonna hear from Ms. Debbie Mason on what kind of work we're gonna do during lunch, and then I'm gonna cut you all loose.
Good morning. So we've got a few minutes before we walk over to lunch. I wanted to introduce myself, talk about what we're going to do for the next 2 days, and get you started on an exercise that I hope will help us. So first, I want to thank you for what you do. I have run successful candidate campaigns myself. I live in Florida. I passed 6 referendums around the state for things that benefit children and families and park and historic preservation and other things. So I know it's hard work, and I want to thank you for what you do very much. I have spent a lot of time reading years of minutes and all your documents and trying to understand your process and organization as it has been. And I'd like to entertain to you today that there might be some ways we could tweak that to be a little closer to best practices for board governance and a little perhaps better outcome and enjoyment for all of you in your participation. So that's what I always look for. I have done this work for 30 years with all kinds of groups around the country, and my goal is to help you get to a better outcome. So Hannah, would you mind passing out the why worksheet? So probably many of you have read Simon Sinek's book, Start With Why. Very pivotal, foundational book about communications and about persuasion, frankly. When you start with why, you really eliminate a lot of barriers and you really get to what matters to people. So I have a really simple worksheet that you're going to spend about 5 minutes answering for me. And I don't need long-winded diatribes. You can just bullet things out for me, keywords, key thoughts. And then I'm going to give you an exercise that you are going to do at lunch, working together. While you're doing your exercise at lunch, I'm going to be reading your info sheets while I eat lunch and pulling that into our work that we do today. So those are being passed out in just a second. You're going to complete those. Let me tell you about what you're going to do over lunch, please. So one of the things for me as a facilitator is to understand what you want out of this experience. Sometimes we get to do that through a board survey process beforehand, and sometimes we do it live like we're going to do it today. So when you go to lunch, it doesn't matter to me with whom you sit, that's up to you, but every group is going to have the same work output, please. So in your group, select someone to take notes, and the only outcome I need from you is 3 things. What are the 3 most important outcomes you'd like to see of our half day today and half day tomorrow? Everybody clear on the instructions? So every group will do that. When we come back from lunch, your reporter will share what 3 things your group wants. If you want to do that on a flip chart when you come back, you can. We've got flip charts and markers here. Or if you want to share that verbally, you can. Okay? Everybody clear on the instructions? Okay, all right. You're gonna complete this worksheet and hand it to me before you go next door at noon for lunch. From noon to 12:30, we have lunch. It is a working lunch. Whatever group you choose to sit in, everyone will do the same assignment. Every table must produce one list of 3 outcomes that you all agree upon for your table. So table 1, here's our 3 outcomes we'd like to see for the next 2 days of this strategic planning board governance process. Outcome meaning, so let me define that for you. If we use this time effectively in addressing best practices in board governance and updating our strategic plan, what will happen? What will we see? What will the benefits be? What are we looking for in terms of change for the better? Does that help? Yes.
I'm pretty sure you've answered it, but you don't need 3 for each of these things, you need 3 totals.
These are 2 separate exercises. This is your personal worksheet that you are completing and handing in to me before you go next door. And then while you're having lunch, you guys are gonna say, hey, we're spending a lot of time on this. What outcomes would we like to have? 3 outcomes.
Okay, I'm a dummy. So we have to do this before we go next door?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, please. Everybody good?
Yeah.
It's either the paper or the pen, it's size.
My pen is good.
It's not LNC, let me just turn it up.
Hang it up with my chair.
Okay, so I think everybody's good.
Yes.
Worksheet, 3 outcomes per table, every table. Next door.
Bring the sheets to you.
Bring the info sheets to me before you go to lunch.
There you go.
Thank you. Most important thing that you all wanted to get out of this weekend was a way to inspire collegiality, how we can learn to work together for common goals, teach us how to disagree respectfully, create some better behavior with the board and officers, improve our behavior together, teach us how to craft solutions when we disagree, how to present those solutions respectfully, and then some tactical things for your organization that you wanted. Several of you were very focused on, we need a financial and fundraising strategy to improve where we are financially. And several of you were very focused on updating your last strategic plan and being very focused on what was important and getting it done. So again, really great consensus across what your your luncheon group said and what you said on paper. So I'm just gonna say, listen, I am not the key to that. You are. I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna facilitate with you. I'm going to share with you things that I have seen other groups that have the same kind of issues deployed as solutions. But at the end of the day, each of you needs to be able to look in the mirror and say, how am I contributing to the dysfunction? How could I better check my own behavior? What would professionalism look like, which by the way, we are going to articulate? And what would accountability, holding myself and others to that better, higher standard look like? And that's what good board governance, a real piece of good board governance is. You shouldn't be spending your time worrying on those things because you have such important things to use your time together, right? So I'm going to spend a little bit of time going through some best practices. These are not my opinions. I've been a board governance consultant for 2 decades. I'm a part of national think tanks on board governance, how to use Robert's Rules of Order very effectively, instead of shutting down things. And this is considered best practice. You can take and modify what you wish for your organization, but I want you to know that there's a body of knowledge around this that supports what I'm sharing with you today. So I hope you find it beneficial. So, and stop me along the way if there's anything I'm saying that doesn't resonate or you have questions. So, basic question, why do you have a board? Mostly because you have to. It's legal, right? But high functioning boards really get into some of the functionality that makes boards worthy, right? Beyond the obligatory requirement. There is a maturation cycle to boards, just like there is to human beings. And those are founding boards, mature governing boards, early's kind of in between there, and institutional boards. And I'm going to give you some bellwethers of those along the way. So founding boards are very issue and personality driven. They're very dysfunctional. It doesn't matter how long they've been around, by the way. They haven't matured to function like a board could and should. And so typically in the founding stages, these are the roles, right? Well, I've met with groups that have been around for 20 years and they're still in this stage. They haven't matured. They haven't taken the actual practical steps to mature. So in a founding board, you have this loose governance style. You lack structure, and sometimes you have an unpaid CEO or a paid CEO, and they're also still the board chair. Usually founder syndrome is driven by the person or the group that creates the organization. Again, that can last for decades, right? But it's about lack of rigor, lack of accountability, lack of structure, and sometimes even if you have the best laid structure of bylaws, etc., not following them or not updating them to reflect contemporary practices that better serve you, right? So in a founding system, you see that a leader in more of an autocratic style versus a facilitatory style. As organizations mature, you see those leaders facilitate versus drive. And there's a real difference in the outcome of those processes. And usually you have very few policies and procedures, not good staff job descriptions if you have staff, and very tight locus of control, not a shared governance system. And shared governance is hard, by the way. I've been the CEO of 5 different foundations, and I can tell you, nonprofits, shared governance is hard, but when you do it right, the magic works. And it's really awesome. So then you get into these early governing boards where you start to have more engagement and involvement by the board and start to defining what does accountability look like? What does governance look like for us, right? And the founder usually is still involved at that point, but less the only driver and more one voice among the voices to create that. But you still usually have some looseness. In your organization, the way you get on this board is very prescribed. That's not the case for most organizations. You'll see some of those differences, right? But in the early governing board, you're starting to be business-like, but you still don't really have that down well. You still don't really go like clockwork, right? And you start to have more structure. You have a board orientation, you have term limits, you have clear job descriptions for board members, you have clear job descriptions for board officers. You start to have annual appraisal, self and group, of are you showing up and doing what you committed to doing, right? You start to put in place some of those infrastructure things. A mature governing board runs like clockwork, uses a consent agenda well, uses committee reports well. We're not sitting around reading committee reports or talking about what was in the report. We're only bringing them up if there's action or questions. meetings, right? So we're using our time more effectively. We're making an assumption that everybody shows up having done their homework. They've read the package. If they had a question, they reached out individually to the person submitting the report with who they had a question, and they don't bring up in the room their individual need for information. They only bring into the room collective needs for information or discussion. Everything individual, they do offline, because that they want to know it doesn't mean that they should take the time of everybody else in the room that doesn't need to know that or already has the answer, right? So you start to have really more efficient meetings where if there's something on the agenda, you actually get it done. And you actually use your time for what's important. And you start to have a cleaner definition between what is the board chair's role, what is the CEO's role, what are the officer roles, and what is the individual board member. So everybody knows what they have to do to pick up their work and run. Yes, sir?
Should a board meeting ever be a time for workshopping?
Absolutely, but you should have an agenda and planned ahead, and everybody should know the desired outcome. So you don't want to use that time blindly, you want to use it structured, right? So it drives to an end. Yes?
I know these are just broad categories, but have you seen like hybrids of these? And I'm gonna give an
And I will
example.
talk about
Oh, okay,
hybrids
then I'll
too.
shut up.
Yeah. No, that's okay. Yeah, look, it's a rare organization that falls cleanly into only one of these categories, right? I have worked with more than 500 organizations, and only a couple of them have really fallen cleanly in a category, right? So, also for mature governing boards, to your point, sir, there is flexibility. You do have flexibility to address what you need to address at different times, but you approach it in a methodical, organized way that's driven by policy and driven by behavioral outcome expectations, right? And then institutional boards, I'm really not going to spend a lot of time on. That's more like universities, large-scale public entities like that. And, the board is primarily there to have political advocacy and to fundraise, and really not in the weeds of the day-to-day at all. So, in just a second, I'm going to talk about the team. I do want to address what Kieran said about hybrid. So, in a hybrid situation, board members have a role, but the organization doesn't yet have sufficient staff in every role to fully execute the board's desires. So in a hybrid situation, I'll give you an example. I was the board chair of a hybrid organization, and we didn't have someone on staff for HR. So I stepped in and helped find the PEO and helped do some task things. And so when it came to the board meeting to report on that, I literally would move out of the chair's role and let someone else facilitate the meeting to talk about that staff functionality, right? So what's important about a hybrid board is you have to recognize that what you learn as a volunteer working on staff is a different lens than sometimes what you need to bring in the boardroom, right? Sometimes you don't need to bring the nitty-gritty into the boardroom because it's operational. What you need to bring into the boardroom is the governance consequence or opportunity of the operational level details, right? That's a hard line to walk sometimes, right? And the other thing is to realize that staff, when you're working arm to arm with staff, you take orders from them, not vice versa. You're fulfilling a function they need you to do. If you have an executive staff leader, you're there to work arm in arm with that person to fulfill what the board has directed, right? Then you come back to the boardroom, you put on your board hat, and you're focused on the governance. That can be messy for some people to manage, definitely. So you have to have good boundaries around that. Did I address your
Actually, I
question?
meant hybrid in a little bit of a different Okay, and an ideological organization, there can be shifts, particularly one that's existed for 50 years. And there's been many in our group where the organization is very well developed with bylaws, rules, but it's almost refounding. So, like when you were referring to founder syndrome, did you mean the literal founder of the organization or perhaps a founder of an individual?
Well, metaphorically, it could be either. But in this example, typically founder syndrome is tied to the person or persons that birthed the organization. In the case that you were bringing up, that's a change dynamic. That is a different dynamic perhaps than true founder syndrome. Okay. So but it's a great example. So if the founders from 50 years ago were still sitting on the board, very bad practice, by the way, but if they were, they might not like the direction you're going or the articulation of your definition of what they wanted, right? But things do evolve, and boards do evolve, and within the guiding principles, address those with today's eyes around today's issues, right? So there can be conflict. There can be. So this is the typical team, no surprise there, right? But let's talk about the board. You have three primary roles: vision, governance, and advocacy. Articulate the vision, we'll create a vision, articulate it yourself, and then in this second phase of articulating it is really communicating, articulating in a broad way to other people the vision in a way that some of you, I love that some of you use this word. It's inspiring to others to come on the journey with us, to be a part of what we're doing, right? That's what number 2 in articulate really looks like. And then ensuring the future of the organization. It is your responsibility to assure that you have enough money. It is. Fundraising is your job. Giving personally is your job in every situation. If you're not willing to do that, you might not need to be on the board. Maybe there's a better vehicle for you to sit on that doesn't have that expectation, right? Because that is an expectation of every board member of every nonprofit organization, regardless of which C category they occupy, right? So the other responsibilities: selecting and approving the CEO, annually discussing that compensation as a part of the budget process, and then disclosing that in your 990 or equally appropriate forms, and then the legal and ethical planning, fundraising, and policy making, and fiscal and board and audit. Those are kind of the primary buckets. And board development, what does that mean? Kind of what we're doing today, skill building, constantly skill building. And also it means constantly cultivating and having an eye ahead. Being on a board is a privilege, but it's also a responsibility. And every so often we should say to ourselves, what new talent, skills, ability, or perspective do we need to go find to be on board, right? Where, from a recruiting, building the board development piece. So articulating the vision, articulating the mission, ensuring the future of the organization, selecting the CEO, policy making, all those things, being on a board and doing it right can be a lot, right? So hopefully you, when you're hiring this leader of your organization, you've agreed on what are the primary objectives, they're in the job description, that person knows when they're going to be evaluated and how they're going to be evaluated. There's consistency to that. There's input and feedback that isn't just negative. There's positive input and feedback along the way, and we're assessing that performance. This is the biggest bucket we're going to talk about today. The 3 duties. If the IRS wants to shut you down, this is, besides financial, this is what they look at. Duty of obedience. Are you true to the organization? You don't sit on the board if you are driving your personal interests above the organization's. If you are making decisions that are not in the best interest, and that you're misaligning the organization from what you said in your IRS filing documents was your mission, right? So I see mission drift a lot. I don't see that with your organization, but I do see that with a lot of groups, right? And so the IRS is not really happy when you have mission drift. Duty of care. This is a great one, yes, sir.
So one of the things you'd said is doing things that are in the best interest of the organization. How do you draw the line between just sort of baseline maybe disagreement on the board and going outside of those bounds?
Can you ask me that in a different way? Because I'm not sure I know
So
specifically how to address that.
there might be disagreement on what the board can do, and you can only do like mutually exclusive decisions. And some people might think, oh, decision option number 1 is in the best interest. Some people think option number 2, and how that's going to happen. But how do you know when one of those is like drifting into issues here?
Okay, great question. Thank you. You need a playbook that defines these things. Your bylaws address principles. Your playbook addresses behavior. There's a difference. Your bylaws address the big picture how. Your playbook addresses behaviorally those things. So to your point, if we have a disagreement about how the board should approach something, what have we collectively agreed is our playbook step for resolving, right? Is it a pro and con debate? Is it a white paper and a discussion and then a vote? What does the playbook dictate? Particularly for bigger philosophical matters, that you need to have a process for healthy review and debate of multiple perspectives and agree on how you come to that process of decision making. That's what a playbook does for you.
So it's more of a procedural thing than like what the specific decision is.
Yep, and collectively, maybe you have a task force, I'm making this up, but maybe you have a task force that would outline that process, bring it back to the board for input massaging, and once you vote on it, that's your playbook. The other piece you have to have with that, though, is where's the accountability to hold the group to that once you agree on it, right? How do you have accountability? What are the consequences for people who do runarounds around what you've agreed on, right? There has to be consequences. If you have that runaround behavior consistently, it's so disruptive to the process of everyone else, right? So duty of care is one of my favorite things because it basically says when you make decisions, you're making decisions on facts, not opinion. You're making decisions on information, not speculation, such that an ordinary person walking in the room who knows not much about what you do would look at that same information, would look at those same facts, and come to the same decision as you. That is the IRS standard for the expectation of your governance behavior. That you're not making decisions over what you think you know or what you're speculating, but you're making governance big picture decision on what are the facts, how we analyze the facts, what do the facts say we should do, right? Not what your opinion, my opinion, someone else's opinion say we do. That, if you follow that alone, that removes personality and personal preference from the whole process. Let's just get back to the facts. What do the facts say, right? Yes, sir.
Are you saying IRS, and what do you mean by that?
The Internal Revenue Service decides if you get to have any kind of status with regard to nonprofit contributions to a foundation that supports you, nonprofit contributions, tax deductible contributions, all of those things. With political parties, you're sort of in the gray zone because these same principles are supposed to apply to you, but your contributions to you aren't a tax deductible donation. So that's why political parties fall in this gray area. And that's why you see a lot of advocacy groups form, and they do have to adhere to these, right? They have a whole different filing system with the IRS. Yes, Tina?
So since we are technically a political organization and our memberships, we fall under the same ideological roof, but there's a large diversity of opinion within there.
Sure.
And because some of us, for example, are representing members of states or regions, there are some times where the facts get away from people and they are pressuring us based on the different opinions. So
I get that.
how do you kind of handle that? Because I feel like sometimes we make decisions that are in the best interest of the organization at large, but people are personally upset.
So I have been in your boots, having been a national board member and representing a region. And it's hard because, sometimes your region doesn't want to do what is in the best interest of the collective whole. You represent your region, but when you sit at this table, you're making decisions for the greater whole. So you're certainly an advocate for your region's position. But hopefully, when it comes to votes and decision making, you're really asking yourself, what's in the interest of the whole? And sometimes you have to go back to your region and say, this was what our region wanted, but it really wasn't what every other region or most regions thought was the right thing for the organization, right?
Yes, I'm also sort of wondering too, even outside of that, it seems like the facts a lot of times are getting lost with a bunch of people in an organization who have different visions.
Yes.
And the membership, fully allowed to have different visions.
Yeah.
But I find that it's almost like in a situation where no matter what we do, someone's mad at us.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, so do you have a way of maybe explaining that to people? Look, you're a member, and I understand, but I have fiduciary duty to this organization.
Right. So if you were really using your strategic plan as a directional guide, that would help. And maybe you are, so I don't want to make the assumption that you are. I'm saying for organizations that use their strategic plan as the guiding document tied to their vision, it's really easy to say, not easy, it's easier to say, I get that that's your vision of how we should get to where we're going. The collective group chose a different path.
Right.
It's not wrong, it's just different. And look, it's rare in life that you have 100% consensus on anything important, right? I'm going to go to Stephen and come back.
Yes, to piggyback on that, I think we have a big area of opportunity in. I think we have a big area of opportunity in. No, seriously, I can't hear you. You can't hear me still? I think we have a big area of opportunity in in creating a strategic plan that we all have buy-in from the whole board. That's very clear. Because I think there's pockets of, we have general ideas of, we want to go focus on fundraising. We want to focus on membership. What does that actually look like?
Right.
Quarter to quarter that we can look back and say, were we successful? Were we not successful?
Right.
And perhaps that's a way that if we can put things on paper, we get our members to buy in. And they might not agree, but they know what we're working on, and they could see, hey, this is where we're working towards. You may like it, you may not like it, but this is our plan for the next amount of time.
Yeah.
And I think putting that on paper and actually really following that as a rubric for what we want to accomplish quarter to quarter when we sit in this room in another state, another hotel, to look.
I facilitated strategic planning for a group yesterday. It was our third point getting to metrics. 3 years from now, how are we gonna judge that we got to the goal line? What, define the goal line? In dollars, in members, in this, in that, right? And you might not make it all the way, but it's directionally focusing, right? And then, to this lady's point, you choose the strategies and paths, and you go raise the money to make it happen. And if you raise less money, then you might have to alter your strategy or path, right? But once you have that, it gives you a common discussion point to share with the states and say directionally, this is where we're going. You might have a fabulous idea. It could come to the board, but we have to ask ourselves, how does this fit in the strategic plan? Will we have to give something else up to accomplish this? Because no group has infinite resources, right? So,
Absolutely. Two things, and one dealt with what Ms. Hayes said, that maybe information that you don't have. Where we have this system where certain persons represent groups of states, those states have agreements amongst themselves where some of those agreements require that person to vote the way the states say, whether or not the representative thinks that's in the best interest of the organization.
Okay.
So that's another dynamic we have going on.
Right. So I'm gonna pause you right there. As the national organization, you get to choose what state organizations you let in, which ultimately defines that you get to choose the rulings of those states to let
That
them
is
in.
actually not the way it works.
Okay.
Because they have different state chairs. It could change next year.
I understand, but it's kind of like a franchise system, right? So I do a lot of work with franchise organizations, national organizations that have state entities. If you are the national organization, and from the documents I've read, in order for you to recognize a state organization, you are the recognizor.
I'm really just trying to, and I'm sorry, I'm really not trying to be argumentative, but that's just not the way this is set up here. When a state is let in, it's a very arduous process in order to not let them in, and you can end up right back in that same situation the year after, and you lose ballot access, lose hundreds of thousands of dollars, they can appeal to the JC. It's just not that simple. I think our regional system is screwed up and we shouldn't have it for the exact reason you said, is that regional sometimes might feel this is not in the best interest of the organization, but my state chairs told me to vote this way. So I just wanted to let you know that dynamic was there. That I think it's a flaw. It's a flaw that our bylaws do need to address. It's something that I think everyone is aware of. But another dynamic that perhaps you addressed and I just didn't understand it is, we're chosen by a very small group, relatively speaking, about 1,000 delegates. We're not talking about the regionals, but the rest of it, of people that are able to afford to go to a certain kind of conference. Sometimes those people are really, really representative of the entire membership, and other times they're not. And what's the interplay with the board, with its vision, which includes fundraising, of having its plan, but then sometimes having to realize that, 60% of the people in the party really don't like it. And that could tank your fundraising. Just on how to pivot on those issues, on that feedback loop between the board and the membership that ultimately provides the money.
So that was a really long question, and I'm processing that.
It's more of a dynamic that we have than a question. It's a reality.
If I could maybe rephrase, because I think I understand what she's getting at, is that there are some times that we may make a decision that is what we believe is in the best financial interest of the party, but yet the members disagree, so they pull their donations, for example. So we're bringing in money one way, but then losing here.
Okay. So
is that kind of Karen?
That was part of it. Yeah, that was a big part of it, but it was also that you need to be able to have the humility to realize that we're representatives, and it's not necessarily only of the people at the convention. It's of the entire membership of the organization. And sometimes we have to change our plans based upon that. Even if it's not what we necessarily would want, what was best, but it's best for the organization.
So I think I'm going to address that briefly and then we can come back to that. It's certainly your job to figure out a way to get feedback from your members. It's certainly your job to figure out a process for doing that allows input in a manageable way. But oftentimes you are more close to the information than an average member will ever be. And sometimes boards make decisions at a national level that members don't like, and they pull their memberships. That happens, by the way, not just in political parties, but in professional associations. I've worked with some international professional associations, and that happens. But those people either eventually come back or they get replaced by people who understand the consistency of the vision of where you're going. So you can't be hijacked if what you're doing is right. If you're making decisions based on fact, if you're making good financial decisions for your future that tie to your vision and your outcome, it's a consequence and you have to weigh the consequences and you need to have input, but you can't allow your board hat to be shaken by some people might not like this and we might lose a few people. You might also gain a whole bunch of others because you have clarity and direction that they ascribe to. Yes, sir.
What is the typical or average board term length that you see in a successful organization who's able to complete and implement these long-term goals? We have a fairly short term, 2 years. So what is the average you see, in your opinion, having worked with? What do you suggest? Not we control it.
So his question was, what have I seen groups do in terms of board terms? The current sort of industry guru agreement on that depends on the kind of board. Institutional boards like universities tend to be longer tenure, hospital boards tend to be longer tenure. 2 years for 3 terms, 3 years for 2 terms, total of 6, seems to be right now where the your strategic plan should be a live, iterative document that drives every penny you spend. It ought to be the thing that people wake up looking at and asking themselves, is what I'm doing today going to get me there? And if you say no, you don't need to be doing it. Or you need to have healthy debate about why it's important to do it. If it's not going to drive you to where you have agreed you want to be. Also, I would say a current best practice for strategic plans is more like 2 to 3 years because the world is changing so fast. It's very difficult to have a viable 5-year strategic plan, particularly given where you are financially and organization. I wouldn't try to push them, right? I don't think you have the depth yet to do that. So just know that going in, maybe we modify how we do it so we can be more successful at doing it, right? Yes.
Just follow up on that last one, because I absolutely agree with you. We've seen this over so many years. You're always going to lose members, and you're always going to gain new ones. But the trajectory should be up. Otherwise, there's an issue. Even if you in your heart think, oh no, this is the best decision. Sometimes the members disagree with you.
So you have to be willing to see that through the long-term lens.
Yes.
For instance, most organizations when they have a dues increase have a slight dip where some people go, no, I'm not doing that. They always pick back up. Almost always pick back up. So you have to factor that into your budget process, into your thought process. So make the right decisions for the long-term right reason, understand the short-term consequences, and plan and budget, right? So I'm gonna go on here. These are the first two duties. Third duty, duty of loyalty. Undivided allegiance to the organization first before me. This actually came about, does anybody remember Exxon, Sarbanes-Oxley, congressional hoo-ha around all of that? The nonprofit version of that followed soon thereafter, and this was actually added in the early 2000s to the nonprofit legal perspective of board governance. And basically what it says, it actually came out because so many nonprofits were having bad real estate transactions with people on their board. So in other words, I'm a board member and I say, oh, you can rent my building, and then I jack up the price. And instead of giving it at market rate, the nonprofit isn't bad because the nonprofit doesn't do a market study to understand what the market rate is. And so that person's sitting on the board and getting enormement out of the ordinary. You are allowed, by the way, in many states to do business with a board member. There's a process you have to follow to do that. In about half the states in the country, it's illegal to do business with a board member because the states have dictated that, not the federal government.
There was
Yes.
something interesting when you read it that I never noticed before. So undivided allegiance to the organization, I think everyone knows that organizations interest have to come or any personal gain. But when it says undivided allegiance to the organization, unless in the organization statement of purpose, it's like, you know, they be or both working together, would that include undivided allegiance to the organization also in relation to other organizations? Say you sit on two boards, and at some point, and that's not the only circumstance, I'm giving that as a possible one, where doing something for one might harm the other.
So I think the way I'm going to answer that is when you sit in this room, you make decisions about what's best for this organization. And it's wonderful if your decisions can benefit other organizations as well. But your primary lens is how does it benefit this organization? So there's, in this particular realm, there's avoiding even the appearance of conflict of interest. My first career was in communications, and I always said I worked in very big corporations, and I always said to my CEO, if you have to ask me, you shouldn't do it. Because it will appear wrong, even if it isn't wrong, right? So sometimes things that are very legal don't look right, even though they're legal. So, you really want to have this good process for discussion. As a board member, you aren't accepting gifts from vendors. You just want to avoid any kind of appearance of conflict on this list. And then this is the concept of annulment I was explaining to you. There are actually financial consequences for this. So if the IRS comes in and says, you haven't followed the duty of loyalty, they will fine the organization and they will fine the individuals involved, even including your highest paid staff. So this is something you definitely want to avoid. Okay, so you know about this part, right? So once you have a strategic plan before you build your budget, you say, what are we going to get done out of the plan this year? You have an annual plan. It's got 3 or 4, maybe 5 goals on it. That's it. Very specific. What are we doing this year? How are we judging if we've done it well? And then we build a budget to achieve that, right? And then I talked about this earlier, fundraising and fundraising, and then oversight, right? You've got oversight of the budget. The finances are presented to the board regularly, whatever that is, if it's monthly, quarterly, semi-annually, whatever that is, right? And transparently. And then if you need capital, you have a plan for capital. And if you have an operating budget, you direct staff, or in your case, you kind of have a funky hybrid where your board chair has a lot of that responsibility too. And then all these policy things. So you're responsible for developing policy, not procedures. In your kind of hybrid situation, if you're helping staff with things, you might put on your volunteer hat and be in that hybrid role of helping to write procedures. But when it comes before the board, you're directing policy. So what does that look like? Here's a great example, gift acceptance policy. A board decides what kind of gifts will we receive from what type of organization. And in other groups, might not be yours, let's say someone leaves a mega yacht in their will to you, your gift acceptance policy says, as much as we'd like that, we're gonna sell it and use the cash for our mission. That's a gift acceptance policy. Staff writes the procedures around how to accept the gift, how to get the gift sold or processed, right? And then assessing board gaps. So because of the way you all are elected from the floor and nominating from the floor, this is a little harder for you, right? But I'm arguing that you could do more recruiting to fill gaps that you have on your board of folks in the field that would be interested and worthy of serving at a national level, right? So you're looking at what kind of talents do we have on the board, what kind of talents do we need? You got the geography thing wired. The bigger picture things, maybe you have an opportunity to really look at here, right? To get us from here to there, what kind of board members do we need? Yesterday, I just went through that with a group who said the people that got us here aren't the right kind of people that are gonna get us over there. We need nationally recognized corporate CEOs or C-suite people on our board to get us there. Those of us that are in the C-suite but not high enough probably aren't going to be the ones to take us to the next level. So that's a conversation you should have, right? Where are you going? What do you need to drive and facilitate getting? Oh, and then one other point. Do you guys have a board evaluation system? Do you have a board job description? Those are opportunity areas for you. So that way anybody who wants to run from the field can see exactly what the expectations are. You attend 6 meetings, you pay for it yourself, you serve on 2 working committees, you submit written reports, you sign a pledge of confidentiality, you sign a pledge of, actually there's all kinds of things you have to sign. A whistleblower policy, a confidentiality policy, a care and duty policy. So you're telling people in advance, this is the job description. You have to raise $20,000 or whatever your total is. You have to give X amount, whatever that is. You say it up front so people understand and there's no confusion. And then at the end of every year, you hand that back out to people and say, check off the ones you've actually done. And if you haven't done 80% of them, should you sit on the board? If you're not going to hold yourself accountable, what is the collective accountability? Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any sample board evaluations that we could?
I do. Basically, it takes the job description and flips it and has, did you meet this or not? Yes or no, right? In your case, you don't have a nominating committee. In my example here, I referenced a nominating committee. In your case, you'd have to self-evaluate because you don't have a vehicle for a group evaluation. But in other types of board, there's a self-evaluation. And then there's actually usually the executive committee or the governance committee that says, hey, Sally, we know you mean well, but you must be really busy this year because you aren't fulfilling the obligations, right?
So we self-evaluate or we also evaluate other board members?
I have seen organizations that have peer evaluations. If you have a healthy board and it's a good governing board and you have a process for receiving those anonymously and delivering that information respectfully, it works.
Maybe we just go play 8 ball or something.
Well, you could also do the black ball in the cookie jar and you come back and the people who have black balls in their cookie jar have to go. Yes.
What about getting to job descriptions.
Okay, so, that's actually a pretty easy matter. There are a million examples. I can send you a few. And it's basically just agreeing what are our tasks that are essential to perform as board of directors and putting it on paper and voting on it. This is what a board of director for our organization must do. And then you decide if you have an attendance policy, which I believe you do, and it says you must attend 80% of the meetings and someone doesn't, who removes them? What's the removal process, right? Accountability is as important as the document itself. Yes, sir.
So we find ourselves in a position where we have a board where not only is the board responsibility, it's actually mine.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And that's been a source of confusion.
Okay.
For the last few years.
Okay.
I wasn't on it. So what do you do about that? We've got committees and everything, which are run by members of the board, where you've got this gray zone between employees, volunteers from outside the committee. Do you see that a lot? Is that a good idea?
I do see that a lot, and it can be a good idea. It's all about delivering the expectation of outcome. Hi, we have a strategic plan, we have an annual plan. This year, we have these committees, committee chair, you have to achieve this with your committee this year. This is how we're judging your success. And this, by the way, can't be 12 things, right? It's got to be reasonable. The committee chair says, okay, I got my marching orders. That's what we focus on. Committee members have other ideas. You say, hey, there's a process where I take that back and we see how it fits into the strategic plan and into the annual plan, and if we have resources to do that. Otherwise, when you recruit volunteers for your committees, they see up front. This year, the development committee has to raise $750,000. This year, the capital committee has to evaluate 3 new office spaces and make recommendations to the board, right? Whatever it is with specificity, the committee knows they're delivering.
Can I just follow up on that?
Yeah.
So you've got committees where you've got this kind of cross-border responsibility. You've got committees where, you need directors' support, employees, directors' support to support the committee.
Right.
So you've got and then you've got it going the other direction as well. So you've got this relationship where you're actively engaged with taking meeting staff time.
Yes.
To get your work done.
Okay, I hear you on that. So what has to happen is a culture of expectation of what's staff's role versus volunteer. In most organizations, staff is there to help organize and calendar meetings. I'm not saying this is right for yours. Staff is there to provide you with necessary information that you might have, that staff might have. In many organizations, staff is not there to take the minutes. That's a volunteer's responsibility. In larger, mature organizations, staff does do that. It's about clarifying roles, right? What does staff do? What does board do? It's all about clarity and definition. Steve?
So I think another area of opportunity is oversight of the committees.
Oversight of the committees.
And when I was chair of the LP Florida, the directors at large and the officers had a role in overseeing the committee. So it wasn't the whole board's job, but a smaller group within the board to say, hey, what's going on in this committee and that committee. And we took that to the greater board and said, hey, we noticed that this committee has some dead weight on it, and the chair of that committee, requested for us to find them some new members and take these individuals off that subcommittee. But also, do you think that would be an opportunity for that subcommittee to say, hey, you know what, these are from the greater board's vision, what we want, we're going to pass that down to you and basically keep that oversight on these other committees. So, you basically have a part of the board that's on the board, overseeing it. So we have directors at large. Here are 5 DALs. I'm one of them, and we don't have any specific job duties. I think that may be an opportunity for us to say, hey, we're a part of the board, but we want to go in and we want to, basically be the voice back and forth, the liaison to these smaller committees and make sure they're doing their job.
That's great, and have that connectivity, yeah. That's
You ever
great
removed his dead weight? Was that awkward?
We're pretty honest, right, Matt? Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's something to consider and explore, definitely. Definitely. So, I know you already look at these things, so I'm not gonna spend a lot of time on them. In some organizations like yours, there's actually a job description process, and there's a competition almost, and there's healthy dialogue about, wow, we have multiple people for this role. Who's really got the right skill set that we need right now? Not just who's coming from what geography, right? So I think that could be something you could look at. How do you really bring talent and skill set into the room as well? What skill sets might you need that you don't have? This isn't as applicable to you because you go by body, but in most organizations, there's actually a process to get on board that involves showing them the job description, interviewing them. Even when I ran to be on the national board for a national professional association, it was very competitive. And you submitted, an interview tape, and you got interviewed by a panel all day long. And, it was very competitive because it was prestigious to be on the national board, and you were going to work your daily off, and they wanted to make sure you were going to deliver. So, having some process is not a bad thing, right? And it tends to get people that are serious about doing the work versus those folks that want to put it on the resume and be it. Okay. Board orientation. Do you do that well? No. Okay. Opportunity area. When people are new to the board, they need an orientation. How do we work? What decorum do we expect? What rules do we follow? How do you get information if you don't understand things, right? Teach people how you want them to behave. Teach people how you want them to contribute. Don't let them come in a room and sit and try to figure that out. Deploy their assets early. Put them on a committee that would be of interest to them. Get them engaged from day one and show them the appropriate behavior that you all have decided for your playbook. Okay, mentors. I've seen a lot of groups use mentors very effectively for new board members, at least informally, before and after the first couple of board meetings to say, I didn't really understand that, it moved so fast, what's the backstory? And then advocacy, you guys already do this, so I'm not even going to cover this. A lot of boards that I work with don't really do advocacy work and don't really look at what's going on in the field and the environment, and I know you guys do that well. So, the only thing I'm going to say to you is in reputation management and listening. So, because, let's see how I can say this. As an outsider, reviewing a lot of your processes, minutes, and things, things haven't run as smoothly as they could. Things haven't run as, well, I'm going to use your word, professionally, as they could. So I think perhaps you might consider the impact on your reputation as a national organization around those things. And the environmental assessment of that and having people be inspired by you is a huge opportunity, right? Many of you are here because you are inspired by what this party can do and already is doing in some areas, and you want to do more, right? So figuring out how to listen to many voices and bring that into the room in a positive way is really gonna be beneficial for your organization, right? Because you do represent many differing opinions. You do. And diversity of opinion is a really healthy thing if we manage it in a way that respects it and allows for it and then takes it in and moves forward, right? Instead of feeling drugged down by it. So I think that is worthy of reflection. And I would ask you to say, what is your role as a board member? Where have you contributed in a way that could be more positive going forward? So, and the last thing I'm going to talk about is effective boards. So an effective board has that strategic plan front and center as a rudder and focuses on the important things and builds the agenda to do that. Consent agenda, everything that isn't important and relevant and doesn't need to be discussed or voted on, right? And then that gives you the confidence to take some educated risks if you do that really, really well. But working as an effective corporate unit is the key bellwether, and you aren't there yet. By your own writing to me on those sheets, you aren't there yet. So one of the things we're going to talk about is this performance metrics. What are the performance metrics we want for your board to be held to that would look like doing it right? So that's really what we're going to focus on. And then the way that you use your staff currently really isn't in a CEO role, but that person does have a lot of these same responsibilities in terms of management. I understand the chair has a lot of day-to-day involvement, much more so than in other organizations, but that's your design currently. So you can choose to change that or choose to leave that, but there is a role of the CEO in that liaison role from board to staff and facilitation and supporting the board productivity. And then in the day-to-day oversight of the board is giving me policies to follow in finance and IT and HR and tech. Am I following this? Am I taking the organization in the board's vision of where it needs to go? And the CEO really leads the annual planning. So when I was a CEO, I'd say to my board, okay, we've got a strategic plan. What do you want me to hold staff accountable for getting done this year, right? And how are we going to build a budget to do that? And what specifically are the metrics? Don't talk to me in vague terms. I want something specific so I know how to hit it, right? Don't be vague about it. So, and then all these other things which I'm not. And you don't really have an advisory board. Meeting management, I've already talked about all of this, so I'm not going to spend any time on it, but this is kind of your checklist for effective meeting management. Consent agendas, written reports, behavioral guidelines, metrics, follow-through, and accountability. You guys already use drives very effectively. Your board packages in advance, all of those things, check, 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 you're doing all those things right, which, by the way, a lot of groups don't. So feel good about the things you are already ahead on that many groups aren't. And then, I'm seeing a lot more where boards are spending some social time getting to know each other and building relationships. I just did an interesting research training this year for the Society of Human Resource Management. And it was around how people build trust. And it was a continuum. And on this side of the continuum was a trust building called cognitive. And basically what it said is, I'm going to build trust by seeing that you do your job description right. I'm cognitive. On the other side of the spectrum was people who built it affectively, affective. And basically what that was, I'm going to build a relationship to you. We're going to go have a drink. We're going to have beer. We're going to have lunch. We're going to have whatever in a semi-social setting, even if it's during the meeting construct, right? I'm going to get to know you as a human being. If I trust you as a human being, I'm going to assume you do the performance things right. But if you don't, even though I like you, I'm gonna be willing to call you out on the performance things. So, yes.
So you're encouraging us to drink during these meetings? Is that
Maybe.
correct?
Hey, together, socially, together. But you know what's interesting is when you map that by cultures, most people in the US fall heavily into the affective range, but it differs by region, right? So raise your hand if you're cognitive. You judge people by their performance or, okay, so that's about 3/4 of the room. And the rest of you are relationship driven or somewhere in between.
I do it based on looks.
On looks, always a good marker in my mind. Okay. But that's something to keep in mind, right? So not only are you coming in the room with regional differences, priorities, a different maybe political agenda of what's important to you, you're also entering the room building trust in different ways. Yes, sir.
So there is a discussion amongst us about in-person versus remote meetings.
Uh-huh.
So right now, we are technically supposed to have in-person meetings.
Uh-huh.
What's your experience been with that, particularly political? There's some who want to go down to 2. There's some who want to go up to 6.
We're not going to run out of that.
The nature of human beings requires personal touch. The nature of building relationships requires personal time. The methodology for doing that is very individual. Some people can build great relationships never having met the person physically. But for group dynamics, you need some time together to build that. If you don't function well in person, you're never going to function well on Zoom. If you don't trust each other and you haven't built trust in person, not going to be there when you try to do something electronically. It's just going to create even greater frustration, most likely. So I will tell you that I recently was a CEO of an international association on an interim basis and had people in Hong Kong, had people in Africa, had people in Europe. And I said to the group when I took the job, everybody has to come here for a week because we have to know each other first and trust each other. A lot of the issues that you're having are because people don't understand each other. They have cultural barriers, they have time differences. The same is true for being in America, right? We got time differences, we got culture differences. So I'm an advocate for as much in-person time as you can give to build healthy dynamics. Okay, and this is all about the strategic plan. So I want you to look at Richard Chait's work. He's kind of the bellwether for organizations that do this right. And basically, he identified 3 different levels of boards. Most boards do fiduciary. Yep, we're going to look at those expenses, we're going to look at that budget, we're going to pay attention, and we're going to set a mission. But we've got some committees, and we've got policies and procedures and bylaws that we follow, right? As boards evolve, they start to become more strategic. They not only have a strategic plan, they actually use it and make it viable for driving the organization. And you can see some of these other bellwethers. They start to use task forces really effectively. They start to listen and bring input very effectively. And they have a high degree of technical expertise among the board that's deployed well. Generative is where very few boards go. It is so much fun to work for a board that's generative, right? It's inspiring. They know how to tackle challenges. It assumes they do these first 2 steps right. You have to do fiduciary right and strategic right to have the bandwidth at board meetings to get to generative. So if we were doing fiduciary right, and if we were doing strategic right, 90% of your time together in your in-person board meetings would be on generative. Where are the challenges and where are the opportunities, and what can we do to seize them and move forward, right? That's an exciting board to be on. It requires discipline and rigor to do the first steps right to get there. All right, so I am not gonna cover this, but I'm gonna just, there's a whole section here for the board chair's role. Leading meetings, consent agendas, all those things. Working with the ED and committee members to get their reports, working with donors. It's an exhausting job to be a board chair and to do it right. It's exhausting. So when you have a volunteer who does that, you definitely want to thank them because it feels never ending. It's also the board chair's role to be the role model, to be the facilitator, to help reframe issues, to help facilitate conversation, and to manage and motivate you all as volunteers and to facilitate movement. How you use your board meeting is up to you. You have X amount of time. Think about that. How many of you are business owners? Right? So a full-time job is 2,080 hours a year minimum, right? 40 hours a week. And as business owners, we probably would double that, right? Okay, translate to how many hours a year can you give to this organization as a board, right? So let's pretend you have 4 meetings a year and they're 2 days each. 8 days? 8 days? Maybe some committee work, so maybe it's 20 days? How you use that time has to be your biggest priority reset right now. That will help you so much. If you can have consensus about how we use our time. If we're only gonna spend 20 days a year on this important thing that we're all inspired to do, how are we gonna do it better? And that's what we're gonna transition to figure out. So, does anybody need a stretch break or anything? I'm just moving to this. This is like your critical success factors. Do you trust each other? Do you have integrity? Do you have courage to bring up the difficult topics in a respectful way, right? Do you have the right plans in place? Do you have good role definition? And are you doing your 3 roles? Yes, sir?
Yeah, I got a quick best practices sort of question.
Please.
How should board members air disagreements publicly? Media, meetings, social media, that sort of thing. Is there a, in your experience, how best should a board member discuss with the general public their disagreements about something that's going on within the board?
Your confidentiality statement should say, if we disagree in the boardroom, it stays in the board. Anybody that violates that is off the board. It is not ever appropriate to share a governing board's disagreement in any form other than if it is shared appropriately in your minutes. Ever. Ever. It is a fiduciary responsibility to put the organization first. First. If you disagree to the point that you feel the need to vent on social media, it might be time for you to resign. Because that is not an appropriate vehicle at all. Steve, and then I'll come to you.
How many boards have public lists and transparency for business?
I can't hear you, Steve.
I'm sorry. How many boards have public lists or public? We do our business transparently, so
Yes, you do.
everything we do
Yep.
is
It's posted.
forever integrated
Yep.
to the internet.
Yep. Yes, it is.
And live stream.
Okay. And it should be,
Yeah.
but it speaks to decorum of how, right? If you're doing things from a respectful place, everybody should feel heard. But part of your responsibility of a board member is, I made my pitch, I was listened to, folks disagreed, consensus was not in my favor, we're done. We're done. And if it's that important to my region, maybe it comes back next year, maybe it comes back in a different forum down the road, but for now, we're done. I love that you guys are so public and so transparent with so many things. And that if you were having that healthy debate in the room, great. We hear the pro side, we hear the con side, we make a decision, we make a vote, we're done. But talking about it in social media afterwards is almost like gossip. It's not productive, right? It's done in the room and it's done. That's it. Yes, sir.
To piggyback off of Michaela's question with transparently, does everything have to be, it's just the important stuff, right? Whether it's a particular debate or discussion, like you said, you lost the room, whatever, it's done, you move on. Votes, obviously, things like that, but not everything has to be public. I mean, there is, right? I mean, as far as transparency is concerned, just the things that are essential to the boards or the stakeholders involved or whatever, that they are up to date or up to speed on whatever's happening. But would you say that in your experience, it's productive to have everything always out in public?
So,
barring executive session stuff.
I'm sorry, what?
Barring executive session, I mean, that's
Right.
for sure private. But I mean,
Right.
Does everything in your experience, or in your opinion, I guess, need to be public? Or where would you draw the line?
Okay, so the analogy that I would give you is if you do business in Florida with government, it's public, it's in the sunshine. And I do business with a lot of governments. I facilitate strategic planning, I work with different utility bodies, cities, whatever, right? I would go look at their minutes and see how they approach things. They are open about discussion ensuing and points that are raised, but in a diplomatic, a truthful way, right? There is a line that you balance with truthfulness that shows respect to the speaker who maybe lost their temper and said things in a certain way that maybe don't need to be said in those exact words in that exact forum, right? I think you have to draw the line between what's in the interest of your members and how do you publicly share that with open transparency, the business of the organization. Absolutely. Yes, sir.
What happens on the board if the debate doesn't occur in the first place and decisions are decided ahead of time, pretty much without debate and pushed through?
Okay, so your playbook should dictate. Your bylaws are governing documents that are vague with regard to precision of practice often and things like that, right? So your playbook defines what things do the executive committee decide, what things do certain officers decide, what rights do they hold for those decision-making, and what rights does the greater body hold for things that must come to it for decision, right? So your playbook can very clearly define that scope of authority, scope of responsibility, where decision-making lies. That should be a healthy discussion that you all have. You might have it in a task force first that would come with recommendations to the full board for conversation. Otherwise, it's left to vague interpretation, and Steve might have a different interpretation than I do, than Angela does, than Karen does, right? You can't leave things to interpretation. You have to really push this out. Yes, sir.
Well, I think what he's driving at, I think I'm not wrong, and I've been on the LNC since 2017, this has been a problem among everyone, is a decision we made at the bar among a group of the LNC that maybe constitutes enough of a majority to push through with no opposition. And they all decide amongst themselves, we want to do this, we're not going to allow dissent, we're going to just go do it. They don't build consensus with the opposing side. They'll do things like use Robert's rules to shut down debate and not extend time on issues. How do you, obviously that shouldn't happen, right? Like you said, if we're going to have a healthy relationship as a board, you have to have open and transparent conversation, especially in this room. So, I guess I'm answering my own question. It goes back to what you said, Richard. We all have to find it within ourselves to behave with decorum and respect for each other. But I guess, do you see that a lot among boards, especially? No. Happens a lot here, unfortunately.
I want to answer him and we'll come to you. Thank you for sharing that. It helped elaborate on the gentleman's point. What I heard in your writing to me on this paper of what you wanted as an outcome was that behavior is no longer suiting people. That behavior is no longer desirable by people on the board. And people are looking for a more appropriate way for voices to be heard and conversation and debate to be done. Having said that, the way that you structure your agendas with the time restrictions allocated may make you rethink how to do that constructively, right? So how much time do you need for a healthy discussion? Is there only one person making a pro position and they get 3 minutes and then the opposing position gets 3 minutes? Those are things you want to think through in your playbook, right? Like how do we air differing perspectives? What are the rules for healthy engagement around that before we vote?
And then just one thing to add, I think every chair runs a meeting differently. This is not a knock on Angela at all. I know one thing we've done in the past that I thought was very effective was when there was a debate that was either heated or whatever, or perceived to be a 50-50, or maybe it's not, you way to determine that can't be fair, in my opinion, is you go, okay, let me hear one opposing argument. And then instead of just calling on the next hand, you say, okay, who's in favor? And then you go back and forth. It's an easy way for the room to determine, for everybody to read the room, well, only 2 people are in favor, well, then it's probably not the party.
Right. That straw poll perspective can be very beneficial. I agree. Yes, sir.
In our world in particular, you've got, I don't want to say competing loyalty, but you've got lots of little stakes. Okay? If you're at the board level, you probably belong to an individual member. You're an individual member of the state party. You may be an officer of the state party. You may or may not belong to a caucus. And of course, you're on the board.
Right.
So you've got this food chain. And in an organization like this, everybody's got it. People who invest time and money, if the organization have money. Sometimes people who invest no time and money, if the organization have even a bigger one. Is there any level of privacy? I mean, I've always personally believed that if you're a board member, you're first and foremost, particularly an organization this size, your primary responsibility as a board member is to identify this. Is that fair? Is that a fair assessment? Let's see.
Yes, good point. So, if you choose to be on a governing board, that is different than any other volunteer responsibility. It comes with legal responsibilities, fiduciary responsibilities, and it comes with an expectation that you're sitting in that role, right? So again, that comes back to the duty of allegiance and loyalty. If some of your other roles create conflicting situations for you, you need to decide which role you wish to sit in. Because you have to have duty of allegiance to a governing board. And if you have multiple governing board positions and they create conflict for you, maybe you need to choose which of those, to which of those you can be loyal and meet those 3 duties. Hang on 1 second, I need to go back to Karen.
So for one thing, I highly disagree with you, but I'm going to piggyback off of what Justin said. There is a lot of times where this motion can debate because there is a super majority and the minority is just not voting. And that happens absolutely frequently.
I disagree with you that just because you're on a board, typically a political one, when there are different views, that you can't say a disagreement elsewhere. Just absolutely and utterly disagree with you. I do think there are certainly lines. Don't think you should be making fun of people for being autistic or things such as that, which can create other legal liabilities. But I don't think that people have lost their freedom of speech because they're on a board and they didn't agree with the vote. In fact, a lot of people ran on the very fact that if they don't agree with the decision, they're going to say so.
Okay.
They
Well,
ran on that platform and they were elected on that platform.
I can only tell you what best practice is, what people individually choose to do. I can't control, but what I would say to you is, if there's always gonna be times when you're in the minority and you disagree with the decision. And your response to that is, this is the way the board voted, my personal opinion was given in the room. And you are bound, you're bound to the duty of loyalty to the decisions of the organization. You may not agree with everyone, but the unit of the purpose of the entity has to come before you.
Understood, but something that the entity is not co-standing with the board. The board people are temporary occupants of that seat. And there can be people who have strong opinions that just because a majority said something, that does not mean it's in the best interest of the organization.
Unfortunately, the action will be taken and debate is over.
But a lot of times debate isn't even allowed.
It goes back to.
And you said something about it being in the minutes. Debate doesn't go into minutes. The only thing that goes into minutes are things done, not things, aren't things said. But a lot of times, full debate is not allowed.
Yes, sir.
Do other organizations make a distinction between debate and being held conversationally hostage? Does that make sense? You know, when you do have a majority and there is something, when there's something there and it's very clear, and there's no real, you know, sometimes it does happen on this board where there is no actual, it's not real debate, it's just stall. And this is why we have time limits on things. Otherwise, I'm not sure how familiar you are with libertarians, but if you give them 8 hours to discuss something, they will discuss it for 8 hours and then probably extend the time forward. So I think, so I'm actually asking if there is a distinction in other organizations as to whether or not good faith debate is had and you've both given your piece, one wins out, the other one doesn't, versus I'm just going to stall endlessly because I know that the decision that's going to be made is not going to be the one that I want, and I'm going to hold everyone in this room hostage as a punishment.
So, Angela wants to piggyback on what you said. Your playbook needs to dictate how you have healthy debate. If you decide healthy debate is 3 minutes for one side and 3 minutes for the other, that's what should be it, right? Done. You take a vote. There's always going to be a winner and a loser or a draw, and then you re-vote. But at some point, you've got a decision. It is the responsibility of board members to adhere to that decision and to not create dissension around that decision. Should they have their opportunity to be heard? Absolutely, both sides should be heard. Should anyone get the right to hold the room hostage? Never. But your playbook should dictate the behavioral expectations in a way where that can happen. Yes.
Okay, you may have seen we cram our agendas full down to 2 minutes, 3 minutes. If something goes over, it's a problem.
Yep.
And this, in addition to the fact that a lot of us just strongly disagree with each other, I think it frustrates it because
when you have an agenda where items are set for 3 to 15 minutes of discussion, and someone takes a full 10 minutes, right, because Robert's Rules of Order specifies X, Y, and Z, everyone else is like, this is insane, you are grandstanding, you are wasting my time. So I wonder if having the agenda that crammed full is really the appropriate thing, because that is creating 10 minutes, now you're ruining my life with your 10 minutes.
Yeah,
Does that make sense?
absolutely. Agenda management is key to an effective meeting.
So then my follow-up question to that is, are we trying to make too many decisions? Just in general, we have resolutions, there's a lot of things we vote on, there are things that I can just do as chair, and I don't because I want to get consensus. And so we go to a board vote on it, and then we end up with this situation.
So I can't answer that because I have only sat in one meeting.
It was enough, trust me.
What I would observe is, with no disrespect to the committee people, that didn't need to happen because you didn't ask for an action. So if everybody read the committee reports, because every single committee person said, this is in my report, okay, so why are we talking about it? If there's no call to action, please, no disrespect to you all, but from an agenda management perspective, what can you put in a consent agenda? At the beginning of the meeting, you say, is there anything in this consent agenda that needs to come out for discussion? If no, the rest of the agenda gets tapped. You have your hand up and then I'll come to you, both of you.
Yeah, I just wanted to add in a little toxic aspect of our culture. Specifically to libertarian party.
I think I've gotten a bit of it.
Oh, no, because you haven't been to a convention. The reason we're having this, the reason we're having this back and forth about, proper debate versus wasting time is because at convention, certain things can only be done in convention.
Right.
So for decades, it's been a tactic to be dilatory and drag stuff out, so you don't even get to an agenda item.
Right.
And that's why tempers are very short when you sense that what's just happening is something obstructionist. Time wasting is like an even more serious problem than just, oh gosh, they're wasting my time.
I have a really, really, really good, two actually, expert parliamentarians that do this for all kinds of ginormous groups with dysfunction. It's worth paying them to be here. It's worth paying them to let them watch the videos, to see what problems have happened in the past, to come up with constructive ways of meeting management where people do get to be heard, but they don't get to hijack the room for
You should
getting.
be able to charge you to watch our movies.
They absolutely charge, but I promise you, I was on a dysfunctional national board, and
You were on the LNC.
and these people were worth every penny they were paid because they were doing things right and respectfully, so things got done, and everybody did get heard in an equally respectful way. So, okay, go ahead, and then you have your hand up.
So to make sure I understood what you said, because we've done this in the past, but it was more because of the time constraints, as the chair pointed out. So with the report, so I'm chair of California, and I've done this before, and I've gotten pushback from members sometimes, but I just do it anyway. Because I think it's, when you take the time to write a report, whether it's 7 to 10 pages, maybe it's 2 or 3 or whatever.
Right.
If someone doesn't get the information that they wanted from reading the report, either A, because they didn't want to read it, or 2, because it was a poor report, then that's the author's fault at that point in time. We don't have to go through and read it. The only agendized thing, if I'm understanding you correctly, should be, are there any questions or comments on that report that was already submitted? The person doesn't even present said thing, because everyone should have read those things. Right?
That's right.
Actually, that's not quite correct, so let me clarify that.
Sure.
If something's in a consent agenda, let's use committee reports as the example. If they're in a consent agenda, the assumption is in one vote, everything in that consent agenda passes. It does not have discussion. So the reason the chair opens the agenda discussion with, is there anything in the discussion that needs to be pulled out? is for that reason. However, if you as an individual have a question, this is back to board behavior, so please pay attention. If you have a question about a report, pick up the phone and ask that person. Don't hijack the collective meeting space for your question. Does that make sense?
That's better, yeah, no, yeah, that makes sense.
So people often have questions. It's their right to have them. They should have them, and they should get them answered. Everybody should be able to call the submitter of the report and say, I don't understand that. Can you walk me through that? Can you tell me that? Or I have questions, or I want to know more, right? Without taking the precious 20 hours a year you have for their own individual meeting. I'm going to go to him first, and then I'll come to you guys. Yes,
I was just going to explain the consent agenda. So I was familiar with it.
okay. All right. Thank you. Go ahead.
We don't use the consent agenda. We have in the past. We have over the past 4 years because we're libertarians and there's very few things that we all consent on. I'm just going to be honest with you. But they've been used in the past and it didn't work out well. It turned out to be a waste more time than it saved. I think what was being referred to is we have things, and I'm not trying to call out regionals, I'm just using this as an example. Regional reports where they say what's going on with their states. And our agenda actually says that all that should be said is a supplement to something that wasn't already in the report. But what we have a lot of times is I want to highlight that this was in the report, and that should be.
I agree with you. Yes, sir.
Speaking of wasting time, I think we wasted a lot of this presentation's time going through the back and forth. So how far behind are you expecting to be right now?
I think we'll rapidly gain it back. So well, it's good that you have to, but does everybody here make a contribution that is personally, financially, almost painful to them?
Almost what?
Almost painful to them.
Oh, yeah.
That's the real measure of passion. That's the real measure of passion. Not that that should be a bar for you, but you know, that's the kind of person you want to get on the board, that out of the 10 priorities they have in their life, this one is the one they're willing to get hurt for in the wallet, as well as in spending the time, right?
That's my question.
Okay, so we're going to take just a 5-minute stretch break, and we're going to come back and we're going to start some of this playbook activity, interactive exercise. All right, we're moving into some action here. So I'm going to give you the instructions first. You have sticky notes. Keep them on your table that you aren't using them yet. I will tell you when you use them. There are sticky pads. Each group is going to get a sticky pad and a couple of markers. And this is what you're going to do. Because these are little sheets, you're going to do them on separate sheets. Because we're going to rove the room when we're done and vote with our sticky notes. So, you're going to break up into groups. I'll tell you how in a minute. There are 3 of them. You're going to claim some wall space because this will stick on the wall. And you're going to do 4 things. The first one says, these are the peeps that are in my group working. Just list the names, right? The second one is the first part of the playbook. And it's the positive part of the playbook. These are the professional decorum behaviors we want to see in the room when we're together as a board. List them, whatever they are, in positive language only and with specificity. Got it? The next sheet is bad behaviors that should be banished from this room when we are collectively working together with professionalism to drive to a positive outcome with specificity. Okay? And the fourth one, the fourth sheet of paper says, if we start to do this right tomorrow, what would the outcome for our organization look like? what could we achieve that we aren't achieving if we did these things and agreed on a playbook and stuck to it? Everybody good? Hopefully some of the things I said in the governance best practices will weave their way in there, I'm hoping.
You got dreams, we listened to you.
All right. Way to go, my man. All right. Don't worry about sticky notes right now.
Some of us aren't.
Okay. Leave the sticky notes at your place. These are the 4 things. So the groups are the groups you sat in at lunch. Tomorrow we'll mix you up, but that makes it easy. So whoever is in one of the groups, you raised your hand. Okay, so your group comes over here. Okay.
Well, me and Dustin are already
Well, we
here.
voted to lock down.
All right. So Karen Ann's group will be over here, and you
Except
guys
for
will
me.
be back of the group.
Oh.
Like you to read your strategic plan.
Where is it? The one we adopted last year.
Oh, that one.
Wait, you read it?
Hannah, can you email it to everybody? If not, I have it. I can email it to you, and you can email it.
Can you just give us a sparkle for it?
Time
management.
So there's also sort of the cliff note approach to this, right? So you have a plan. What percentage of that have you actualized?
I don't know. Because
0.0.
I was trying to figure out how to
Meredith got it.
I was trying to figure out how to percentage.
Nope, that's
0.0.
That's the correct answer.
Okay, so your choice, do we pick up that document and revive it? Do we start with 3 key priorities for going forward? What is your preference?
Here's my preference. We had a presentation by a contractor that most of us, not all of us, most of us really enjoyed.
Okay.
I would like us to look at that.
Okay.
I would like us to look at our past strategic plan that we did not implement because we implemented the CRM instead, and pick and choose what we would like to do. It can be a combination. It could be just a little bit of each one.
Okay, got it. So we've got 2 reference points, and from there, we determine the 3 key priorities. That's a great idea. You've got 2 existing good reference points that you've already spent time and energy on. So we'll make sure that we get those on your drive and share those with you. Try to scan them before we start tomorrow morning, and then we'll go from there as to 3 priorities for the next 3 years, right? Does that feel okay? Yes.
I'm not so sure it's 0. You did the Rage Against the War Machine, single.
We did do single issue.
Yeah, single issue coalition, this was on that plan, so that.
Yeah, Meredith.
I'm sorry. The joke was very good.
Okay, that's good.
I feel my ideas more other things.
Okay.
I'm being optimistic, I do think there will be something.
All right. Is everybody good with that? We're gonna get you the 2 documents, you're gonna scan them, we're gonna start at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning again?
That's correct.
Okay, are we going to be in the same set of rooms?
We will be in the same rooms. Breakfast, the same tomorrow. Lunch, you are on your own. You must hunt. There will be spear provided.
Finally, spear.
Humans, right? And I'm it.
Anything you wanna do?
Nature's most dangerous animal.
Yes, I don't email
Yeah, Gator. You are adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Madam Chair,
Just kidding, you're not adjourned. We're at 4 p.m. How late are we gonna go?
it said 5 and we got.
We will do new business and previous notice. Mr. Malvin?
Serious question. How much, I mean, can we just knock some stuff out and go past 5 in case, people have to leave early tomorrow and whatever, I mean, the thing is not until 7 p.m. I don't imagine a lot of people are gonna change, or we do have to give an hour at least. So if you could go to 6 and knock some stuff out tomorrow. that we have scheduled for tomorrow.
I think I just pounded a cup of coffee and I will like feel it in about 10 minutes. So that's good for me and all of you. I think we should take like a 5-minute break. And I will only struggle for 5 minutes. Mr. Nana?
I mean, if you're gonna take a 5-minute break, I was just gonna suggest maybe we shuffle a little bit of this, unless we're ready to elect Nancy, and we have to look at the keyboard, and that could take a while.
Some of us.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry, we haven't
Be
discussed
prepared,
it.
right.
Just
Can we take a 5-minute recess and also be thinking about shuffling when we come back?
Just Karina. I was just gonna suggest.
How do we feel about discussing it, taking the time to discuss it, and having the secretary do an overvote, and that overvote closes roughly at the time that our meeting is gonna close tomorrow. So it's not an email ballot that's ongoing, we must decide by the end of the meeting.
I have a question though. How is the voting procedure for, I know we'll need probably a vote on it, but are we doing approval voting or?
I figure we get into that information.
No objection to your idea.
Kathy, my Adobe converted it to Word like seamlessly. So I have a Word version.
Okay.
Usually PDF bugs it out.
All right, oh, look who it is, a beautiful face.
hey.
Oh my God, there he is. Oh, we're journeying. Mr. Benson, there are snacks, there is a snack bar.
I'm sitting down.
Mr. Benson joined us at 4:31 p.m. We are back from our recess. We are missing Mr. Nana and Mr. Maldon.
They're in the hallway.
That is a mal decision. Mr. Redpath?
Yes, I'd like to propose an amendment to the agenda, and that is to move the 7B, adopt ballot access committee policies and procedures as appendix to policy manual with reference to the main section, to move down in the agenda to after the ballot access committee report. I think it might benefit the committee to hear the ballot access committee report and then consider that.
Does somebody want to bring the people into the room who are working on this agenda item right now? Because
Yes.
there they are. Okay, so Mr. Redpath just moved to move this agenda item,
7B.
to move it somewhere else.
To after the ballot access committee report. So the committee could hear the ballot access committee report and then consider the adoption of changes to the policy.
All right, 1 second. Are you sitting in for your regional rep right
Yes,
now?
he's sitting in.
There you go.
So, thank you, Madam Chair. So I just spoke with Mr. Nana. I have the edits that he suggested that I make. I can send that PDF to him. He'll review it right now, and so that should be amenable to. So give him time to just double check, and then we can do that to file that.
I do have comments on it, on which I have not run past Dustin. I have comments.
Well, why don't we get together tonight and.
I'll send you both. I'll send you both a copy right now, and then if you want to talk tonight or first thing tomorrow morning before anything happens, then
okay,
just to make it go as smoothly as possible.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, thank you.
All right, so that's been moved to amend the agenda to move that item down. That would be happening tomorrow afternoon, not long after lunch, in the middle of committee reports. How does everybody feel about that?
I'll second it.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Mr. Bracco?
So this is after 10A, triple I?
I'll
Okay.
have an amended, if this passes, I will have an amended agenda for us tomorrow.
Any objections? Going once, going twice. All right, hearing no objections, our agenda is amended. Thank you.
We have it doesn't really matter, but if we want me to be on the screen.
Where is the thing with the stuff? Is this it? Beautiful, thank you.
Oh, we're still down here.
All right, next item on our agenda is elect affiliate support committee members and LNC members of the candidate support committee.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Uh-oh,
I think she was on the list. I don't think it was for you.
It wasn't.
it sounded like a spill. Mr. Nana?
My only suggestion is we do CSC first, because I think that would match up.
I think you're correct, and I have no issue with that. Okay, so here's what I'm going to propose, and I'd like some feedback. We are going to review these committee applications, and we're going to go into executive session to do it, which means that we will turn off the recording, and we will discuss it. You don't have to yet. It's okay. It's okay. But thank you so much for being so on top of it. Oh, but you could club time.
But I believe Mr. Nana has suggested doing the candidate support first, which is just LNC, and we only have one LNC applicant.
So I'm getting there. But is everybody okay with doing that? And then, sorry, let me finish. We would do candidate support committee first, and it's just LNC members. And then we will go into executive session. We will discuss committee applicants. We would do an OPA vote when our secretary is ready. That OPA vote would only go basically to the end of the meeting tomorrow, maybe times like 5 p.m. tomorrow. And then it'll be done. All right, that's how we're going to do that. Okay, so let's jump right to candidate support committee. LNC members, who's our applicant?
Mr. Watkins.
How many do we need?
2.
Okay, Mr. Watkins and? Mr. Watkins and Mr. Benson.
Hey!
All right,
I don't
does
have much
anybody
experience,
want to
so
move to
it's all good.
appoint Mr. Watkins and Mr. Benson to the candidate support committee?
I'll move.
It's been moved and seconded to appoint Mr. Watkins and Mr. Benson to the candidate support committee. Any objections? Hearing none. Congratulations, you're both appointed to the CSC. Thank you. All right, affiliate support committee members, you all have applications. At this time, I'm going to move that we go into executive session. Or how much time do we have right now?
I've been slacking.
23 minutes.
On this item,
Yes, on the side.
give me 1 second. I failed to start the timer on this one.
15 minutes, is that reasonable?
Sure. Let me look.
We won't have
I just had the agenda.
Okay.
All right, so we're gonna,
It says 20.
that we go into executive session for 15 minutes to discuss affiliate support committee and candidate support committee applicants. And staff can stay in the room, and at the conclusion of that, when it's convenient for her, our secretary will prepare an OPA vote, and it will go out at least before tonight's fundraiser. Does that work, Madam Secretary?
Yep.
Beautiful. Any objections?
We have Debbie in the room.
No, you
Do we want Debbie to get up and down? Is this church?
I have better faith in you, Justina. All right, see y'all tomorrow.
You can stay, please.
All right, is there any objection? Going once,
No,
going
you're-
twice. Hearing none. We are in executive session. All right, here's what we'll do. We'll do the policy manual amendment, and then we're going to make a motion on the format of the open vote for affiliate support. everyone look at the policy manual amendment? New business with previous notice, it is a red tab.
This is to that table of committees, that's what the amendment is to.
This means that you can have more committee members than what it says. You can have as many as you want. If you put 50 committee members on a committee, you're gonna have a shit committee. So don't do it. But 8, 9, 10, maybe it's doable, especially if some of them decide to be alternates or whatever.
What about 11 or 12 or 13?
All this does is allow flexibility.
Probably not.
Maybe 14 or 15.
Probably not.
Yeah, what time wasters?
Didn't California try to shrink its
Currently.
its XCOM?
Yes, we did that.
That's right. Mr. Boss.
More of a dictatorship.
Now, if I'm reading this wrong, the exception of the executive committee and a minimum to each description of committee composition. The APRC, for example, says no more than 5 already. So with this, to me, I read that to apply to all the committees.
At a minimum of and no more than 5, so I guess it stays the same.
Okay.
Let's have a second.
What I think with the APRC, Madam Chair, what I think Mr. Watkins' intent was, please correct me if I'm wrong, it would actually strike out the minimum of the no more than and make it a minimum of.
It may, that was just an oversight on my part.
But it doesn't change it APRC if it says a minimum of no more than, it's just the same number. It's worded still.
That's
but
fine
it's the
with
same.
me. My main thing were the committees that we're filling, like constantly, not necessarily that, but like it could apply to all the committees just to allow more flexibility. If we have more qualified volunteers that want to do things, we can add them if we want to, but we also don't have to. Now, if we want to get more granular and exclude, like I did the exception of the executive committee, if the body feels like a couple of other committees should be excluded as well, we'll decide that.
All right, has this been moved and seconded?
I move it.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any other questions? This means we can just add more people. It doesn't mean you have to. Mr. Bracco.
Historical Preservation Committee already says a minimum of 5, but it also has a max of 7. Would that be unchanged?
It says,
A minimum of 5 and up to 7. So it already has a minimum of. Would that just be unchanged?
I have a suggestion. Can we just add this language to the affiliate support committee and the candidate support committee to take care of this meeting and worry about the rest of the committees another meeting, because it seems like we're going through this for every committee right now.
is that a friendly amendment?
Yeah, I'm making a substitute.
Let's have an email ballot on it.
Mr. Watkins.
Very seldom says anything, but yeah, they are bigger.
He saved it up, yeah.
He saved it up.
Mr. Watkins, how do you feel about this amendment?
That's fine with me right now. We can
All right.
always address it with the other committees later. That's fine.
Beautiful.
So this is my substitute, a minimum of, a minimum of, to the beginning of the ASC and CSC committee composition descriptions.
Let's give it a second. Thank you, Mr. Nana. All right, we're in business. Any further discussion?
So is the substitute now the main one without objection? It doesn't add it, it just means it's now the live motion.
Hearing no objection, This is, no objection, right? All right, main motion? Okay, are we okay on adopting this? It's been yeehaw? No further discussion?
Yeehaw?
Any objection to adopting the main motion as amended? Hearing none. All right, motion passes.
Cool.
All right. Now let's jump back in time to finish affiliate support committee. We need an OPA vote, and we need to work out how you want this to be. So we can do a variety of things. If you try to do ranked choice voting or anything tricky, I'm going to scream and throw a fit. Approval voting, you need what, 50%, 30%? Yeah. Mr. Mann?
I have a suggestion.
All right.
I would like to see this, I'm not gonna make this as a motion, but I would like to see whatever number we decide be an odd number in the case that there might be a tie vote that would
Yes.
not happen.
Yes.
My suggestion would be 9, and the top 9 vote getters would be approval vote. Somebody wants to make that motion?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that real quick?
My suggestion would be 9 members, and we will approve them with approval voting via open ballot, the top 9 vote getters, no matter how many votes they don't.
Oh, okay.
Make it so.
Top 9, anybody okay or not okay? Top 9?
Or subsection.
9 is fine with me. 9 is fine. It's just for affiliate support. Beautiful.
Using approval voting.
All right, move for the top 9 vote getters, and for the ballot close, how about, Sunday at 5 p.m.?
Yeah.
So that means vote tonight, and if you get, drunk and screw up, we can make you vote tomorrow on lunch.
Yes.
Mr. Boss?
Question, and this would include everyone, including the LNC members, it's all the same ballot?
Yep. Beautiful.
The only way to mess that up is to not get you.
Are we good with the way this is
Yeah.
worded? I believe it's been moved yet, sir. Mr. Bright?
I'd like to amend the motion where if 2 LNC members are not in those top 9, then we take the 2 top LNC members and then the top 7.
There's no chance.
No.
There's no chance.
Don't worry about it? Is
I
that,
would not.
okay, never mind.
How
All
about
right.
instead of a motion, you suggest to everybody to make sure at least 2 LNC members get.
Fair enough.
There's
I
no
withdraw.
way that 2 of them.
Everybody votes for at least 2.
You know what, I kinda want.
Challenge accepted.
Yeah. Let's make Robbie.
Love it.
If that happens, we can always just appoint and make it a committee of 11 with 2
That's
LNC
fair.
members.
Because
It's
our
not gonna
policy.
Mr. Rocco, please respect our time.
I'll respect everyone's time except yours.
Any other, objections or friendly objections? Constructive criticism. All right, hearing none, going once, going twice. All right, hearing no objection, this is how we are going to do our vote. Beautiful. So our secretary will get that out, later, hopefully for the fundraiser, and, then you can vote on it tonight. All right, so let's jump to our next agenda item. Discussion of financial, hold on, let's take a look. It's 5:12.
Yeah.
Discussion of financial status and budget is probably a 30-minute discussion. Ms. Yaskavich, any thoughts on?
My thought is that I'm almost ready, I'm not quite. I need to send, we had some changes in some budget line numbers, and I'm reconciling that. And I need to send that to Mr. Redpath so that he knows what we're talking about. And I think it's kind of a 2-part discussion. One is about our current finances, and the other is about the budget, because the budget is going to need to be amended in some way. Not today, there's no motions noticed, but we need to start that discussion. there are some lines that we spend more than 10% on. Some people might also have some other questions. I think Ms. Harlow's had some questions that would need to be an executive session that we could wrap up quickly. There might be some other questions. So we could split this up.
Tomorrow?
We could do some of it now,
Okay.
the easy stuff, and do the budget stuff tomorrow.
I was gonna suggest we adjourn. There's only 15 minutes left.
I say we knock it out right now, Julian.
I am concerned about us being squished tomorrow, because we're.
If it's 30 minutes to do it, if the easy part takes 15, we can just knock it out now, so it's by 5:30.
Can we maybe just take 15 minutes to chat and then adjourn?
Or we can go to 17.
I think that's gonna take a minute.
That's gonna take a minute.
We kind of self-restrained.
Both Dustin and I are staying in another hotel. I know that's not anyone else's problem. We'd like to go to the fundraiser, we'd like to change the clothes, I would like to get this OPA vote ballot out. I would really advocate for it.
Who wants to sacrifice their committee report tomorrow?
I'll sacrifice historical committee because the report, there's nothing that needs to be.
Lady, you got a deal. All right,
No, there's a written report in there.
Let's get rid of all the committee reports right now.
Well,
Debbie said.
It's written awards committee, and I see 2 awards committees in there for Jim Clark.
all right.
Is that important, Mr. Redpath? Please don't minimize.
Mr. Redpath's picking on Mr. Lark.
Doctor.
And I'm defending Dr.
Be
Lark.
respectful.
Be respectful of members, please.
All right, what are we doing right now?
Wasting time.
All right, Hannah has meekly moved to adjourn, and it has been seconded.
I wanted to do it like with gusto.
Say it, yeah, say it. Come on, Desiree.
Come on, Desiree, let's move to adjourn.
All right.
Second.
Till 9 a.m. tomorrow.
So we kind of want to do this in an orderly fashion. So what we're going to do is go around each group, goal by goal. I'm going to put them on the page so you can see what the strategies were. Remember, we're only giving our top 2 for each strategy, and then I am going to whiteboard and catch the rest. So the first strategy was goal was increase revenue to 2 million. Go ahead, Steve.
So number 1 is getting Zoho up and running efficiently nationwide. That's our CRM, and that's basically, that's where we're going to make our money, is getting that up and running. Increase donor retention by auto renewal requests, things like that. That's number 1.
Okay, hang on, you're only giving me your top 2 for that goal.
And then the next goal is 17,500 membership.
No, please, only that one. We're going to go
Oh,
group by group. Yeah. So,
Public school here.
sorry, it's going to make sense. I promise. I promise it will make sense.
No, it won't get him. There's nothing you can do.
Okay, next group. What were your strategies on increasing revenue to 2 million?
One of the strategies is re-engaging lapsed members, reaching out to them, figuring out why.
Is that membership or fundraising?
Oh, sorry,
Put them in the wrong
sorry, that's
order,
membership.
yeah.
Yeah, so fundraising, re-engage large donors and acquire new large donors. So that's part of, showing our CRM, figuring out what's going on with those guys. And targeted asks, like, hey, if you want to, we're doing this with, in the damn wars, if you want to donate to that cause, donate to it. 2A, any of the issues that DLP is good on, that we can get people to engage with that.
Okay. All right. So pause there.
Yeah.
Okay, next group. What were your top 2 for getting to 2 million?
Yes, we have getting to 2 million. We have do a fundraising development leader team.
Do a what?
Fundraising development leader, somebody to run it. And the second thing is we need to provide reasons, incentives for why to give.
Awesome, okay.
We're Team Adam sucks, and Madam Chair will be the first one.
I think this was the kind of behavior that Debbie was warning and admonishing against yesterday.
It's the kind of, I'm encouraging.
Yeah, let's not relitigate.
We have
Reach a
LNC.
decision
And go.
We've
with
reached
it.
consensus.
Once you have consensus, I guess.
We've reached consensus.
Stop. LNC members making fundraising calls, AKA local chair, and targeted campaigns.
Awesome. Okay, these are great. All right, let's do the same thing for the next goal, increase membership to 17.5.
Using data to identify potential needs for new members. And we're going to talk about increasing donor retention on fundraising. So issue and project-based outreach.
Issue and project-based outreach. Okay, 500.
Staff
By the organization. Okay, all right, thank you. All right, next group.
Now-
Membership,
Yeah, now we're gonna re-engage with lapsed members.
members, members.
Members. So build back our membership. We
Okay.
can do membership or whatever. Figure out why.
They pay members, so they are.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, government
True.
members, yeah.
Okay,
And this is kind of an umbrella statement that we can do or member things under this, but demonstrate commitment to building liberty. So show them we're holding events, we're, fundraising for candidates, we're giving money to candidates. It could be a number of things.
thank you. Next group,
Yeah, membership on 17,500. Work on incentives such as free t-shirts, thank yous to get people to join. And second, outreach to the broader liberty movement, things like emails, social media, etc.
could you finish the first one for me? Work on incentives such as?
Free t-shirts, thank yous, etc.
Tchotchkes.
Mhm.
Okay, next group,
Fully implement the CRM, that's the same thing as Zoho, and fully implement our joint membership program. That is a membership between national and state affiliates.
national what?
State affiliates.
And state, okay. Great. Okay. You got some really concrete things here, that's awesome. Okay, the, strategies on increasing cash reserves.
So increasing convention revenue and decreasing costs. So it's one of our biggest money makers, but it can also be a big sink. So if we can cash flow as much as possible, it's a huge benefit to us. And then also just managing costs tightly and wisely as we budget. Sure we budget line.
Great, okay. Next group,
Yeah. What Steven said, pretty much the same deal here, smart budgeting / exceeding the fundraising goal. So when we exceed the fundraising goal, put those funds into the cash reserves. And then reduce staff workload and increase efficiency. So pretty much what you're saying is, if they have more time to work on other things, that's always good for the cash reserves.
okay. And that's a great idea. I encourage you to have staff inventory everything they do, and you would tell them to lose 30% of the profit. Because you would be surprised at the minutia of what they end up doing. So, go ahead.
Okay, the 500,000 cash reserve, we just said we're gonna raise the 2 million that we're looking for.
Be smart, budget.
Okay? So if you raise 2 million, you reach the reserves. Okay? So then we also had a tie for the field 1,000 candidates. If you had strategies for that, did you have a comment?
Yeah, the fourth team
Oh,
didn't
we
go.
missed.
Oh, I'm so sorry, you're right. Yes. Please,
Oh,
Angela,
gotcha.
I'm sorry.
This was for cash reserve. Money bombs?
Money what?
Money bombs?
Money bonds?
It's a targeted way to raise money. Yeah, money bombs.
Okay.
And hire a skilled fundraising director.
Okay, got it.
Fired.
Thank you. Now we're on the 1,000 candidates. Steve?
Adopt the Project Decentralized Revolution, which is basically, it's a detailed plan to target lower level races, political races. We did Florida 2019 was very successful. And also affiliate adoption and buy-in of Voter Gravity, which is our Voter Gravity software suite, or candidate software suite.
What's it called?
Voter Gravity.
Voter Gravity. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. All right, next group.
Yeah, we didn't do one for that, but I think Stephen had done one on that there.
Okay, group 3, did y'all do anything on that one?
This was for 1,000 candidates.
Yeah.
Right, provide support for elected libertarians so that when people are looking to run, reach out to them, they get a positive experience from them. Candidate training and working with the affiliates who need resources and tools to recruit candidates. The resources and tools working with affiliates.
Okay, that's great. Angela, did y'all have one?
We did not do this one. I hate this goal. I give it a huge red flag. I would chop the number of candidates in half, and then I would love it. If I was going to do anything to support candidates running, it would be adopt PR. But I don't want to just field 1,000 candidates to run. I would rather focus on getting candidates to win. I think that this pulls us back to paper candidacy goals, which are under my leadership, something I completely reject and hate and will not champion for you. But I will champion us winning and training.
So, was the rest of the committee in concurrent with that?
And realistically, the only other thing that the only other thing that I would just add to that is if we're gonna hit whatever the number would be, they have to be unsexy positions like water board, zoning, things that are achievable. Most of these seats in most of these states and most of these counties are empty. But no one wants to run for those seats because they're not federal level stuff or state level stuff. It's an unsexy position, but someone has to do it.
And I think that was in Pat's original comment, that they reported out, hyperlocal.
Right.
Yeah, I'm on board with what Stephen mentioned, adopting PDR, just not that 1,000 number. Okay, no.
Okay, PDRs, and what was the
Project
RNS?
Decentralized Revolution. Project Decentralized Revolution.
Okay, so, you get to choose now, before we take a quick break. I can go around and one of you can help me whiteboard the other goals or strategies, or we can do the same thing so everybody hears the other ideas that were there for goals and strategies.
I volunteered group.
So which is your preference? Okay, so if one volunteer from each group would help me decipher, then I can do that, and we can take a 7-minute break if we could be prompt, because we still have a lot to do, if that's okay. Does that work for everybody? Okay, thank you. All right, so if one person from each group would bring your sheets, kind of one by one, or however you want to do it, on additional goals and additional strategies, we'll capture them. And again, thank you to the group members. We've captured everything that everybody did, so you'll have it. But you have done fabulous work too. So yesterday we went through what your outcomes were on the board, and building team and increasing professionalism and sort of the playbook rules of the do's and don'ts. So we've got those captured in terms of desired behaviors and undesired behaviors, right?
Right, the agenda.
And I commend you for that work. And then what I really want to focus on for a moment is this takes discipline, and this takes each one of you going home and looking in the mirror and saying, what will I change that has contributed in the past to group efficiency and group professionalism, and really focusing on that. There is a book I recommend to people called Triggers. It's a very old book by Marshall Goldsmith. It really helps you rewire and figure out what triggers you to behavior that is non-productive, and how to have emotional intelligence and self-awareness to choose to pause and make a different decision. And you can practice this and it works. But again, this is all a choice you would make to see the greater good above yourself.
Author name again?
Marshall Goldsmith. Triggers. Easy read. This is work that we all do our whole lives. I mean, this is a book on my bookshelf that I probably have 50 sticky tabs in, and I go back to when I do something that I'm not proud of, or if I do something that I know was not in the interest of the whole, just to be in my interest. So we all have that work to do in life, personal, professional, as volunteers, everywhere. So if you're serious about doing the work, that book has some good tools in it. It's easy read. Okay, if we do these things, you're going to have more efficient board meetings, more effective board meetings, more congenial relationships, and build trust with each other, and just a lot less stress and frustration, right? And that was what you wrote on your sheets to me, which is, I'm here to do the work. I'm not here to get bogged down in this kind of stuff. It's not productive, right? So again, healthier culture. And this is something to really think about. You're elected to be a leader. You're elected to be the best of the best and to lead the nation and to lead the party forward. And so think about that. And is it the leadership, the reputation that you wish to have, right? So I coach a lot of CEOs, and my comment for them is everyone's watching you. Everyone's interpreting what you say. Everyone is interpreting your behavior. Choose to be presidential, meaning choose to really think about what you say and do to lead by example, right? And obviously that will set your group up for better success. So today, what we've done so far is strategic planning for the next 3 years. Okay. And sorry, the internet must be slow, right?
It is.
What do you say? Just before this thing prints out. Okay, so goals. We have consensus on goals. Increase annual revenue to $2 million. Increase membership to 17.5. Increase cash reserves to 500,000, and these were the lesser two goals, so in order of priority. And then that got 2 votes, and then a tie for 2 votes on fielding 1,000 candidates. And then here were your strategies for that, which is getting Zoho up and running, increasing donor retention by audit retention, re-engage large donors, acquire new donors, targeted ask by cause or by issue, get a fundraising development leader, provide the why. Yes, as a professional fundraiser, why is really important to people. Outcome. You're selling an outcome, you're not selling a strategy. If we do this strategy, we will get this. That's why we need your money to do the strategy, or why. And then each of you making fundraising calls, that is part of your job. Fundraising is part of a board member's job in any organization, and targeted campaigns. So. Then goal 2, increasing membership. You guys said use data to identify leads. Great idea. There's all kinds of research and lists you can buy of prospective members, right? Issue and project-based outreach by the organization, re-engage lapsed members, yes, yes, yes. Demonstrate commitment to building liberty, work on incentives, that's your tchotchkes. Outreach to the broader liberty movement on social, email, etc. And fully implement your CRM and fully implement joint national state affiliate memberships. Great idea. Associations of all kinds make that work beautifully, so that would be a great idea. Make it easy for people if they are choosing to participate. Increase your cash reserves, increase the convention revenue and decrease costs. Great way to get an additional boost. Managing costs wisely with the budget, exceed the fundraising goal, and have the discipline to put it in the reserves. Reduce the staff workload, increase efficiency. Great strategy. You already have some staff, right? So if you raise $2 million, you reach the reserves, and money bonds and hired a skilled fundraising director. And then 1,000 candidates to run. You already have some great strategies on that. We heard about one in detail yesterday. Amazing. Project decentralization, revolution, adopting that. Affiliate adoption and buy into your voter gravity strategy, and providing support for already elected libertarians to stay in office, and candidate training and working with affiliates. So I don't know how you work with prospective candidates that identify early on, several years before they want to run, but farming the field is also a great strategy versus training the ones who pop up, right? So how are you building your field? How are you building your, if you're a recruiter for a sports team, you're looking at people in 9th and 10th grade, right? Because you're already thinking about where they're going and how you're watching. And then I captured all the work products from your group, so you don't have to worry about this. Okay, so you've got the bones of a really good strategic plan here. And we have got about 30 minutes left before we move into some closure activities. So this is where you get to have a say in the process. We can choose to use that 30 minutes in dialing deeper in this, and this time you get to choose which one you go to based on your interest or talents or the folks you represent and their sense of prioritization. We could do that.
Yep. I would like to do that.
Any hands for that? Or?
We need to do this unless you want to spend a whole lot of time without assistance on it when we get to this agenda item. When we get to this agenda item, we can go to it.
Okay. All right. So does that feel good? We take about 20 minutes and you just go to the group strategy you wish to work in and build it out, right? Does that make sense? Or the goal, I'm sorry, the goal area that you wish to work in. Okay. All right, so over here, we're going to have the revenue goal of reaching 2 million. Back here, we'll have the membership goal of 17.5. Over here, we'll have the reserve goal. And let's not say, well, if we reach 2 million by default, we'll get it. Let's have some strategies around that. And then over here, we'll have the field 1,000 candidates and maybe frame out a success margin we'd like to see with that beyond just the number that we're fielding. Does that feel okay? Okay, same thing. Write down who's in the group and put your ideas on paper and then prioritize them. Okay? All right, so you have 20 minutes to get started on that. So what we're doing now is each group is going to report its work product, and then you're going to highlight, and I will highlight here, what you think year one priority for implementation should be out of your list. Okay, Stephen, you guys are revenue?
Yeah. So it's just around the list here.
Yeah.
Membership tiers and leaderboard. So, different membership levels and track that and see around. In-kind convention donations. So, if you'd like to donate to the convention, make an in-kind donation. Probably the most important is Zoho
an Aristotle integration, getting our data management software up and running, cleaning up our data, making sure we append it so you can run the different groups of data through Aristotle, do the wealth screening, you know who's interested in what specific areas you can target them for fundraising, and actually identifying fundraising issues. So, you know, what's the why? We create a basket of issues and use that for your specific target. So if you call somebody, they're not interested, you can pivot to another issue or learn what they're actually interested in and get them to donate towards that issue. Get staff and board members to work together on issues they're passionate about. So if somebody is passionate about the 2A or anti-war or whatever, get them to make phone calls, specifically targeting those individuals. Do donor summits and events, and then building rapport with donors, local calls, local events. So, you know, if someone's in Miami, I should make a call. If someone's in, you know, Rhode Island, have to make a call because they know you're local, you build a little rapport that way. And if they like that person, keep in contact with that individual to get them to keep donating and keep doing that work. And then another one, controversial, increase membership fee to $30.
Like it.
To 30?
To 30.
Okay, did I capture correctly the two that you in red that you want for year one? Was that what you said?
You guys are good with that fundraising? I mean, that's own yourself for sure. And I mean, identifying the why. The crux of fundraising.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, membership group? Would someone report for the membership group?
Membership group?
This is back order?
Yeah. So our top priority was CRM/Zoho. I think that's pretty much required.
CRM what?
Zoho. It's the specific CRM.
Okay.
And then the joint member, like implement, like have it up and running.
Got it.
The joint membership was the second one. Is this supposed to only be for year one?
You're gonna give me all of them, but you're gonna highlight year one. So
Okay.
these two were year one?
What do y'all think? Do you think that's year one and the rest is sort of like two? Okay. So those are probably the year ones, and then everything else. So some kind of incentive for new members. What that incentive is TBD, but something. And consider a limited time doing that for recurring members. So maybe that's like a sub. So
Yeah, you have
then,
membership campaign.
so have issue-based outreach for the purpose of retention. Connect members to their local affiliates. And bring back the referral program.
Oh.
Okay,
So,
is that everything for your group?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great ideas here. As you build out your CRM, hopefully you have a way for members, whether it's a survey or it's some on their membership application, to list the issues that are the priorities for them. Goes right in your CRM. You build your targeted newsletters to them, appeals to them. Great work, guys. Very good. Okay. Group 3, what were your strategies on cash reserves?
All right, for cash reserves, we initially did the breakdown there. We need to budget for those reserves and really do it. That to reach that goal is 168,000, 100,000 a year, and that breaks down to 14,000 per month on average. So we need to get that fundraising up to where we have that excess to be able to bank away and make balloon payments to that average on every month to put into that reserve. The next thing, fundraising for account specific asks, sell it as a war chest. That we're in a battle against the state. We're in a battle for our ballot access. Every time that comes around, we have multiple battles there. This is our war chest to make So we have a funds and reserves, so we can have the cash flow to make those battles happen against the state there. Number three, we can sell it as an issue coalition for ballot access to, that if use amount has the goal for offense. So if we can raise that amount and even exceed it, we can get to where we're doing actions of lobbying and doing active lawsuits in various states to get to where we're not so reactive, but being active in this area. And that can also be a selling point that'll increase wanting to give in the future on those items.
Okay, that's great. Did I capture everything?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So as a professional fundraiser, I'll tell you that reserves are the hardest thing they're not sexy. People don't really respond to them, right? So at a certain point, as you mature in your fundraising, you may decide to adopt a formula that X percentage of every gift goes into the reserves automatically. Right now, you're so cash starved, it's hard to do that. I know because you want action with your cash. But think about that as you mature, because that is a strategy to build those reserves. It's a rare donor that understands capacity building, which is what reserves allow you to do. So, okay, great. Next group.
Candidates. All right, we edited the number from 1,000 to 500. And we have three things. It's recruit 500 candidates
a year for first year.
This is for our 3-year goal. So I assume we're going to break that down.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
This is not taking into account the fact that people run spontaneously, independent of us, but it is recruit 500. Literally, that's what it means. Adopt Project Decentralized Revolution to scale, which means we will adopt the plan that Michael has presented, but we will scale it down a bit. And the third one is evaluate our state affiliates for partnership with PDR and our 500 candidate plan.
Awesome.
That's it.
Great work. Okay. All right. So you've got the basis of a really solid plan here. I want to talk about indicating chats we did not address today or this weekend that go on your board work to do. Any hanging chats, the group things, we still need to do these specific tasks or items in the next 3 years to be successful. Anything around board governance, anything around board training, anything around your group as an entity. Yes, sir.
It's not a head. I think we gotta do stuff like this more often, even in the absence of somebody like yourself. So maybe once a year. These exercises are very helpful when you're developing them. You sit down in a room and just say, well, what's my plan? It's not nearly as effective as when you break it down into these little bite-sized pieces where you can drill down and get into your actual things.
Yeah. So just think about the best practices. Strategic planning is it's not a document that goes on the shelf. It's a living, iterative document. So it drives the committees you run. It drives, right now, several of you have said our committees are not effective. You know what? If your committees don't have a charter of what you expect of them, they are not going to be effective. So as part of your strategic plan, the next step would be what committees do we need year one? What do we expect of those committees as outcomes? And then they can ideate on how to get to those outcomes, right? Yes, sir.
I think, I would love to see us revisit this really in every LNC corporate.
Yeah.
It's part of that. It's your routine, part of the routine is the assessment of what we want to understand.
Yeah.
I have to tell you, I did a lot of training, a lot of these, all that, this is without a doubt.
Well, thank you.
No, it just has. On multiple levels.
So the thing that I would like for you to think about is how you make it part of your living process, right? So that your communities are reporting up, tied to, here's our charter, and we're reporting on how we're meeting the charter. Like literally that dashboard approach for every single entity that's working for you.
I think there's actually something we can do at this meeting.
Okay.
To get some of it into place. It may or may not be popular, but I'm going to say it not in a negative way. This is a positive thing that we hear. There were complaints about social media, there were complaints about not being heard on the list. I think if the board today made a commitment that if someone says something on the list, that there's not going to be some, if you don't like what they said, just ignore it. Let people have their say. And there's been a particular series of motions passed that the minority believe, rightly or wrongly, the minority could be wrong, but they believe, and perception is reality, silence their voices. And if we want to start on a positive note today, trying to keep things on the email list and amongst each other, we should rescind those motions. And that would be a good faith showing. And I think those of us, including myself, who like to complain on social media, would feel a lot more comfortable about expressing complaints, moving amongst the board, if these motions that some of us feel like silenced our voices were just done away with. If we committed to hearing each other on the board list, because there's a significant minority of us, more than one, maybe about a third, who feel that way, and that's just not healthy. And we can take a step towards that today if the board will allow.
Okay. So that is your choice to choose to address or not today. It won't be during my time with you that you address that procedurally or not. Here's what I would say to you. Every group has to grapple with what is enough. Yes, everybody should be heard. What is enough? Given the time limitations that you have in your sessions, right? Or when you're together, or in your meetings, or whatever that is. And in a fair process, how do you hear from everyone? And then how do you say, it's enough, we're out of time, given what we've committed to, right? Or what is the vehicle to have everyone feel heard? Because some people will never feel heard regardless of how much time you give them, and regardless of how many times they feel the need to say it. So there's that balance you have to have of respecting that everyone needs to be heard, and also respecting the greater time constraints and will of the organization to move forward. Did you want to say something?
I got some questions, jumping back on affiliates. So, we have a policy manual, we try to trim it down, we try to keep things flexible. We added a little bit more this year, it's not that big of a deal, as long as we don't do it the entire year. But, one of the issues that we had last time was I just issued a directive for the committee for a couple of the subcommittees, and I didn't like pound their heads on the table and just kind of my frustration, but we want them to stick to our strategic plan. So are you guys following, like, we just voted people onto affiliate support. Once we adopt a strategic plan at the end of the day, they need to help us with it.
Right.
To the extent that it has anything to do with our affiliates.
Right.
So do we want to try to informally draft a directive for our affiliate support committee to just send it out?
Yeah.
I don't think that we all need to necessarily vote on it. We can take some of the things we've had here, make it short. And I would like to, not every quarter, because I think it might be a bit much. The other thing is people are volunteers. So then if we're too aggressive, then we don't have volunteers. They're like, hopefully I got life. Sure. But maybe like twice a year, evaluate where they're at, and if someone is just not pulling their weight, just ask them if they want to resign, and maybe they can rejoin in 6 months, and we can prioritize them, whatever.
Well, if you have a committee charter and the committee's reporting to you their progress on the charter, it's pretty easy to see where committees might be floundering, and maybe a board liaison could assist them and facilitate with them how to get out of that floundering.
I was gonna say, I like that, the chair's idea with that, but I think that the chairs for these particular committees, well, we're all volunteers. They still need to they have a higher degree of responsibility,
Yes.
so they should be checking in
Yes.
at least once a quarter and being able to make those decisions. If I'm the chair of a committee and McGee isn't doing his job, I need to be able to tell him, hey, you need to step down and let everyone know that if he's not doing what he needs to be doing, he needs to step in with whoever.
So this, you're exactly right, Adrian. This goes back to, you want everybody in the field to run for the board if they want to run for the board. Put out a job description of expectations so they know ahead of time, right? Same thing for committee chairs. Hey, we're looking for committee chairs. We want you to get involved. Here's what a committee chair does, and here's the charter for that committee. If that sounds great to you, sign up, right? You can communicate to people in advance the expectations, and that will increase your success ratio. So, okay, any other hanging chats or things we did not discuss?
Format, getting this into something that we thought.
Okay. So what we did not do this time, because you already had in your last plan a pretty detailed SWOT. So my suggestion would be that you review that SWOT and say, are these still valid or do they need any updating, right? In terms of process. So review existing SWOT from current plan. And then you can take these slides and you've got goal and strategies for all of them.
You'll share.
I'm gonna email it to Karen for that.
And I'll attach it to the minutes.
Yeah. So that becomes your framework.
Can we also email them to me so that we can actually pass them?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, I can stick them in the OneNote as well, that COC.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I already sent you the deck from yesterday, so.
I did that from yesterday, but I think she meant these.
Uh-huh, yeah, well, any other hanging chats or follow-up? No? Okay, so this is where I say, dang, I'm proud of you guys. You got through a ton of work today. I mean, really. I hope you feel good about that.
Yeah.
I mean, really, you noticed you got through a ton of work, and you've got a great outline. And what I would encourage you to do is, don't feel compelled to add additional goals until you are well on your way of knocking these out of the park, right? Because you are volunteers, and you are a small organization, and so you need to be realistic about what you can do, right? So it's been my pleasure to be with you today. Thank you so much for being honest and candid and working so hard. And really, I wish you so much luck because what you're doing is so important. I hope that I hear from some of you a year from now and you feel like you're well on your track, right? So if you have questions, feel free to reach out to me. If my notes aren't clear, I'm sure one of these two ladies will let me know. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Debbie, can you go to the slideshow, please, for Debbie?
All right, we're gonna stand at ease for 5 minutes and then we're gonna figure out what we're doing before lunch. So if you need a bathroom break, go for it.
Have them delivered and have a working lunch with that or some other sort of food that can be ordered in and we have a working lunch to make our way through this agenda.
It's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
True. We do it by the bowl.
Yes.
Does the restaurant downstairs have a private room?
No, and they will take a long time.
Yeah.
Because they are not prepped for it.
Get that. Use some pizza or something. I mean, pizza delivery would be the smartest time.
I can just have staff order food. some people are gonna want a break, but I think we can shorten that lunch break.
I think we can split the difference.
Break
I like
here.
this, we do like a 15-minute break while staff figures that everyone orders whatever they want, 15-minute break, use the bathroom, go back to the room, whatever, we come back, we knock it out, I like that.
Thoughts? Okay.
No, that's good, I'm just saying, like, in the meantime, like 15 minutes, like, while that gets
Yeah.
hammered out, bathroom, whatever, that's a short, okay, right, I like your idea.
1 hour lunch.
We're not doing a 1 hour lunch break. All right, especially because you're gonna have to go off site and I know that it'll take over an hour because that's just how it works. Lunchies law.
When does the bar open?
So,
Adrian,
It opened an hour ago.
okay.
okay, I'm gonna suggest that we adjourn, for a 15-minute recess. And we're back at 12:05. And, in the meantime, I'm gonna work with staff on ordering pizza and one other thing that's not pizza.
No Hawaiian, that's the only thing.
We're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. Does that work? And then if you want lunch on your own, please check in with staff and you can Instacart something yourself here. And if you want alcohol, you can do Instacart.
Isn't the bar open?
Maybe the bar's open, I don't know. All right, we are at lunch. We'll be back in 15 minutes. Who leaves first?
I have to leave at 4.
Who leaves before 4 p.m.?
Hold on, I've got the sheet here. There was a couple right around this. Bill, did you change your flight?
I'm probably going to.
Okay, because Bill was earlier than me. I can stay as late as 5 if necessary. Travis was also 4.
I'm working on it.
And Paul Bracco was also 4.
I probably overestimated the amount of time that I need. I could probably be, call it 4:45.
All right.
Yeah, 4:45, 5 is probably the latest I can do.
Okay.
So 4 would be much more comfortable.
We should try to finish by 4. Here comes Roman.
Region 4 is here.
Region 4 is here. Staff is ordering pizza, and I think we're getting rotisserie chicken, potato salad, and some similar things. So if anybody is eating a meat-heavy, not carb-heavy diet, there will be chicken for you.
Oh, well.
All right, we left off, I believe we left off with discussion of financial status and budget. Hey, pay attention. I believe we left off with discussion of financial status and budget, and that was agendized by Ms. Yanuskavich.
And which I believe she put it in an executive session, I remember.
Well, the budget aspect of it is not going to be ready. The issue with the budget and why I noticed the budget specifically is because the policy manual requires that if we overspend a budget line by 10%, the budget needs to be revised. Also, we've not hit our revenue goals this year, which means that some of the expenses need to be revised down. This takes into consideration possibly also the Kennedy Victory Fund money. Anyway, we need to revise some of the lines of the budget. Not ready to do that yet because some of the budget line numbers that were used in the budget that we approved last year do not match or did not match. Hannah worked on those to match the P&L line numbers. So we had to kind of go in and match up numbers and things and change names and move things around. It's just not quite get there yet. I have a few more questions. So I think that this is something that we can distribute and talk about offline, identify the lines that need to be revised, everybody can look at it, and we can talk about some options. It's also a good exercise to do right now because obviously we're gonna have to do a new budget coming up. So there's that. I didn't know, in terms of the finances, you know, nobody's been really expressing any concern over our finances, and I have been very concerned about it. Yes, we did get $61,000, and we're going to have 31 more, and I don't know how much more will be coming in. From the Kennedy Victory Fund, our revenue, it's not picked up, our fundraising is not picked up. We've got some things coming up that.
So yeah, I have some financial concerns, and we need a complete budget overhaul.
Yeah. We have no cash reserve. I mean, we need
a cash reserve, we need additional help. And I'm hopeful that at the end of this, if we pass the strategic plan today, I'm gonna get some help with the fundraising calls. I think that's something that we can do in the immediate short term. We need to get Zoho operational. That requires a little bit more money, I think, and time from Andy Bukovich. We're close, but we sort of ran out on funding with the contractor. So we're close, we're using it, but it's not generating revenue for us. Mr. Nam.
I had a couple of questions about the hotel bill. Number one, any closer to a resolution on that?
Well, as a matter of fact, thank you for asking. We did get an email from the hotel last night. They did not address most of our issues. We had, so the hotel bill is $290,000. We had $27,000 worth of issues that we addressed with them. I can tell you what those all are if you don't care.
Beverage costs?
Yeah, well, that's my next question.
We did meet with them. It was a month ago, and we did hear back from them. They did not address, they only addressed one item. Then they're not going to be giving us most of what we asked for with that one item.
If we're gonna have this discussion now, then I'm gonna skip the convention committee report. This is why I waited to put it in until this morning, is because we got that email last night.
Okay.
So, so yes, we are closer, but you know, we're gonna have to go back to them.
Yeah.
So my next question was the beverages. Help me understand what's going on with that, because I have an idea, I don't want to just throw out accusations.
Well, okay, so if we want to talk about accusations and people who still pay their bills, I would move that we go into executive session because I don't want to trash anyone.
Move that we go to executive session and discuss whatever that second.
Moved and seconded to go into executive session to discuss outstanding invoices for our convention bill.
There was also one other question from yesterday that we needed to, that was financial, that Ms. Harlow's had about the FEC report.
And, hold on. I want to make sure our secretary gets this and we're all paying attention. Move to go into executive session to discuss outstanding invoices related to our convention bill.
Related, okay.
And,
May I request that staff be present?
yes, absolutely. And,
Question about FEC lines regarding staff. That was my question.
FEC lines regarding staff and additional contractual issues.
Yes.
With respect to the convention, I'm not making that so broad as it's a discussion of any contract.
Okay, so additional contractual issues is broad, gotcha.
Okay,
I think we stop, we stop the clock on this item when we go to executive session.
no, we do not. Okay, any objection? I need to see, okay, this is including staff. Thank you. We are back on. We need to, we can do this out of the meeting, but we need to set a budget working meeting. The three of us and Ms. Kennedy. All
I'll
right.
finish up. I'll finish up those changes and then send it to you.
Okay.
There's just something's wrong with correlating a couple of the lines. I just didn't have it ready yet.
Next item on the agenda is adopt guidelines for discussing staff and interacting with staff publicly. 1 second. I think we should kick this to EPCC further down the schedule. Is there any objection to amending the agenda and moving that down? Takes 2/3. I'm moving it. Thank you very much.
We're not skipping it, we're just moving it in.
Correct. Hearing none. All right, the agenda is amended. We will increase our EPCC conversation to include guidelines for discussing staff and interacting with staff publicly.
So would that be 30 minutes for that?
Oh, dear heavens.
Doesn't have to be, I'm just wondering. Hopefully not.
Yeah, if we don't use it, we don't use it. It's 40 minutes. Okay, that brings us to reports of standing committees, I think. And that would be, we start off with APRC.
There's nothing to report.
Thank you very much. Awards committee.
We said yes.
We struck it.
Struck it and.
Ballot access committee, Mr. Nana, are you ready for a report? Mr. Nana is doing a report. All right.
In the interest of time, I'm not going to read anything in the report. I will take questions.
I'm sorry, what?
It is in the one.
When?
As of yesterday.
Oh, I put it in the Okay.
I mean, I'm happy to go through it briefly. I'm just trying to say.
No, that's fine.
Mr. Dan, I think we should go through it.
All right, let's go. All right.
Comments.
Let's go through it briefly.
You're gonna have to speak up though.
Yep.
All right, so if you want to look at the report, there's a chart of green and red states that let you know what's going on. I'll go through them all very briefly. And these are updates since the last ballot access report at the last in-person meeting at least. So up to Alabama was able to secure donations with the help of LNC to collect nearly 11,000 raw signatures. Those signatures were turned in this past week. We anticipate that drive to be successful. Kentucky, the LNC continues to pay down the encumbrance on this drive. LPKY has paid their portion of the drive, and several petitioners are currently on the ground there. I was able to petition in Kentucky earlier this summer, and Mr. Redpath very recently traveled there to collect over 700 signatures. His signatures were all volunteer. I may go back down there myself this coming week when I get back on the plane. And with the current production and the inclusion of hiring a firm to collect 1,000 ballot signatures, we anticipate this drive will be successful. Deadline is early next month. Minnesota submitted nearly 2,500 signatures for independent access in early August, and they were successful. New Hampshire has completed their petition drive. They have a weird process where they have to give signatures to towns. The towns validate, give them back, and they have to deliver them on to the Secretary of State. Long story short, of the stuff that's been returned, and there are still some outstanding, we are both over the 1,500 threshold in both congressional districts, which is the requirement there. So we will be successful there. It's just a matter of it becoming official. New Mexico ended up costing us significantly more than we would have liked due to some unforeseen collection issues and emergency help being needed at the last minute, but it was successful since the last report. New since the last report, the Ohio party submitted a successful party reclamation drive. No LNC funds. Pennsylvania successfully completed a ballot access drive since the last report. Rhode Island is currently collecting signatures on a volunteer basis with the help of the Chase campaign, who has hired an individual at a very cost-friendly and friendly rate. One they're continuing to monitor on a weekly basis, daily really, but immediately. That deadline will be here early next month. That one I flagged for May, and I'm hoping this doesn't happen. We may need to, if we can afford it, potentially kick in a very small amount of money there. If we need to hire Rhode Island, if for some reason the person we hired who's doing good work so far doesn't quite get us over the top plus the volunteer, we may either have to help or I might go to the Chase campaign and ask them to pay for more, we'll see, but we'll keep an eye on it. There wasn't valid signatures there, that gives us an update on where we were at in terms of raw yesterday. Tennessee, there's no update on the lawsuit that we filed last term. They submitted nearly 500 signatures for independent status, and I don't think that one's been certified yet.
Well, I have a few comments about Tennessee.
Well, I only got a couple more to go, so go ahead after this. But Virginia, the paid portion of the drive from the LNC side has been completed since the last report. There's some small amount of cleanup being done in Congressional District 10 because there's a requirement for 200 valid signatures from every congressional district. There's a petitioner there cleaning that up right now. We anticipate this will be successful. And Washington also successfully completed the petition drive since the last report. One of the petitioners was unfortunately arrested for lawfully collecting signatures.
Oh.
And legal remedies are being explored by both that individual and the state party.
On the Virginia drive, that deadline was actually Friday at noon, so everything's turned in now.
Okay, everything's turned in. Okay, that would have been after writing that portion. Next ballot access meeting is August 27th. I'll take questions.
All right,
Well,
Mr. Redpath.
I don't have questions so much as I have comments. I have personally spent 35 days being a full-time petitioner since May. I went to Kentucky originally. That petition, those signatures got tossed because I did it before Memorial Day. They started. This decision was made by the presidential campaign and Ken Mullen in Kentucky to restart the petition drive with the names Chase Oliver and Mike Termott on the petition because they used stand-in candidates. There was some question as to whether the stand-in candidates in Kentucky were going to cooperate in terms of.
Speak up a little bit.
We're going to cooperate in terms of substituting in the names of Oliver and Termott. So I gathered 540 signatures over the course of a week. And unfortunately, I did get paid for those signatures at $5 each, but unfortunately those signatures got tossed and the petition drive was restarted subsequent to Memorial Day. I just spent a week and a half there. It's 7:30 in 11 days. My petitioning in Kentucky was interrupted on Tuesday morning, August 13th, call from Steve Dosbach. The Tennessee situation is utterly ridiculous. 275 valid SIG petition drive that could not be done all along. Did not get done.
So can you?
275 signatures.
Yeah.
Not done all volunteer. No. Okay, there were people in the Tennessee party who don't like the presidential ticket, who did not cooperate, but still, there should have been enough people there to get it done. So, and the petitioners that were sent from had previously been in Pennsylvania were not known quantities, unfortunately. They were sent to Chattanooga. Their production was very poor, and then Steve Dosbach gave them direction. They said, we don't have locations to petition, so he said, go to these festivals on the weekend. Instead, they took the weekend off. But they didn't go petition on the weekend. They took the weekend off instead of a weekday, all right, which they shouldn't have been. You know, the drive is nearly over. They're presuming to be days off, like it or not.
The weekends are better.
So unfortunately, I was in the Cincinnati metro area. So I got in the car on Tuesday morning. I drove down to Nashville. I petitioned on Tuesday, late on Tuesday afternoon and evening, and on Wednesday, and then on Thursday morning, and then went to do the signature turn in at the Secretary of State's office before the noon deadline on Thursday. It was tough. It was the tough petitioning. I did a total of 70 signatures, and it was difficult between out-of-towners in Nashville, of which there are a lot, and people are in a very low acceptance rate for whatever reason. The total number of signatures, I counted the signatures I had. I was given signatures by a Tennessee LP member who said there were 78 signatures there. The total turn-in was 452, all right, to get 275 net, which is 60 to 61% validity. We should be okay, but I'll tell you what, it's going to be a tragedy if we lose Tennessee and petition drive 275. We've got to do better with volunteer signatures in this party. We've got to. New Jersey, 800 net signatures. We had to pay $10 a signature ultimately get New Jersey done. Because it was like the state party, we got it, we don't got it. We need, and only because I got a referral from Lorenzo Bigpen, and I gotta tell you, a lot of petitioning is based on relationships. I've been at this for 36 years, and.
All right, everybody find your notes on the slide deck that Debbie made for us, and I'm looking for it.
Where is it? Hold on. Good.
Yep, she sent it.
See if this, yeah, the one underneath board training where it says planning deck for meeting is in PowerPoint, so you do have to download it and open it because it doesn't open in OneNote. And this is the notes she took.
Yes.
From our meeting.
It's where, planning?
Destin Hannah.
Planning.
What time did she send it?
In the OneNote?
No, I thought she emailed it to me.
Oh.
And the OneNote is under.
It says board training, then underneath it says planning deck, and that is your current notes.
New business and board training. All right, so red tab and then board training.
Make sure your upload server is also helping
All right, I am uploading it to Google Drive because I want to grab the netbook right now.
Oh, boy.
Everybody is very whispery. Did you find the documents? Mine's uploading slowly.
I found that the sheet, if you're not on the meeting Wi-Fi, that was whatever.
I am on meeting Wi-Fi.
Is this the PowerPoint under board training or the PowerPoint under planning deck for meeting? There's two different PowerPoints.
I only see one.
So under that same red tab, right below the board training, is planning deck for from meeting.
That's the one we need.
Yeah. Okay. It looked like that.
Planning deck for meeting. Oh yeah, it just didn't. My Wi-Fi sucks. The whole thing wasn't visible. All right.
What part of this is actually the strategic plan?
I think the very end with the notes, I assume, but I haven't seen it yet.
So it's like the day 2 stuff.
I think it starts on slide 18 of it.
Slide, what slide?
18, 1-8.
Right. Slide 18. So 18 plus, 18 forward. Okay.
I'm almost there.
Yeah. Yeah, through the end. Pretty much the rest of it.
Is anybody not there and not on their way to getting there? Is anybody just like, I can't find it, I give up?
So which slide again?
It begins with slide 18 from the end.
Maybe strategic plan notes, August 2020.
So it's a Sunday, August 25th, 2024, exercise 1. Top 3 measurable goals to achieve next 3 years.
I feel like the sloth and the DMV and the movie Zootopia. Still not there, oh my gosh, okay, almost there.
You're taking them out, I believe that BMP is actually really, really efficient.
Is it privatized? Yeah. All right, Sunday, August 25th, exercise 1, top 3 measurable goals. Okay, so we got, goals. My group worked on bringing the 1,000 candidates down to 500.
That's not
I'm on 19. Slide 19. Sorry, I'm just gonna move through.
Oh. Yeah.
And that was with the understanding that more candidates were going to run, but we were going to specifically, what did we say? Recruit 500 candidates.
Credible candidates.
Yes.
Full basics.
Recruit 500 candidates, and we were hoping that we would have a 33% win margin out of that. Mr. Gannon?
So I just have a general question. For the framework of the strategic plan, are we intending to make a 4-year document or a 2-year document?
This is a 3-year document.
3 year?
Yep. So I am including,
So it'll be through 27, not 3. Okay. 5, 6, and 7.
yeah, that, when I think about 500 candidates, that way I'm thinking about the, over 3 years, which means, you know, the off year,
We'll probably have more.
26, and then a smaller chunk in 27.
Can I ask why we make it 3-year when we have a 2-year term?
Well, she suggested 3-year, but I think the bulk of it should be focused for 2 years, and there should be some,
Also, it's a document, so it's subject to change.
yeah.
This could give the new board something to work off of
Yeah.
first,
Yeah.
until they make their
They
own.
can take it
Yeah.
and readjust it.
Sure.
Well,
If we do
That way they don't just come in like.
hopefully,
blind.
if we do a good job, they won't change it too much.
So we set a 2-year benchmark on the way to our 3-year goals, and we have something to work towards.
Sure.
Okay. So if we want to increase our annual revenue to 2 million, what's our revenue at right now? We're halfway to our budget, we made half of our budget.
Which is.
It was 1.2, and I think we're around half.
We're around a little over half, 51%.
So I think we'll close the year around 800,000.
All right, so what I don't want to do is I don't want to set a $2 million annual revenue goal if we're at 800,000 at the end of the year, because that seems unrealistic. That means we have to work double it.
1.5.
Well, if it's a 3-year
1.5. for
plan,
this
wouldn't it
year,
be the end of 2025?
next year.
So since we have 4 months, if we have 16 months.
Okay, so before we start talking about how we're going to get to it, if we want to increase annual revenue to 1.5 million in 2 years, and then 2 million in 3 years,
Yeah. That's pretty good.
we will get to the how. And then if we need to, we'll go back and we'll adjust.
Is what we had planned for this year sufficient?
So you're saying like leave it at 1.2 for this year?
No, I mean, assuming we weren't having the unexpected issues and we just met our goal that we had already set for this year.
We would be at 1.2, and then we would go to 1.5, and then we would go to 2, and that would be great. So we're probably gonna end up closer to 800,000 unless we're able to pull some crazy
So what
stuff.
I'm getting at is, was 1.2 enough for now to accomplish what we're trying to accomplish?
Yes, it would have been, yeah, it would have been fine. All right. We'll see how things go between now and November. If what I want to happen happens, I think it's gonna give us a cash injection. I still don't know if it's gonna bring us up to 1.2 million. If the party is smart and we're able to pull it together and advertise off our epic wins in November, which hopefully we'll get, then we're gonna be in a good place. But that's a lot of ground to catch up on.
We
So,
have races we think we're willing to have up in
not races, appointed positions, yeah.
Okay, appointed.
Appointed positions and, you know, victories that I have swept together with your blessings. So let's say we get an additional $10,000 from the Kennedy Fund. That gives us an extra 100,000, but we need to make up like, what? No, more than that.
Well, right. Well, we're projected to be at 8.
If so how would we actually get to 1.2?
You gotta get Zoho up and running first. That's the key.
Yep.
Dial for dollar.
And it's gonna be the same answer for the membership.
Yeah.
4 months, bring in,
Wait, I'm sorry.
100,000 spec.
So
Bring in an average of over $100,000 more.
or we have to double our revenue. We're not gonna hit 1.2 million, so a stretch goal would probably be 1 million, a stretch.
But are we talking about goals for this year or goals for 5?
I am catching us up. We're working backwards from our $2 million goal. So I just want us to set realistic goals right now.
So this is the December 31st, 2024.
Yeah. So that if we want to hit 2 million in 3 years, it would be great to hit 1 million at the end of this year, then 1.5 million in the off year, and then 2 million in the 3rd year. Because right now we're not on task to hit 1 million. If Donald Trump was a libertarian that we know in the cabinet position, who's like an actual bona fide libertarian, like someone on the literal list I gave him, I think that we're gonna shoot up. But I still don't think it's gonna put us at 1.2. Like, I'm being optimistic, but not crazy.
If we hit $1 million by the end of the year, that would mean, I think, about a 25% year-over-year increase every year for 3 years to $2 million.
Yeah.
So if we can count on Zoho getting us a 25% boost, whether it's through sustaining the numbers we already have and then finding new numbers, if we can commit to a 25% year-over-year increase or month-over-month increase, we'll hit our goal.
Mr. Nana?
In order for me to help create more realistic goals, I'm wondering if, because I want to ask a couple questions. That I don't think I can answer.
Okay.
So I would like to move into executive session to discuss political strategy. And then I have a question.
Okay. And then one caveat is we did work on our ideas to get there. I don't want to toss all that work out the window.
No, it's like one simple question, I just don't think I can answer.
Totally reasonable.
Second.
Any objection? How long are we gonna go into executive session? Like 15 minutes? 5 minutes, all right. All right. I think we understand what we need to do when we dig into it later on how to get to those annual revenue places. We understand it's a jump. Increase membership to 17,500. So we were at this not that long ago. We, again, you know, if we get political wins, it's easy to jump back up there. If not, it's gonna take some work. I think it's an achievable goal though, and I think it's easier than 1.5 million.
But part of the problem is culture has changed, and particularly with younger people aren't joining us in the way that I mean, this has been an ongoing problem in the party.
Yeah, I think it's just a cultural shift. But I do think that we were here not very long ago. So yes.
From where we are now, if we were to increase to 75, do we know based on dues alone, how much of a increase that would give us in revenue?
Well, it's about 3,000-ish increase.
Is it 3,000 or 3,500? Miss Kennedy, do you know where we're at on membership right now?
Approximately 12,000. I would use 12,000.
All right, see, it's lower. I thought we were at 12.5. So closer to 12.
But those are minimum members.
Right, but we assume, let's assume let's just call it 5,000.
That's a lot. That's a big number.
That's $125.
Yeah.
That's a sizable bump.
It's a big chunk.
Yeah. where we're trying to get to.
Mr. Rocco?
So going from 12,000-ish up to 17.5, assuming everyone's just basic 25, $437,000.
That's four.
Well, that's over the year.
If,
1 year is
that's, if the extra members just showed up next month,
Oh, next month.
then that is $437,000.
If you were to increase membership dues by $5, it'd be an extra $120,000.
But we can't do that without a bylaw change.
That's
It's,
convention.
it's hard to code it in the bylaws.
Is that a, that's a convention?
Yeah.
So,
We wanted to raise it to 50 last
We should probably
convention, we
pitch it.
never got to it.
all right, so here's what I think.
That's-
This is
That was
something we
my
need to
amendment,
roll
one of
into
them.
marketing. And we should probably
That's-
roll it
it was
into
just-
marketing in a way that tees it up to be a bylaws change and call it like the new bylaws goal.
May I ask
But
another question?
start,
Yes.
start at the high.
I understand that at a point, I know Josh Smith has talked about it. I think Dave Smith had talked about having these, affiliate links essentially where they sign up through their referral.
Oh, let's talk about it.
Is there a possibility, Dave, while less involved in the LP, is getting on much larger platforms?
So, okay.
And even Clint is on Team Pass.
We are not gonna throw any names out there to throw anyone under the bus.
Yes.
Yes.
What am I doing?
I will
I'm doing
say
nothing.
that I worked aggressively with
Oh,
staff,
because of the,
maybe right before or right
Yeah,
around the time,
sorry.
right before the
That was
time
wrong.
Ms. Kennedy came on.
pointing to
To
one
get
side.
all these affiliate links
That was
activated,
wrong.
get
I was
people
off
signed
by a
up.
lot.
Very few people want to push them. And when I ask them,
I was
please,
wrong.
please, please, it's like, well, I got this thing I can push or that, thing. I can't
140.
push everything to my audience.
Not.
I gotta just pick and choose a couple things, and X, Y, and Z has a better payout for me, or people respond more positively. So the affiliate links have not been a big hit.
With the people you're getting them to.
People who are pushing them. Now, Mr. Heiss and Mr. Paget both did a whole bunch of work on this. And
What is?
I think they kind of
So-
have passed the ball back and forth because they've been on and off. To automate affiliate links,
I have nothing.
sort of like the Big Ron Swami had the fundraising links for his, so that almost anyone could get it. You fill out the.
So if I got my
document.
sister, I don't have one, but if I had a sister and got her to join, I could give her one even though I'm not with a big recruiter.
Yes,
Yeah.
and then you can do it almost to anyone. There's like a little thing where it was like, you know, do you have like a felony, like a couple of suggested check boxes that would disqualify you.
Yeah, and not passionate. I know there are ways to do it, I know that regardless of what tools we're using, there will be a way to do it. My thought process is with the affiliate link, it's gonna be a non-zero number. And as long as we make sure it's not too much work on staff, there's no reason we should not do it.
They wanted to push it to, here's the reason where it became a bit of work, was reporting and payouts. And as things started to break and disintegrate in our old system, it became more complicated, people weren't getting their payouts on time. And it was that end. Creating the link was not tricky, but having people follow through and like uphold anything after creation, it just kind of fell apart. But it is coming, and they're gonna do automated links in Zoho. Mr. Greco?
Well, just to follow up, I had the number wrong. I was referencing the wrong cell. It's 139.
Okay,
Is if they all showed up. So, sorry about that.
all right. So that's membership. I feel like cash reserves, we can talk about that once we get into revenue. Recruit 500 candidates. I think that we are pretty comfortable with that number. That doesn't mean we're only running 500, that means we're only recruiting 500. People are gonna run it.
What is our current candidate level?
I don't know off the top of my head, I need to ask Mr. Patel, our,
It's so hard.
it is,
We don't always know.
well, so region, reps, not counting Ms. Hayes, because she's already done it, but there you go. Like, you need to be counting your candidates.
84.
84, all right.
In the whole region.
Let's jump to the next slide. Okay, goal and strategies to increase annual revenue to $2 million. Get Zoho up and running nationwide. Ms. Kennedy. Can you tell us where we're at on getting Zoho up and running nationwide, the goals, what we need to get there, timelines, all that?
Yes, do you mean onboarding affiliates also, or just national?
Just national.
Okay, when you say onboarding, what do you mean by onboarding? Because we can do a lot of things. Are there, what specific things are you looking for?
Move all of our operations into Zoho, except for the things we're doing for state affiliates and city. And then what?
I would say the majority of our operations are now out of Zoho already. The exception to that is the Unified Membership Program, which we are working with the states on, but because we have 7 to 9 transactions a month, it wasn't considered high priority. We just important. We didn't hear that Unified Membership Program still needs to be brought in. There is also the Indiana Triple Membership Program that still needs to be brought in. Otherwise, we are Zoho functional. I would give us another 3 to 4 weeks to continue to sort out, just our bug fixes on some of our webhooks and things like that. And then when it comes to implementation of marketing automation, we're working on that as we speak simultaneously with some of the tech stuff. And Matt Hudson's been out for the last week, but he has experience with marketing automation. We actually should be able to get that rolling rather quickly. So I would say give us another 6 weeks and we can start really building out the comprehensive marketing things. And that is emails, phone calls, text messages, like the whole thing on a scheduled recurrent basis.
Can you explain, and I didn't help it up, I'll let you go first.
Sure.
What a comprehensive marketing anything is? The thing, what are we doing? What is the marketing?
Oh, it's based on campaigns. So we'll take those fundraising issues. So any particular defend the guard, for instance. So we have already locked the URLs of that. We have written out the call script for our callers. We have some emails drafted, ready to go. So basically, we take the idea, we have the goals, the financial goals, and then the objective of, why will people give? What is Defend the Guard doing? How are we participating? And then we essentially attach that to communications over a period of time. And when we run the campaign, it starts with the informational aspect of it, and then there's appeals are part of that, and then there's reporting results or progress is part of that. But all of those things come with appeals. And so this is a campaign over time, and that's just one of, I believe, 8 or 9 that I have listed. And so we have 3 built out right now. I would like to have the other ones built out. Probably need a couple of months for that. But really, actually, build this campaign template. So a lot of it is going to be plug and play. So we just need the issue, the why. We need the goal and the objective. And then he already has, the template that we plug all that information into. And we set the target for who we want to hit with that information. So for instance, if you signed up with, if you're interested in foreign policy, we would probably shoot you with Defend the Guard.
Beautiful. Anything else to add on Zoho? Any questions on Zoho?
So as far as data goes, where do you have a timeline on when you feel like it's going to be ready to start doing automation and auto renewals and things like that?
I would say if we have to, best case scenario is probably about 3 weeks. If we have a significant, as if I could use our contractors and I had Andy, and we didn't run any more issues. Other than that, I would say give us another 6, but I'm not ready. End of September, we should be pretty good to go. And that includes incorporating the unified membership payments and the Indiana memberships.
Mr. Ward?
It's a real question. When can LNC members get trained up?
So that is something to consider because if LNC members are actually going to use the platform, like if you guys are going to be in there even on a weekly basis, we can absolutely look at you guys and do an account. The thing is, it's $45 a month per user, and so I would encourage you guys to have a use case and actually be ready to go in and start running things. Now, what we can do, if you feel like you really like information out of there regularly and you don't want to have to ask us, we can set up automated reports so we can very narrowly define the criteria of what you want to look up. And then that can just be automatically sent to your email on a schedule that you prefer, like as frequently as daily. Yes, sir.
We're looking to, actually, for example, one guy we had a workshop was that region reps actually start calling and, logging in, and using CRM not just to update staff members, actually use CRM systems properly. That's, I understand the expense of it.
Yes, and we certainly, we could look at, but here's the thing, if you are using the CRM to make fundraising calls and you fundraise $100, you've already paid for the cost of your subscription that month. So if you're regularly using the CRM to make us money, I would say that's a phenomenal use case to get you a login. So if you are interested in doing that, please let me know. I would be more than delighted to get you set up the login and, teach you how to use the reports and enter information.
What counts as a user? What permissions? Like what constitutes a user? Paid account. What access do you have?
Well, technically, if signing up under the Zoho one, you have access to the whole suite of tools. But for instance, we may in the future be able to build out something where the CRM is searchable if you aren't logged in, and we were looking at doing something like that for states, so that we can cut down on the state cost. So that's being explored, but that's going to take a little bit more. Like, we're going to have to build something for that. But right now, if you want to even go look at the CRM, you have to have a login.
All right, let's move through a couple of these a little bit faster on this screen. Increased donor retention. By auto retention, I think auto renew memberships, great. We already have that partially in place, we just need to continue that. Re-engage major donors and acquire new large donations. That's something that I've been working on, but I need help. We need to do more of it. We also need some things that large donors are excited about. Targeted asks by cause or by issue. We talked a little bit about that. Defend the Guard, Project Decentralized Revolution. There's Heist came to me with 9 different ideas. I told him only do 3 at a time, which sounds like staff has been doing. So we've got plenty of targeted asks. Get a fundraising development leader. We need to hire a skilled development director. Provide the why to give. That's really targeted asks. LNC members making fundraising calls. We've addressed that. Targeted campaigns. We've addressed that. Are we missing any major pieces for strategies to increase our revenue? Major pieces, not different types of targeted asks.
Obviously, at some point, we want to get a fundraising event.
Yeah.
So, I don't know what that timeline looks like, because obviously that costs money.
That's in there, the fundraising development leader. Okay, time expiring, but can we extend by 20 minutes because we had 10 and 10 for 2 other things rolled into this?
So moved.
Second.
Any objection? All right, we are extended. Okay, I think that looks good on that slide. Let's jump to slide 21. Which is a little bit more membership tiers, leaderboard and CRM. What's the leaderboard again?
Well, the discussion came up about actually having someone logged into CRM or logged into a donation. That they saw some of the stars. They saw, and I'm going to look, there's some level of feedback to both staff and LNC as well as.
Very good idea. Yes, Mr. Dan.
Does Zoho have the ability to do a leaderboard type thing? So I used to work in IT sales and use Salesforce, and you can at any time go to the dashboard and see not only your pipeline, but where you are at in terms of real contracts executed. Does something like that exist in Zoho where we can do every LNC member? I don't need to know this, but we'll find out staff, of course. I don't want to make anybody see it in their work, but thinking maybe we could have an LNC competition, who raised the most money, and there'd be like a
Yeah.
bar graph.
Should be a
Yeah.
basic CRM function.
So yeah, I'm assuming it can do it, I'm just,
Every CRM I've ever used.
yeah, I'm assuming it can do it. Are we planning to?
Can we have a sales goal that we can see individually in Zoho once we all get logins?
I do not see why not.
Okay, that's what I figured.
You will each have your, it would be similar to having an affiliate link, where they would need to sign up through your like, thing, but yes.
Beautiful, okay, get staff and board to work tougher on issues, work together on issues they're passionate about. Great, building local relationships, local calls by board members, yes. Increase membership dues to $30. I think this is probably something we need to start marketing as the like 2026 goal. Yeah, no kidding. All right, let's jump to 22, strategies to increase membership. Use data to identify needs for new membership. So we got a whole bunch of data. Saga of the data append. We are coming upon the 1-year mark. And Mr. Paget negotiated a data append purchase for us. And it is not usable yet. Rejoice. Aristotle. Not like active, but yeah. There was nothing that happened.
Yeah, no, I just didn't know.
Yeah. All right, data. Issue and project-based outreach by LNC, that's targeted. Re-engage with lapsed members. Who here has re-engaged with a lapsed member in the last, like, 2 months?
True. They're not very receptive, but I'm.
What all did you hear?
You want the clips? Fuck the LNC, F the chair, F the Mises caucus, a lot of that.
A lot of that, a lot of complaints about our presidential candidates.
Yeah, well, I'm talking.
They dislike me, and the ones I talk to, they dislike our tickets. Trump train, Kennedy, lots of things out of the world.
Well, the ones I'm mostly dealing with are in Colorado, who said when we have a new board in Colorado, they're gonna rejoin.
All right.
Because I don't know why it has anything to do with the national park, to be honest with you.
They're not there.
People have their own reasons. They have their own reasons. They'll rejoin Colorado. People tend to do it as a package deal.
Demonstrate commitment to building liberty. Strategies to increase membership. Yes.
That's a very.
Work on incentives. I am striking t-shirts. We are not selling t-shirts.
What about tank tops?
We do not have the cash flow, but incentives, yes.
So that was,
Thumbs.
so you understand that was a t-shirt for a membership, right?
Yep.
Okay.
It's
Or
too expensive.
Or thumb.
So here's what we can do instead. We can get other liberty-based organizations to provide small discounts on their products with an LP discount code, and you get that when you get your membership card. And if a digital membership card is the first incentive. And most of you have heard people screaming that they don't get their membership card, whether it's a $25 donation. I had someone flipping out over $1,000 donation. He didn't get his card. I printed one out in Canva at my house and mailed it to him because I didn't want him to lose the $1,000 donation. So there are a handful of very poorly designed special cheers cards out in the ether.
This is something special.
Very special.
I hated all the new ones so much, I still got mine from 19.
So, there you go. Ms. Hayes.
I asked a question that would probably every state that doesn't have a fully. What about, and this is, I mean, it's not about getting stuff done. It's not about what I think is right necessarily. Would it be possible to encourage states to require membership to national, to be a national delegate?
I understand that you're gonna hate me for making that. No, I love that change into bylaws change. Understood, but would that be our bylaws change or each individual state?
It depends.
No, we can make it a national one, it should be. Oh, okay.
Yep, there you go.
And we were going to suggest it, and believe it or not, the opposition to it, and believe it or not, I'm really saying this not to be an ass. That means they have to sign the pledge. I'm like, yeah, that's a feature, not a bug.
But the pledge, what is the gender board pledge?
Times you
My $250 bylaws. My $2,500, and I realized I'm missing my
At what point did you actually
Now,
get
the
sober?
LNC can ask you.
That's for my
Quiet
life.
it, quiet it down, guys. Quiet it down.
And secondly, when I talk about new times, convention, the time potential to figure out how to do that in the actual this year.
Yeah. It has to do with our revenue being kept separate, but we can get into it, start addressing that.
But the most important thing, if we announce it January 1st, 2025, like I see.
I think that might be in the bylaws, hold on, let me look, I'm gonna answer that.
Do we encourage some last minute bumps at the end of the year?
Yeah, we could.
We do it to
Okay, we have a huge fundraising push for January 6th. And we didn't do it last year because some people thought it was too controversial.
Lifetime amount is not in the
I
bylaws.
didn't think so.
Lifetime amount
No,
is set by the LNC.
Yeah,
So-
I think it only exists in the policy manual.
I mean, $1,500.
I'm just saying.
Is not a tremendous amount of money for people,
Yeah.
but Republicans, Democrats.
Oh, totally.
You know, you want the Eagle Circle or whatever they have.
Yeah. Okay, yes.
Sorry, one thing that we did in California is that
We,
Adrian, I'm saying we, the royal we, and with the help of Carrie Eiler, updated our lifetime membership PIN, which required existing lifetime members to pay an additional $50. And I think, you know, that offset some of the cost of the pins and it got extra money from our lifetime members.
if they put an additional $3,000 just on updated.
And there might be some people who, you know, long time lifetime members who want to collect multiple pins, I don't know, but Carrie's designs are fantastic. New pin is gorgeous. I became a lifetime member because of it.
Beautiful. All right,
Is it
keep
website?
moving on. It's, our website is practically finished.
I have a full Texas, donor appreciation program
All
last
right,
year.
we gotta.
This is each level of my donating to them, so, and our lifetime membership is higher than national.
Oh.
So,
Yep.
Right, drink some
Outreach to the broader liberty movement,
This
social and email,
you can increase
yes.
it.
That's something we can do through,
Campaigns.
cross promotions and data purchases. Okay, fully implement CRM, we already have that. Fully implement joint membership program, we have that. Goal 2, implementation to increase membership. Okay, so more of these, joint membership, incentives for new members, covered that. Consider limited time to get new members with incentives. Okay, so that's a marketing push. Issue-based outreach for retention, we covered that. Connect members to local affiliates. Bring back affiliate referral program. I assume that means the affiliate links. Okay, goal 3, increase cash reserves to $500,000. Yeah, that would work right. Increase convention revenue and decrease convention costs. Yes, this board has agreed to tackle that. Managing costs wisely when we budget. Yes, we have been very careful with our budgeting over the last 6 months. Exceed fundraising goal, put in reserves. Reduce staff workload, increase efficiency. Technically, yes, although I feel like we have definitely done quite a bit of that. Raised $2 million.
Sorry, so she didn't take it exactly in the spirit. We were saying increase efficiencies in terms of making processes that staff has to do manually today automated, so that the efficiency in general is increased, so that their workload is less. So they can either be tasked or whatever.
Speaking of think, just check yourself, like, don't wreck them. Think about it twice before you send like a petty or annoying complaint for them to investigate, because it takes time away from other issues. Use your best judgment. So like every time someone has a complaint or whatever, like it may not actually be appropriate to bug them about it, because maybe they're trying to figure it out. All right, money bombs, yes, that's a marketing thing. We can and need to do that. Hire a skilled fundraising director. We can do that once we have a little bit more money. We definitely need to. Cash reserves, budget for reserves, $100,000 a year. That's a $14,000 a month average. So keep that in mind. Fundraising for specific asks, yes, targeted asks. Sell issue of ballot access with financial goals. I like that. Goal 3, 1,000 candidates is getting edited to 500. Adopt PDR. How are we feeling on that? I feel like I'm in favor of adopting a scaled down version. So can someone pull up in his report what numbers he had? Was it 1,000 candidates? Yeah. Can someone find the number? Because if we're gonna adopt it, I would like it edited. So that we're not doing just a meaningless adoption. Affiliate adoption and buy-in to voter gravity. Provide support for elected libertarians. So this is something I tried to do last term, and I was overwhelmed with a lot of other things and did not get to really doing it. I had calls with them, and they were like, I'm good, or I need this or that, but ultimately, I don't know who to task with that. Provide support for elected libertarians, so be thinking about that. No. Candidate training and working with affiliates who need resources and tools for.
I think the most obvious one is B2C elected libertarian.
Yeah.
Or ones that have run, at least propose someone that knows what they're talking about in front of.
We tried to pair them up with people who drafted policy so that they can have people who would actually knew how to do the work. And then once we did, those people got a little bit skittish and nervous to do it for some reason. Recruit 500 candidates, PDR, evaluate state affiliates for partnership or 2-up strategies. Some of that needs to be picked to the affiliate support committee. PDR, voter gravity, support, training, that's all the same.
So Angela, for PDR, it's 350 plus campaigns.
350 plus. Okay, so I think 500 is good. Adopt. So then is there any edit we need to make besides saying that we're scaling it back a little bit? Just to scale? Is that
Wait, can you, sorry, I'm tired.
adopting PDR? What, do we need to make any edits? Yes.
Totally on board with the goal that we definitely have to push for the local and for local races. My question would be, as an LNC, how do you do that? Because obviously we can't put it down to our place and say,
No.
your people better run.
It's by getting affiliate buy-in. And so I think that we're gonna get 10 to 20 states who are like, we wanna work with you on this. And that's how we pursue it. And we make it obviously available. But a lot of this has to do with how we have stacked our resources and tooled it, but I've already done that. Because we're basically unofficially doing it, but I need someone to organize it a little bit more in spirit. That's why we have data control. That's why I'm like constantly obsessing over that. We've got campaign websites, like it needs a little more work, but the infrastructure exists already. Mr. Malaga?
So to Mr. Nana's point, just to be clear, I mean, it needs affiliate buy-in in California, it's just not bought into reach support. It doesn't seem like an attainable goal, not that we don't agree with the meat of it or like what the outcome is supposed to be, but it just doesn't seem feasible. It seems like it's going to be a little too late. It's not worth allocating our efforts in California, especially given how low we are. We only have 5 candidates as opposed to
And the
Mr.
state of
Hain. In a state of 30+ million people as opposed to regional ones, 84, right? What's that? They want to stay as far away from government. That's like the state of Jefferson. They want nothing to do with government. They want to go live on their farms with their gun and shoot any fed that comes.
Sounds pretty big.
Maybe we should join them. With these guys is so high. It's really difficult to get to do anything. It's really high. They're like walking back to 5 years.
Says the former Californian, yes.
I chelated when.
But yeah, just to be, because you asked for the at least we do some more working for
Okay. So we're not gonna do a motion just on this, no, we're rolling one motion in, just so everybody knows. Okay, goals. So it's, get us to a $2 million annual revenue by 2027. Yes, and that's good, because we're about to make a motion on it. This is overall, recruit 500 libertarian candidates. Here's our strategic plan. And I'm saying this out loud before I move it. Adopt the following strategic plan. Aim for a $2 million annual revenue by 2027. Aim for 2 million, I'm removing the plus. Aim for $2 million revenue by 2027, annual revenue. Recruit 500 libertarian candidates to run for winnable races. Grow membership to 17,500 in 3 years. Adopt PDR in support or in connection with our 500 libertarian candidate goal. Our 500 candidate libertarian candidate goal. Sorry. I'll share this.
Okay.
And,
That's what I was hoping.
I'll share this with you.
I saw the typing, I'm like, oh my God.
And adopt, no, adopt defend the guard as a policy strategy. Does that work? It also
Put everything in policy.
Okay, so that's my motion. Adopt the following strategic plan. Adopt the following 3-year strategic plan. Aim for $2 million annual revenue by 2027. Recruit 500 libertarians to run for winnable races. Grow membership to 17,500 members in 3 years. Adopt PDR in connection with our 500 libertarian candidate goal. And adopt defend the guard as a policy strategy. First, and
I would rather change the defend the guard and adopt it as a issue coalition strategy around affecting public policy, something like that.
okay, as an issue coalition strategy
You
to
write
affect
your
public
submission for the
policy.
policy manual?
Madam Secretary?
Here's my concern with the
Okay.
is taken literally. It conflicts with the bylaws obligation of supporting and running a presidential candidate. This radical decentralization really means like that candidate doesn't matter.
That's why I said adopt it in connection with our goal of running 500 libertarian candidates.
But that seems still being local. I'm just throwing it out there.
All right, I mean, I respectfully disagree, but you're fine to have that. that view on it. Mr. Bracco, Mr. Nikhil, and Mr. Redpath.
So on the last page of the PDR presentation, the year 3 and 4, it does reference the presidential election. The specific quote is, the presidential elections represent our best opportunity to recruit the party across the country and replenish the membership and funnel them down the pipeline of this strategy.
Okay, wait, hold on
To
one
me,
second.
that does not sound like we're not running the presidential campaign.
It was on
if
the
we
last
decide.
page of
That's
the-
correct, page 33.
Are we out of time?
Yep.
All right, well, we want to move to extend by 5 minutes. Okay, moving to extend by 5 minutes. Any objection? Hearing none. All right, Mr. Nikhila.
To extend?
I did. And Mr. Nance seconded. And we're on to Mr. Nikhila.
So I just want to speak in favor of PDR. We ran something similar in Florida called Operation First Step. Honestly, this whole thing is nothing new. It's been tried over and over again in different states. And in 2020, I believe it is, 2020, we got about 30 seats. These are city council, 2 mayoral seats, county council, city council, special tax, community development districts, all kinds of stuff, not just soil and water board. Although we need a few of those as well. And so the strategy works. So I really commend the strategy. I think it's going to be something that's going to fit in nicely, not only raising money, but getting candidates elected. So I do think it's a solid strategy.
Mr. Redpath.
Well, I don't know if some of what I'm going to say is out of order or not, but it's not what you think it is. First of all, with respect to this project, radical decentralization, I think it's a worthy project. I really don't see it as a strategy. I think that first of all, there are a number of potential problems. One being the Dillon rule. Are people in here familiar with the Dillon rule?
The what?
The Dillon rule, right? 31 states are Dillon rule states, which means that that local governments are only given specific powers by the state, right? And then there are 8 other states that have Dillon rule to another certain extent. So literally the powers that local government officials have are only granted to them by the state, the body above them. I think also that again, Adam may have a different experience. My experience, being an activist in the LP, I see people that have ideas about what offices they want to run for. They come and say, I want to run for this, or some of them are local, some of them are higher offices. We need people, we need non-embarrassing candidates running for all levels of offices, both federal, state, local, you name it, running as many candidates as possible. I also think that it implicitly endorses the theory of bottom-up party building. I don't think that'll work. I don't agree with the implicit, not endorsement, but supposition that the way to build the Libertarian Party is from the bottom up, so to speak. I would question whether that is feasible. And the other thing is that local offices are largely managerial. The lower you go in government, the more managerial the offices are. And I think we need to speak out, win or lose. We need to speak out on the great issues of the day. The public knows us through our candidates. Our candidates need to speak out on the great issues of the day. The federal, state offices, whether we have a realistic chance of winning or not. I'd also say the other thing, as a part of any strategy of a minor party, we are the #1 minor party in the United States, and we have been now for over half a century. Any sort of, I think, strategy worth its salt has to involve trying to change the election system in the United States. I really don't see any path to us being a major party without some sort of adoption of proportional representation in the United States to get away from single-member plurality voting. I think we're stuck with the R's and D's as long as we retain that system. I think it's very important. If I have one gripe with the Libertarian Party over my time in this organization, it is that we have been AWOL on this issue as an organization. And it's so vitally important to the future of this party, the electability of our candidates, I think that there is a wide libertarian movement. We are a part of that libertarian movement. We're the only explicitly political part of that libertarian movement. And I think we should work as hard to change the election system to make our party electable on a widespread basis. We should work as hard for that as we do promoting libertarian public policy issues.
Up next, we have Mr. Ford, then we have Mr. Benson, and then Mr. Watkins.
This is obviously a huge philosophical issue. I obviously respect your position. I've acknowledged many times that you're a reason why a lot of this is just people. I guess the simplest example I can use is that our ability to change the electoral system in Rhode Island, which is happening as we speak, and we have the endorsement of the state secretary of state for extensive litigation of hyperlocal politics. The Libertarian Party has, on a national level, despite 53 years of incredible volunteer work, an incredible amount of money, has made absolutely no incursion whatsoever into the hearts and minds of Rhode Island. I've lived there for 30 years. I've been involved with politics over 20 years. And I'm talking about some of the lobbies. I create laws. I work in the media. We have, despite all that effort, we have failed to pierce that national bubble. And it's becoming harder because of the increasing expense of being a national party. Now, obviously, there are situations for ballot actions where we need presence at federal races, clearly, and we have to respect those. But at the same time, we don't have candidates capable of running against career politicians. And when I say career, I mean talking about people who are really bred from college forward, because simply we don't have the people who are educated in terms of actual government experience to challenge the government. Now, a perfect example of that, I'll close off with this, is when I was doing the MD show, we constantly asked the candidates about how they come to their school system. It's an indoctrination factor. Then I'd ask the next question. And I say, well, how do you local locality finance school systems? Most of them didn't know because they simply don't have the ability to compete right now from a knowledge or experience basis, as a result on a reputational basis with the technocratic nature of government speak, and actually, our competition literally breeds people from birth from the age of 21 to go out and run the government. So I just can't feel strongly enough that the future of this party is solely our ability to get people experience in hyperlocal, teach people who typically aren't political types to engage in kind of a brand building on an individual basis and brand building necessary for the Libertarian Party on a local basis to get that experience and build an organization surrounding it. So obviously I feel very strongly I differ, but again, I respect your tremendous experience.
Time is expired. We're gonna go to a vote unless someone moves this.
What's the, can you share the motion?
The motion is to adopt the following 3-year strategic plan. Aim for a $2 million annual revenue by 2027. Recruit 500 Libertarian candidates to run for winnable races. Adopt PDR in connection with our 500 Libertarian candidates goal. Grow membership to 17,500 members in 3 years. Adopt Defend the Guard as an issue coalition strategy to affect public policy. Mr. Bracco?
So the 2 million and the membership, are those on the same timeline?
Yes, 3 years.
Okay.
It's a 3-year strategic plan. And PDR is only adopted in connection with our 500 candidate goal. It is in scope. It needs a second.
Second.
Is there a way to project them on the screen?
Is there further discussion?
Yeah, that one is
Yes.
there.
All right, there is further discussion, then we're gonna need to extend time.
Move to extend for 10 minutes.
10 minutes, it's 3:26.
Mine's very quick.
Is 10 minutes maybe too long?
I'd say like 3.
I think 3 minutes might pass, but we still have other things on the agenda, and our secretary's leaving at 4, and I.
So we have a hard stop at 3:30 on this. 4 minutes. We'll just do it now.
4 minutes.
All right, so move to extend time by 3 minutes. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any objection? No. Okay, hearing none, time is extended by 3 minutes. Who was gonna, you were gonna speak?
Yeah, all I was gonna say is that, Mr. Bracco will leave my concerns that it explicitly talks about how the presidential plan works with BDR. Because I do think that was a real concern, but he pointed out to where it was addressed.
Yeah. It's not more.
Mr. Benson?
Yeah, I just had a question about the Dillon rule states, because like in Florida, we're a home rule, so we have a bunch of municipalities that are incorporated, and, you know, they can set rules to some extent on what they can do. So in Dillon states, it's not like there's no way that a municipality can say,
I'm not going to claim I'm a Dillon rule expert, but it is my understanding, for instance, Virginia, where I lived for 34 years, is a Dillon rule state. And I'm pretty sure it is explicitly the case that local governments don't have the powers that are granted to them by the state government.
yeah, but if there's not a power that's granted, the municipality can, you know, do what they will, if it's not enumerated, right? That's what I'm.
No, I think the power, it is my understanding the powers granted to local governments are enumerated, and those are their only powers.
Okay.
Anybody, yep, Mr. Boss?
I would comment, I think, I mean, we still have the fact of having local elected libertarians that do have the ability to influence policy in their realm, whatever that is. And inside the PDR document, there is a spreadsheet that delineates the Dillon rule status of every state, and it's in the spreadsheet attached to the document. So that's been thought of.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Bracco, and then
That link is on the second page that he's talking about. And just for, I'm scanning through it quickly. It looks like about half of the Dillon rule states have some degree of home rule for cities, and even a few for counties.
There you go.
My county's a home rule. No, my actually.
According to this spreadsheet, Colorado itself is home rule. No?
Like Castle Rock is.
all right, Mr. Nana?
Dillon's rule for non, that doesn't make sense.
Maybe if there's a mix.
Mr. Nana has called the question.
Maybe if there's a mix.
Maybe
Been
they
moved
count
and
it as a home
seconded to call the
rule
question,
state.
any
Because
objections to
someplace-
calling the question? Hearing no objection, the question is called. We are gonna go to a roll call vote, this takes a majority. We'll give our secretary a moment until she's ready.
And this is to adopt the strategic plan.
Yes.
Madam Chair, just to be clear, I'm seated at this time.
Gotcha. Mr. Boss,
Yes.
did I say your name wrong?
No.
Mr. Dar,
Yes.
did Mr. Dassey get the wrong?
No.
It's like,
Flight issue?
like he had one of those diversions and.
Okay, we'll deal with that. Mr. Bracco,
Yes.
Mr. Ford,
Yes.
Mr. Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Heyman,
Yes.
I will vote yes. Mr. Malagon, Mr. McGee,
Yes.
Mr. Nana, Mr. Michaela,
Yes.
Mr. Redpath,
No.
Mr. Rutherford,
Yes.
Mr. Benson,
Yes.
Mr. Watkins,
Yes.
Ms. Januskowicz,
Yes.
Mr. Malagon,
Region 4 abstains.
I'm sorry.
Region 4 abstains.
Okay. Madam Chair, it is 14 yes, 1 no, 1 express abstention.
All right, chair does not need to vote, the motion passes. Thank you, everyone.
All right.
I will get you a list, I will get that with all of the comments that we had, fleshed out a little bit, you know, less like notes, more professionally. Yes.
We're going to at some point, maybe have a working session where we have much to talk about. And obviously what we just passed is very low. Should we or is there a desire to have a meeting where we kind of really actually?
I think there is, I think what I'd like to do is take a week or so to type it up, present it, put my notes on it, send it out, see who wants to get on that working committee. Start drilling down, it's gonna probably involve interfacing with staff. I need to figure out how much time they need and all of that good stuff. All right, I'm trying to jump back to our agenda.
Well, there's new business without previous notice, which isn't an automatic, it's open.
All right. Does anyone have new business? Mr. Heyman?
I'm sorry this is so late, but it's not my fault. I think we have a big problem that we need to deal with. I have a motion to make. I think we need to discuss it, and I really think we need to pass it. I move that this board adopt the following resolution. Resolve that a committee comprised of Jonathan McGee, Pat Ford, and Adrian Malagon be appointed by the LNC to investigate allegations of misconduct by our secretary, Karen Ann Carlos, which, if true, cast doubt on her fitness to continue in office, and that the committee be instructed, if it concludes that the allegations are well-founded, to report resolutions covering its recommendations.
Can you please email that to me and to our secretary?
Of course.
I have a point of order, Madam Chair.
Please go ahead.
See if I have the book with me, but under our policy manual entitled to what's considered a fair and impartial investigatory committee would not necessarily be members of the board, it would be members that would be considered impartial or even equally partial to one side or the other. And I don't think the committee that was appointed has that.
All right, let me think about that.
I mean, I could move to amend it. You could give me those three names again.
Yes. Jonathan McGee, Pat Ford, Adrian Malagon. And I can speak to my motion if it's appropriate at this time. Oh,
Let me,
thanks, second.
1 second, I'm trying to think about how to do this procedurally. You have a point of order. We have. It's from Long Garcia. It's regional. While we are sorting this out, if someone has another item of new business, please, without going into detail, signal that to me, hand wave, so that I can make sure that we are on track with time.
And actually, I would like to move to amend the motion. That would cure the point of order. If the amendment fails, then I have to raise the point of order. Go for it. if the desire is to have a person on the LNC, I would move to add 3 additional persons. And those 3 additional persons would be Mr. Nana, Mr. Malagon, and Mr. Redpath. I mean, excuse me, I'm so sorry, I was looking over there, Mr. Michaela, Mr. Redpath, and Mr. Nana.
Before we do that, Nana, Michaela, and Redpath, are they willing to accept if it?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay. Okay, so that's good. I think that would be a second. And is there discussion?
I would like to discuss it.
Yes, please go right ahead.
We've been down this road before. A lot of this has to do with getting our candidate in Colorado. We know the great upset that there was in the party before. There were 3 people named. I think no matter what happens, there will be great more peace in the party if I'm allowed to add 3 names of people that I disagreed with on and agreed with on that I think have good reputations within this party. So I'm going to read for you from Robert's steps in a fair disciplinary process. And first of all, say, to not even get a personal heads up, I don't think that's right. I think that goes against everything that we heard yesterday. Honestly, I do. When I've kept every promise to Region 1. But let me read here. It says, hold on. A committee whose members are selected for known integrity and good judgment. Now, there were 3 that were selected that were obviously preferred by the mover. I'm not going to impugn their good, their known integrity and good judgment. But I also think that the 3 people that I've asked to be selected are also known for their good integrity and good judgment. And not to have things look like a witch trial or one through, I'm sorry, that term probably wasn't like the best one, I'm not trying to be inflammatory, that this would be much more peaceful for the party.
We're gonna do for and against. We're gonna hear Mr. Heyman, because he needs to speak to his motion, and we're gonna hear Mr. Nana, and then I have a comment.
Not for it, that's not, that's not.
Mr. Heyman?
I'd obviously much rather have the 3 that I named, but I can see merit in Ms. Harless's argument that she should be able to add some. I think it needs to be an odd number for obvious reasons. I would suggest 2.
That is what I was going to say, that it needs to be an odd number, and that I think it would be a good look for everyone in this room to let 2 of those people be at least 2 that, that are secretaries. Mr. Nana?
My question is, not for or against the amendment.
Louder.
What, as somebody who potentially may serve on this, what are we investing? So I think that maybe you answered it, if you take a restate the motion, maybe it's answered within that.
It's very vague, but sure. I was meant to be a little bit more specific when I spoke to them. Resolved that a committee comprised of Jonathan McGee, Pat Ford, and Adrian Malagon be appointed by the LNC to investigate allegations of misconduct by our secretary, Karen Ann Harlos, which, if true, cast doubt on her fitness to continue in office. And that committee be instructed, if it concludes that the allegations are well-founded, to record resolutions covering its recommendations. It's not the right time to submit all the evidence to the committee, obviously, they'll seek their own. But it's all the things that have happened. I mean, there's a reason this is coming from Region 1, right? Over the course of my time on this committee, I've enjoyed very much working with Ms. Harless. But the behavior I've seen over the last couple of months on social media, on YouTube, on Business List, and then perhaps most disturbingly, an action she did in the conduct of her role as secretary, which might very well have legal ramifications for this board. I think this needs to be investigated, and we need to take this very seriously. If we do not, we are not upholding our fiduciary responsibility. This isn't some witch hunt. And
I used the wrong term.
And I'm sorry that I didn't, I don't know, warn you or something, but to be honest, a whole bunch of people in this party have felt blindsided by you based on your very emotional behavior. I think you got very upset and you did a whole lot of things. And that's why I feel like this is important to do. I don't know what the committee is going to decide, but I think this board needs to seriously look at what's happened and take responsible actions to protect us.
Guys, I'm gonna move to extend by 15 minutes. At that point, I'm gonna check in to make sure that you're not losing people in the room and doing things without their presence. Does anyone object? Okay, Mr. Watkins, if you can reset.
Sure.
We're gonna go to.
15?
Yeah, we're gonna go to Michaela because he hasn't raised his hand first yet, and then we're gonna go to, we're gonna ask a question with Mr. Mann, it's going back for a second. Mr. Michaela.
So I've been in an executive role in a large business for over 10 years.
Can you speak up a bit?
What's that?
Speak up a bit.
Oh, sorry. I've investigated general managers for different levels of conduct, sometimes criminal. I've at one point had to suspend friends of mine. So, this is nothing new to me. If I serve on this committee, I'd be happy to do so on the board in the most impartial, professional manner as possible. And I've also been on the board for 10 years. So it's something that I could add value to if this moves forward. Just want to put that.
Thank you, Mr. Michaela. Mr. Nanda, you had a request for information?
Request for information. Comes in from New York. I've never read the regional agreement.
Can you speak up a bit?
I've never read your regional agreement, but I'm curious I'm sure one state certainly is in favor of this motion. Was this a collective decision of all the states in the region? Is this just something you felt like?
I've taken an impartial reading of the regional agreement. I have not discussed it with everybody. Our regional agreement is such that one chair could call a quorum of all the chairs, and then they could majority decide the issue. I feel that this motion isn't that germane, but if the IC comes back with, a recommendation for removal, I would consult my chairs personally. That's what Region 1
Did you get feedback from any other chairs?
I've gotten feedback from a lot of chairs, not everyone. I mean, I'm having trouble reaching the size people even responding to emails, but a lot of chairs have weighed in. Not all are on board with this, but many are.
Okay, Ms. Harlow.
Yeah, I mean, as the author of the regional agreement, it says that all critical decisions, and certainly opening an investigatory committee requires a ballot of the state chair.
You throw the word certainly around awful.
Hold on, slow down. Just run it through me so I can keep it straight.
I wouldn't think there's any question that something quite so serious is certainly a critical decision. There's certain things that aren't quite so certain. I don't think I throw that word around too much, but I think on this one, it is I can't see how any regional chairs would think that trying to open an investigatory thing. However, some of the things that you mentioned, our policy manual explicitly removes as grounds for removal. So you said only one thing that could possibly be, and that would be the action in Colorado returning in the certificate of nomination. Our policy manual explicitly excludes even crazy social media commentary. That is not grounds for removal in our policy manual. So you named one thing.
You might be confused. I did not make a motion to remove you.
No, but it's for the investigatory.
Yeah, well, these things matter.
All right, well, let's hear from Rowan, and in the meantime,
But I hadn't done with my one comment.
Okay.
My other since it's, excuse me, since it's not a removal motion, it's for the step in an investigatory committee, an odd number is not important. Because even in an investigatory, if all 6 could say, "No, we don't recommend anything," the vote still ends up going to the body. A vote of an investigatory committee doesn't have to be a majority. It still ends up going to the body. But if you want an odd number, I would say it would be 2 and 2 and then random.
Mr. Garcia?
I was just going to add to the question about if it was just the one state. I do have a letter from the state of Nebraska chair asking for way more than investigation, which we feel it's kind of way too, it's not fair at this time. That's why we're calling for more of an investigation to see what happened, get more details, and have that recommendation come to the board. So it was definitely more than one state.
Well, that's required in the policy manual.
Okay, do we have a policy manual citation so that
I
we can
can.
sort out this? There will be no dispute.
I'm looking.
I'm not having a good connection.
It's terrible. I had to move to my phone's hotspot. Yes, I'm also trying to.
I think, I'm not sure if anything in the policy manual matters right now, or not. Nobody is asking for removal.
Correct.
And whether or not they are, I'm not saying they are, whether or not they're violating their own agreement, it's irrelevant to this board. I can do something that all of my chairs disagree with me on that, but, and that would be up to my region to handle. So I don't know, maybe something exists I'm not aware of, but I'm not sure.
I found that.
All right, Madam Secretary.
Mere criticism, even if harsh, of the policies, decisions, and business practices of the LNC by other members of the LNC shall not be considered harassment or grounds for removal from office for officers and at-large members.
Thank you, and I don't believe that Mr. Heyman is suggesting that that is grounds for removal. I think
he mentioned Twitter.
That's okay.
I mentioned a lot of
He can,
things.
look,
So
all
whether it would
right,
be
let me,
to be investigated.
yes, let me mediate this. The investigative committee is going to do an actual investigation. And whatever you decide, I'm trying to be careful how I say this because I'm trying to not give you marching orders, because you need to do what you intend to do. Don't come back with a bunch of mean tweets.
Don't come back with what?
A bunch of mean tweets. Don't just come back with a bunch of mean tweets. Mr. Malcolm.
Madam Chair, as one of the people that was named as a potential member of this investigatory committee, I do think that Mr. Heyman's point is well taken as far as having an odd number. Every committee has an odd number for a reason. Regardless of what the decision comes to, it doesn't really matter. I think having an odd number for this committee as well is just, it's common sense at this point. That's all I'll say.
Okay, is there any,
We have an amendment on the floor.
yes, is there any further discussion on the amendment? Right now, the amendment, Mr. Bracco?
So I understand the point of having the odd number, but I think perhaps as a compromise, perhaps instead of striking names, it can be increased to 7, which would also accomplish the same goal. My suggestion is if you would accept Mr. Travis Bost, be included in that list of 4, or to make it a list of 4 as well.
I'm sorry, what was the motion?
Well, I don't know. I don't want to make a motion to volunteer someone who's not interested.
So it's not.
So I guess it's really a question to you, Travis. Would you be willing to be on this committee as well?
If there's going to be a committee of 7, and the committee passes, I would accept.
Then I would like to move to amend the amendment to add Travis Bost.
So now we're at 7. Just making sure. Okay, further discussion. We are voting, yes.
I'm just thinking about it, 7 seems like a very large number for this purpose. I think 5 is adequate. That's just my opinion. 7 people is a huge committee, I think, so that's just my opinion.
Mr. Heyman?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I wanted 3. I think letting quote unquote the other side add 2 more is balanced. I just think 7's way too big.
We're 2 amendments deep.
Yeah, I oppose both of those.
Okay. Ms. Harlow?
I accept Mr. Box. I think that's a good compromise.
Mr. Malazan?
We just went through a similar process for those of you that read the Region 4 report. I think 3 was already too many for the investigatory committee in California. 7 is way too much. I think 5 is too much. I would oppose both of these things. I think that it's just going to get cluttered, and we would have a job to do.
So we went from 3 to 6 to 7, is that correct?
That's correct. What's next? 9?
Next
Yeah, I
is a
personally
vote.
would have accepted.
Next is a vote. All right, we're gonna vote on the amendment to the amendment. We're voting on the amendment.
7.
Oh, yeah, we need to do a
What number 7?
The second amendment.
Yep.
Is it amending the First Amendment or amending the whole?
It's amending my amendment.
Yeah. It's,
So we would still vote on your amendment afterwards?
Yes.
And still vote on the main motion?
Yes, and I can amend my amendment further, or someone else could, if,
well, we're 2 amendments deep.
right now, we have to dispose
Yeah.
of this one.
Okay, we're gonna go to a roll call vote. So right now, the vote is on the amendment to add Mr. Bost. So we would basically be voting on, I don't have the language of this perfect, but it's to have an investigatory committee of 7 members.
Well, it would be to add Mr. Boss.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Well, I
to
mean, the ultimate result would be if all of them pass.
Yeah, so it's,
Yeah, this passes, the whole thing passes, so.
No, if this one passes,
It's gotta-
Mr. Boss gets
We're
added to.
we're
the
2 amendments
vote.
deep. We can't.
The amendment to the amendment, then the amendment.
we're 2 amendments deep, and we can't go more than 2 amendments. Okay,
I'm sorry, point of inquiry.
yes.
Is there such a thing, would this be such a thing of an amendment being contingent on a further amendment being passed? In other words, this is not, I don't even know if that's legal under Roberts, but this is not contingent on the next amendment being passed.
No,
It
it's
is
irrelevant.
It is not.
No,
Okay.
we're on a, it's basically a motion to add Mr. Boss to
Okay.
our secretary's amendment.
Okay.
All right. Madam Secretary, when you're ready.
Mr. Boss.
Yes.
Mr. Dar.
Yes.
Mr. Dassing. Mr. Bracco.
Yes.
Mr. Ford.
Yes.
Mr. Garcia.
No.
Mr. Heyman.
With all due respect, Mr. Boss, no.
I will vote yes. Ms. Hayes.
I'm not seated right now.
Oh, Mr. Malagone.
No.
Mr. McGee.
No.
Mr. Nana.
Yes.
Mr. Michaela.
Abstain.
Mr. Redpath.
Yes.
Mr. Rutherford.
Yes.
Mr. Benson.
No.
Mr. Watkins.
No.
I can't hear you.
No.
Ms. Janice Scavin.
No.
It's 7-1.
Oh.
Oh, Mr. Ford, oh, I'm sorry, you did pass.
I'll say that.
Yes, we're down on that one, 7-1.
All right, we are back, okay. It's 4:00. How much time do you have, Madam Secretary?
At the latest 5.
Okay, we need to commit to wrapping this up by 4:45 and give it the full amount of time, but also take some compassion on people who need to request Ubers, take a moment and get out of this bathroom very quick. So I'm gonna move that we extend time by 30 minutes.
Second.
Any objections? Hearing none, time is extended. We are back at our secretary's amendment, which was to add 3 individuals. That was Mr. Michaela, Mr. Nana, and Mr. Redpath. And I think, Mr. Ford?
Yeah, I can comment on this. Part of the mental struggle I was just having was with the side of the thing. I think it's very important to clear up one's position. There are no sides in this. Despite what people have stated publicly, the purpose of this committee is to actually have a fair and impartial. I'll just say for the record, I just happened to pass. I was not a voting member, I was going to alternate, but my support at that time was against the resolution. So
Could you speak up, please?
I think it's just important to understand that the votes are not cast, the investigation has to take place. And there are going to be some issues here that are going to be tricky. When you get to a larger committee, just the sheer ability to schedule meetings for everyone becomes very difficult. I'm not opposed to increasing the size. When we get to 6 or 7, we see how difficult it is to get us together on virtually anything in terms of logistics. So I would personally prefer, I'm not making a motion, I want to do this, but I think it's fair to increase the size, but I think 5 is really actually. And I'm not really concerned with the audit or even nature of it. I'm just simply saying that this is something that needs to happen quickly, so it's not dragged out. But it needs to be done efficiently, fairly.
All right. Any other comments? We've really already done discussion on Ms. Harlow's amendment, and that's what we're going to be voting on if there's no further discussion. We're going to do a roll call vote on these.
Well, I would move to amend further. I don't think it's important to have an odd number on an investigatory committee that only makes recommendations that the body doesn't have to. Again, all would say no and the whole body could still do whatever. I would say that we then put it down to 4. And now I'm going to say exactly why.
Unfortunately, this is, I would suggest that we come to an agreement and I strike one from one, and that I am asking that Mr. Malagon be striking from mine. He has made extremely rude comments to me on the list, and I don't believe he can be impartial. He just called me a drum the other day on the list. One of the things on this are people known for, one of the accusations is that I've said whatever things. I don't think it's appropriate to have someone on the committee that also has a reputation of that sort. And I think both of us, when I say both of us, both sides could agree to strike one person and talk amongst themselves and have a committee for it.
Two quick things.
Mr. Hammond?
Adrian's. In 5 seconds ago, he called me gay. I mean, he says a lot of mean things to a lot of mean people.
And I'm very honest about it.
Yes.
You are very gay.
I also think he's highly talented, and I think he cares about this organization. He's on my list. I want him on my list. I'm happy adding it to 5. I know Ms. Harless doesn't think it matters about odd or even. I think it does for obvious reasons.
Let me say this, and then we're gonna come back to this side. Something that we spent the last 2 days on was a lot of focus on respect. And in addition to due process, which I'm trying very hard to facilitate right now, and I appreciate you guys also doing that, we need to be respectful here on out. During this process, no name calling, none of that. I think that will help. Doesn't undo what's been done in the past, but we can start now. Mr. Dan.
I don't think Ms. Harlow's made a motion, so I'm gonna go ahead and do it. I would like to amend the current amendment to strike Mr. Malagon and Mr. Redberry and Mr. McCabe. The new four would be myself, Mr. Redpath, Mr. McGee, Mr. Ford.
Redpath, McGee,
And I can speak to why I selected, not so much Malagon, that was her suggestion, but Mr. McKayla is already serving on EPCC, and that might get a little weird, I guess, with investigating another board member. So it has nothing to do with him personally. I just feel like
I'm not gonna argue on this. I'm trying to think about, here's a concern I have, and whatever happens, happens. I need support with financials right now. And I was a little crestfallen when my treasurer was taken. And if it is what it is, then I'm going to just continue to work with Ms. Anna Scavage on the financials. I was a little on that.
Yeah, I mean, it would be my hope that this doesn't take very long.
Well, it's also my hope that it doesn't take 72 hours, because I think that is probably not the best job, if that makes sense.
Not enough.
No, I'm just saying not a ton of meetings.
Okay.
Madam Board, maybe I put this out before, is the purpose of this committee to provide an investigation? Or
It's an investigation.
and that the purpose of the committee is not to actually vote on?
It's to make a recommendation.
You will deliver findings and a recommendation.
Okay, fair enough.
Mr. Malagon?
So just to speak to these qualifications, my qualifications for this committee. So again, we just went through this process in California. I selected 3 individuals that I believe to be impartial. Nothing happened. They did their investigation, they did their job, and a resolution passed for censure. That was it. Okay, everyone can see that on the report. So on the IC during last term for Mr. Decay. And again, Region 1, what the hell, man? I don't know what's up with you guys. But again, for that, and I'm just going to say again, that was all the region reps were on this committee, and I know that was an expedited process of 72 hours, but it was incredibly difficult, even in person, to get everyone on these calls to do everyone's job appropriately. Again, with the 3 members that we did it with in California, as part of this committee, and mucking this up with too many hands in the cookie jar. I think Mr. Hernandez's point about Mr. McGill is well taken. I don't want to speak to that. I don't know what the intertwining things are between EPCC think about a little bit of that last night, but that's neither here nor there. But yeah, I don't have any concerns about my ability to do a job. Again, at this point, it's an investigation. Nothing else has happened. Everyone will make a decision based on whatever the IC does. So again, I just want to remind everybody what the motion that Mr. Meany brought forward was.
All right, 1 second. Do we have anybody arguing on this side? We'll hear from Ms. Harlow, and we're going to jump over to Ms. Yoskavich.
Somebody on that side?
Go ahead.
Okay, I don't see an issue with Mr. McKayla being on the IC. That's what the EPCC would do, would be to investigate something when we have a complaint. I think this is separate because we would not investigate board members. That would go elsewhere. So he has experience, obviously. So I don't think that's an issue.
Mr. McKayla?
Another thing too, I was actually just appointed as chair of the investigatory committee for Florida over criminal investigation / civil investigation. With a couple colleagues here that are actually in the room, and we were successfully able to get through that pretty quickly and efficiently. I don't think this would interfere with the EPCC work, but I do think I could do the job of both if I'm on the committee.
Thank you. Mr. Heyman, and then, well, hold on. Let's hear from.
We'd be good. Yeah.
I don't know. Yes, go ahead.
I named the 3 names, Mr. McKayla, I named on there, I think Mr. Nana's amendment was just in the spirit of making it smaller. It was in the spirit of making it smaller. One of the qualifications is that everyone in the process believes that people will be fair and impartial, not that the person themselves will be. Some of the comments that Mr. Malagon had made on the list. Do we want this to appear as reported members or not? Why don't we just pick these 4?
Mr. Heyman.
Yeah, I mean, the reason is, maybe I'm just old fashioned and silly, but I truly believe that odd numbers here are important. I picked these 3 because I trust them to do a good job doing the investigation. I also believe Mr. Nana would do a good job as an impartial investigator, as well as Mr. McKayla. For all I know, Mr. Redpath could as well. I'm not as familiar with him, but I am familiar a little bit more with these 2 gentlemen. I would accept those 5. I want an odd number. My original motion was for 3, and if I have to, I'll fight my way to just have those 3. But I do think Ms. Harlow makes a good point that she should have members that she thinks would do a better job investigating than the 3 I picked. But at the end of the day, I'm going to argue for an odd number, and I would accept those 5. Mr. Nana, Mr. McKayla, and Mr. Milligan, Mr. McKay, and Mr. Ford.
I think we're 2 amendments deep right now, and we're at Redpath, McGee, Nana, and Ford.
We were at move to strike Mr. Malagon and Mr. McKayla.
Which puts us at Redpath, McGee, Nana, and Ford.
Right.
So we can go back and forth. We can go to a vote on this. We still have 20 minutes, so I am not rushing you, but I am trying to guide you and steer you towards closure in 20 minutes. Mr. Dana?
I call the question.
Thank you. Question has been called. We're going to go to a vote on this amendment, which is to strike Michaela and Malagon. And when you are ready, we'll do a vote.
Okay. Mr. Fox?
Yes.
Mr. Dar?
Yes.
Mr. Bracco?
Yes.
Mr. Ford? Mr. Garcia?
No.
Mr. Maynard?
No.
I will vote yes. Mr. Malagon?
Nay.
Mr. Vicky? Mr. Nana?
Yes.
Mr. McHale? Mr. Redpath?
Yes.
Mr. Rutherford?
Yes.
Mr. Benson?
No.
I'm sorry, I have,
No.
Mr. Watkins,
No.
and then, oh, yeah. Mr. Ford passed.
I'll vote no.
I didn't vote.
Oh, God, sorry. Ms. Anna Scott.
No.
I have a motion.
Wait, let's do it.
Oh, it didn't pass, it was the same as before. I have
An amendment?
it's an amendment via substitution to appoint a committee of 5. And that committee of 5 be Mr. Nana, Mr. Redpath, Mr. Ford, Mr. McGee, and Mr. Voss. It has 2 that I've chosen, 2 that the makers of the motion had chosen, and somebody I think everyone thinks is pretty neutral.
I'll speak against, I
Wait,
oppose
it
this.
takes a second. Okay, go ahead. Mr. Haney.
No, if we're gonna have 5, I want the 5 I just mentioned previously. My 3 plus Mr. Nikkei with Mr. I oppose any other alteration. And I'm happy to try and get this vote all the way down to just a 3-member committee, that's fine too. But I think this needs to get done. And I hope everybody who's voting is taking seriously the risk that this board is under currently. If we don't do anything, we are in jeopardy, and we're gonna just look like we're fine with everything that's happened over the last couple of months. I think we need to, and I don't know if it's appropriate to be talking right now, but I think we need to do something to not be derelict in our duty.
Mr. Dana?
I'm gonna cut through all this, and I call all questions.
Thank you, Mr. Dana. All right. Okay, any objection to calling all questions? Okay, we are going to vote on,
Well, first, okay, it gets complicated. First, it is.
substitute motion, right?
Well, first, it's shall the substitute motion be the main motion? And then you have to adopt the substitute motion.
Okay. So are we voting?
We're voting on whether or not to make the substitute motion the main motion.
So here's where you're at. Madam Secretary, do you mind repeating your substitute motion?
Okay. I'm sorry, I've got a moment from that, so. Actually, I don't even think the substitute's in order. Because we never dealt with my original motion.
We didn't dispose of your original.
Actually, no, it is in order if I do a substitute to my amendment.
To your,
Right.
okay, that's fine. It's a squirrely way of getting there. Okay, so this is, can you read off the names? We had Redpath, McGee, Voss, Ford, and Nana.
Yes.
Nana, Redpath, McGee, Voss, and Ford. This is a substitute motion.
It's a substitute to my amendment.
Yeah. All right, when you are ready, to be clear, you are voting on the substitute. And this is for a committee. We are not doing a trial here today. That's not happening.
Mr. Voss,
Yes.
Mr. Dar,
Yes.
Mr. Braca,
Abstain.
Mr. Ford,
Yes.
Mr. Garcia,
No.
Mr. Heyman.
No.
I will vote yes. Mr. Malaga,
Nay.
Mr. McGee. Mr. Nana,
Yes.
Mr. Michaela,
Abstain.
Mr. Redpath,
Yes.
Mr. Rutherford,
Yes.
Mr. Benson,
No.
Mr. Watkins,
No.
Ms. Janiscavige.
No.
So that did not pass. So now we're back to my original amendment because the substitute,
Substitute to your amendment failed and we're on the amendment. Yeah.
now
So the main,
the original with the six.
And Mr. Hayden called that a question.
I am going to call all previous
Mr.
questions.
Nano, Mr. Nano.
Thank you. Okay. All right, so we're gonna vote on, now we're voting on the substitute motion that had a 6-person committee.
Well, that added Michaela, Redpath, and Nana. Mr. Voss,
Yes.
Mr. Dar,
yes.
Mr. Bracco,
Pass.
Mr. Ford,
No.
Mr. Garcia,
No.
Mr. Heyman.
No.
I will vote yes. Mr. Malaga,
Nay.
Mr. McGee, Mr. Nana, Mr. Michaela,
Abstain.
Mr. Redpath,
Yes.
Mr. Rutherford,
Yes.
Mr. Benson,
No.
Mr. Watkins,
No.
Ms. Janiscavige.
No.
I will
So that
abstain.
did not pass. Oh,
I'll abstain.
No, Bracco abstained.
No, I initially passed, but I'll abstain.
Oh,
Mr. Ford, did you vote?
yes, yes. So now we're back on the original motion, excuse me, the original motion of 3.
What was the count?
It was 682. So no, we're on the original motion.
Yes.
Is there any way at this point, I know said really, I apologize.
What? We can't hear you.
That's what I'm trying. I am not the expert on parliamentary procedures, and I understand the votes were called, but is there a way to go back to the resolution where there would be 5, 3 original ones?
You have to vote this
All
whole thing
questions.
down, and then you can resubmit it.
All questions have been,
So you can vote the 3 down and resubmit it.
Or the, with the chair's permission.
last one, and then we gotta get this.
Parliamentary procedures there for the body to do what it wants. If the body does not object to what you wanted to do, you have to state it more clearly. That's the point of procedure, otherwise we're moving to a vote on the 3.
All right. We need to move to vote on 3 because I am seeing that that's what we need to do. And if things come up later in time, we will revisit them. All right, we're going to vote on the main motion.
So what is, what are
It
we
is
voting
to appoint Mr. Ford, Mr. Malagon, and Mr. McGee to an investigatory committee.
Mr. Heyman, would you please read back your original motion?
Yeah, I think I emailed it to the chair and the secretary.
You did.
But I will read it again. Resolved that a committee comprised of Jonathan McGee, Pat Ford, and Adrian Malagon be appointed by the LNC to investigate allegations of misconduct by our secretary, Karen Ann Harless, which if true, cast doubt on her fitness to continue in office, and that the committee be instructed, if it concludes that the allegations are well-founded, to report resolutions covering its recommendations.
All right, thank you. We will proceed to a vote.
Mr. Fox,
No.
Mr. Dar,
No.
Mr. Mr. Baraco,
Pass.
Mr. Ford,
Pass.
Mr. Garcia,
Yes.
Mr. Heyman.
Yes.
I will vote no. Mr. Maligan,
Aye.
Mr. McGee,
Aye.
Mr. Nana, Mr. Michaela,
Abstain.
Mr. Redpath,
Pass.
Mr. Rutherford,
No.
Mr. Benson,
Yes.
Mr. Watkins,
Yes.
Ms. Yanuskavich,
Yes.
Mr. Braca,
I'll abstain.
Mr. Ford,
Yes.
Mr. Redpath.
I'll vote no.
That passes. 8-6.
All right, the vote total is 8-6. Chair is not voting, the motion passes. 423. I have one item of new business. Does anyone else have any new items?
I actually do.
You can go ahead. I will do
I don't want to put, well, first of all, I'm going to say to everyone that getting our candidate on the ballot is a bylaws duty. Anything I've said on YouTube or on Twitter for our policy manual is not part of this. So all we are talking about is the certificate of nomination. I do not want to.
Madam Chair, I object. This is not new business. This is.
I'm a prelude to a motion. I think the motion first and then.
Can you please let us know what your motion is and then?
Okay, my motion is to set a time limit on this investigatory committee to deliver its report, because otherwise I just think there's great drama in the party. And the time limit would be 1 week.
I'll object to that.
Do you want to speak to your motion before?
Yeah, that was speaking to it. There is one issue. It shouldn't take much longer than a week for a group of 3 people to do so.
Is there a second for this?
I'll second.
Okay, so I'm gonna say though that is mischaracterizing Mr. Hayman's motion. He did not say that that was even the issue. And I don't want to characterize or color an investigation before it happens. And when this was mentioned to me earlier today, I gave some instructions to not do that and to actually do an investigation, and I want that thing to happen. Mr. Name.
Making no comment on the content of the investigation.
Louder.
Making no comment about the content of the subsequent investigation. I agree with the secretary that it needs to be done rather quickly. So I have a question, and then depending on the answer to that question, I may have an amendment.
Okay.
What is the bylaws required notice for a trial? Should the report be given back and somebody makes a motion to?
30 days.
30 days.
30 days. This is not happening quickly. We are not doing what happened before. It's not going to happen in the election.
So my motion to amend. My amendment would be to increase the time from 1 week to 3 weeks. This would take us to mid-September, almost the end of September. Then we have to have a budget meeting where I assume if action were taken, or this action would be decided, that would give us enough buffer for both sides to present their case subsequent to the motion being made. And also give, I think, the committee enough time. 3 weeks is a while. They could meet once, twice a week, depending on how long they want to meet. I think this is a good middle ground. That might.
I will be out of town the last week of September, so please don't plan hearings and things of that nature into that. Delivering a report on the internet and something like that is fine, but I don't want us to be making a meeting into that.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr.
He was
Malin had his hand up, and we're going to do Ms. Harless.
I would encourage my colleagues to vote this down. We have no idea how long this is going to take. That's the purpose of the committee. It could take a week, it could take 2 weeks, it could take 3 weeks. I don't want to sit here and limit us as to how long this is going to take. The motion was very vague, and we don't know exactly what's being investigated, hence the committee, right? So I can meet with Mr. Ford and Mr. McGee as soon as we adjourn here, and we can start compiling a strategy as to how we're going to do this. For any of you that have read my regional reports, my chair's reports, or the convention report for California, I am incredibly thorough. I think the shortest report I've ever had is like 20 pages. I'm not saying that this is what it's going to be, but I believe in doing a good job. So I don't want to limit the committee and put it on a fast track or a slow track. It's going to take as long as it takes. I'm sure it's going to cause drama. I'm sure people's heads are going to explode, but that can't influence the committee's work. In order for us to do a good job, we have to do it in the time that we need to do it. And we don't know what that is yet because we haven't started the investigation.
Thank you, Mr. Malinon. Also, I think I might have said earlier that it was 30 days bylaws notice. I think that it's not technically in the bylaws, it's in Roberts. And then there's also some guidelines in the JC. So that's we went from Malinon to Nana. And so there's Mr. Haven. Mr. Nicola.
A proper investigation takes at minimum several weeks, sometimes longer, sometimes ongoing. I don't think 1 week would be enough time to properly perform an investigation. This committee is going to approve an investigation. My recommendation would be, if it does wrap up in a timely manner, perhaps present it at a regularly scheduled October meeting, potentially, if it shapes up that way.
Does anybody else have anything? We are.
I mean, I just don't.
Mr. Ford.
Very briefly, as from now on the committee, I want the time to be fair. I don't want this, just as much as the appearance of dragging it out and seem unfair. I don't want anyone to look at this, I guess, what's the more term, bum rush. I don't want.
Agreed.
This has to be spotless. There has to be integrity here, and no supposition on my part, regardless of anything that's taken place, and I don't blast that there is any guilt or anything. This has got to be fair. It's critical to the future of the country.
Thank you. Ms. Rose, did you have your hand up earlier?
With the body's permission, I just withdraw my motion. And if Mr. Nano would withdraw his amendment. Seriously, do not feel like arguing it further.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I mean, my concern is, I think 1 week is too long.
I also think it's too fast, but rather than doing a motion, I would just ask them to take a little bit more time than a week. But don't drag all of this crap into election. But I'm gonna just let them use their good judgment and
that's why I'd like, as soon as we have a game plan, we will keep the board apprised as necessary and confidential, on the confidential list, but we literally don't know, and I have the same concerns.
I will be out of town the last week of September planning 100,000 person. I will not be.
I can't speak for the rest of the committee, but I suspect that they don't want to drag this out any more than needs to be done, but the work has to be started.
If they come to me in 3 days with a list of meetings, I will tell them to continue on their investigation committee report, because clearly that's and it doesn't look like that's what they're gonna do.
I will
You wanna go in here?
I will read the room as soon as I have some body motion call.
Is there any
And I
objection?
would withdraw mine.
Is there-
Serial withdrawal.
Thank you. Is there any objection to withdrawing the amendment and motion? Okay. There are no objections, those are withdrawn. I have one additional item of new business without previous notice. Think about how to phrase this.
You might need to extend time.
Oh, you are right. Please extend time by 15 minutes. Ross?
Can you give us a hint to what you're about to talk about?
Yeah, Colorado. Sorry. I'm gonna do it.
Somewhere 15 minutes.
15 minutes. Okay, so Colorado is very upset about electors and they're upset with our presidential tickets. I'm right in the middle of it because, and so are you. We passed a motion to give full support to our presidential candidate. That's what we've done. We've just raised funds for them, not as much as I would like it to be. We did a fundraiser with them. We are supporting them. We're actively working with them. We have a state affiliate that's very upset with them. It is an awkward elephant in the room. I think what we need to do, and they want this addressed, by the way, which is the only reason that I'm addressing it. I would rather not address it. But I think we need to step out of that situation and let them work it out with our presidential candidates. And if there's a way to facilitate some sort of mediation, compromise, working it out, I would love to do that. And I don't say this as a slight to our Colorado affiliate. I know they're very upset. I know it is very messy. But I do not think that it is a good decision for us to try to get in and slap our presidential candidate on the wrist for something they may or may not have intended to do.
Was there a suggestion we do
Yeah.
The Colorado Secretary of State has already ruled that the Chase campaign was not improper in submitting the electors. So the law of the state of Colorado has already determined there was no problem. Now, I know, well, that there might be a bylaws issue with Colorado, and the state of Colorado said that's an internal problem in Colorado with the people who signed that petition. But as far as they are concerned, Chase properly turned in because the law says may.
Well, there are all sorts of things that various people think. There are things that have been sent in court. There are memos that have been passed.
I have a
around.
letter from the state of Colorado.
I don't think any of that's necessary. I think that, I think what I want to do is the opposite of that and step out of it and put it on the record. Mr. Nana?
Is this a discussion over here?
It's discussion only.
Okay.
No. We already did a motion on it, which was to give full support.
Sure, I think, our bylaws duty as a national organization is to provide for support of our candidates. I believe that's what we should do. And I guess I'm agreeing. I don't know what your action or recommended action is. I think I'm agreeing with you.
My recommended action is to acknowledge that Colorado is upset and to be like, that really sucks. And I'm sorry that things are awkward and weird, because we're in the middle of it. But we have to continue to support our presidential candidates and to try our best to not be in the middle of it and to let them work it out and hope and pray that they do. And if there's a way for us to facilitate them working it out, great. But I'm also not going to try to force it really hard because that's also not a good place for me to be in because then I am too in the middle of it.
Yeah, I don't think we should be telling our presidential ticket to approach the party in Colorado. I don't think we should be telling the Colorado party that they need to approach the candidate.
Well, we did try. I did bring them into a meeting right before all this went down, and they did have a chat. And I wouldn't say, I mean, I guess it was, in the end, it didn't work, you know, it was unproductive. It wasn't a hostile, ugly thing by any means, but they did not reach the outcome that they wanted. I think that's the reason.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
if there's
just
no,
straightforward.
if there's no recommended action, then yeah, it's just, I think I agree.
Ms. H, to what degree are you able to actually facilitate a discussion between? Because I've spoken to some of the Colorado people who reached out to me to ask me some questions. They said that since July something, they have not been able to get any sort of contact with the Chase campaign. I do think a discussion needs to happen.
Well, they had a meeting, and at that point.
Since after that, since after the elector issue.
Well, I have not brought the two together since then. I speak to both groups separately. But I think at this point, like, they're both capable of reaching out if they want to. Mr. Maladon?
I really don't think there's anything that we can do to bring them, you know, we can't get them like to kiss and make up, and that's fine. I do think, keeping in the spirit of the theme of the weekend, I think that what each side kind of wants, from what I can gather, is that they want to be heard. They want the LNC to understand the position that either one is in, without necessarily putting us in the middle. Now, that being said, I mean, no one knows the region better than the regional reps, and Mr. Heyman and Mr. Garcia, but I've spoken with Ms. Goodman, Chair of Colorado, as one chair to another, not even an LNC member, because I understand where certain things are coming from at the very least. So I can continue to try to work that as best I can in my capacity. I don't want to step on any regional toes. You know, Region 1 obviously has their own thing going on, but I would be happy to continue to help in whatever way I can. I like to think that I have a good relationship with this student, just as a chair, not even as an LNC member, but that's all I'm saying.
Do we have anything else from them that needs to come up? And then Mr. Ford?
Well, you know, at this point, I don't, this may be executive session stuff, so tell me that right away or not. We all understand the cost of disability issue. Significant on multiple levels, completely destructive. By stepping out of that metal, do you feel that the dust will settle and we won't force Colorado to finish this situation? Do you feel that's an option? Do you feel like stepping away would be actually over time sooner than dust will fall?
That might be an executive session conversation. I am going to suggest, actually, Mr. Heyman, do they want to talk about this more?
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, I've been speaking with them on the regular, and after this weekend, I'll be speaking to them again. This is a touchy situation, very dynamic, very fluid. A lot of hot tempers are involved, and a lot of moving parts. I don't think we need to do anything drastic right now. I think we need to talk this out.
Mr. Roman?
Mr. Termont was here this morning, and he asked if there's anything that the board wanted to ask of him and the campaign. And he gave his email and contact information. So it is something that we could reach out to him on, and as a follow-up for today, and say, would you be willing to talk to Colorado or any other state that has any issues? I don't know if that's something that we're trying to stay away from, or it's Region 1 reps that we should be doing.
Thank you. Mr. Yana?
No, I'm sorry, before I do have a question.
I was also not finished, but go ahead.
Mr. Ford, I just want to make sure that your service on this committee that was just formed is not going to interfere in the Rhode Island fishing drive. We have 12 days of it. We're going to complete that, and it's not going to interfere.
When I go home, I don't get to sleep until September 7th.
All gets free.
Mr. Malcolm?
So assuming that everyone is done, I'll move to adjourn to a Zoom meeting at the Colorado chair. I think we still have stuff to do, but people do have to go.
Can we do Wednesday night at 8:30? So what we are going to do if we do that is we're only going to continue new business without previous notice so that we can discuss Colorado. We're gonna go into executive session with them. It's discussion only, we're not coming out with motion. Technically you could, but I think it would take 2/3, so just be aware of that, so please don't do anything half-cocked. And let's all have realistic expectations.
Should the secretary be removed from that executive session?
That, we will discuss and address that with her in group.
Okay, yeah.
And everybody still needs to go, and it sounds like actually there is some more to discuss with Colorado, so it is, you said call the chair, but it is gonna be Wednesday, 8:30.
So you just call it, there you go. So that works, so I mean, I can amend mine, or I can, no one seconded yet, so I move, we'll call the chair with them, so there you go.
Yeah, because it's a policy manual amendment. I was afraid this
8:30
meeting was gonna go
Eastern on
away,
Wednesday.
so they passed that policy manual. So it's technically the same.
Madam Chair, is that
Yeah,
correct?
we can continue this.
8:30 Eastern on Wednesday.
8:30.
We're at 80.
Yeah.
That's the,
Yeah.
that's the 28th.
Yes, the 28th.
Okay.
All right, thank you guys. There are no objection. We are adjourned until then.